कॉन्क्लेव 2025 और सोल इंस्टीट्यूशन का लॉन्च माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कर कमलों से होने जा रहा है। आप सभी से विनम्र अनुरोध है कि आप अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें और अपने मोबाइल फोन्स को साइलेंट मोड या वाइब्रेटिंग मोड पर रख दें। Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the SOUL Leadership Conclave 2025, a platform where great minds, visionary leaders, and change makers come together to inspire, innovate, and lead. Today is a historic occasion as we prepare to welcome the esteemed presence of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, for the launch of SOUL as an institution and SOUL Leadership Conclave 2025. His leadership has redefined governance, inspired millions, and placed India firmly on the global map of progress and development. I request everyone who has not done yet, kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode or vibrating mode. Couple of announcements on the path of security. Refrain from leaving your seats. आप अपना स्थान ना छोड़ें. यदि आप restroom या फिर पानी पीने के लिए बाहर जाते हैं, it might happen that we will not be able to accommodate you back in the hall because of the security reasons. Also, do not try to get near to the seating area of Honorable Prime Minister sirs. Plus, you can take selfies right from your seat. Refrain coming closer. Might that happen that the security people wouldn't allow you. In case of any emergency, we will guide you, we will help you. Our volunteers are round here. Also, do not try to get closer, as I mentioned before, and do not loiter around, and take care of your mobiles. देखिएगा कि वो नीचे गिरे, आप ले, because आप all the time live होने जा रहे हैं, especially all the front seats. So kindly refrain from doing any movement which is not acceptable on the camera. Thank you so much, and we shall begin in a very short while from now. Honorable Prime Minister, sir, is on his way to reach this particular place. So till then, sit back and relax. Thank you. event, it is essential to understand the vision behind SOUL, the School of Ultimate Leadership. Who better to enlighten us than the distinguished Vice Chairman of SOUL, Dr. Hasmukh Adhia, a visionary leader, former Finance Secretary of India, and at present, Principal Advisor to Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, and a guiding force behind this initiative. Let us welcome together Dr. Hasmukh Adhia, who will introduce us to the philosophy and mission of SOUL. Welcome, sir.
Good morning to all of you. Honorable guests, esteemed leaders of the society, and my dear young delegates. When we are trying to launch a new institution called School of Ultimate Leadership, there are a lot of questions in the mind of all of you about what is this institute like, what is it going to do, what kind of a training will it give, will it be a degree program, will there be any placement opportunity, and what kind of curriculum will be there. Now, these are the questions I'm trying to answer in my presentation today. Let me begin by stating that this is not going to be another management institution. Management is different from leadership. Management is a set of tools and techniques to get things done, while leadership is an inner quality of a person which we at SOUL believe can be inculcated. It can be learnt also. It is an inner quality, the leadership. It is not management, it is leadership. SOUL is more than just an institution. It is going to be a movement, a bold step towards cultivating authentic, value-driven leadership for the greater good. In an era where leadership is often inherited rather than earned, SOUL seeks to create a new paradigm, one that nurtures individuals with merit, commitment, and unshakable passion for public service. The lessons of leadership are treasured in our own Indian wisdom. There's a lot written in our own Indian ancient scriptures about leadership. It will be our goal to use that knowledge base fully in our programs. A question may come, do we need an institution like SOUL in India today? Yes, we do need. As we rise on the global stage, we need leaders who are not just capable but also ethical, empathetic, and visionary. We need leaders who understand the governance is not only about power, but it's about service. We need leaders who are rooted in the values, yet dynamic in their approach. This institution, as most of you must be knowing, is a brainchild of our Honorable Prime Minister. He's been talking about creating such a world-class institution right from the time he was Chief Minister of Gujarat. And the name, School of Ultimate Leadership, it was selected by him not now, way back in 2012. In 2012, he had given this name that we will have an institution called SOUL. And SOUL is a appropriate short form for School of Ultimate Leadership, which represents conscientious, value-based leadership. This dream is going to be fulfilled today. After so many years now, this institution is actually taking shape. And today he's going to launch it. SOUL is not a government institution. It is a private institution which is promoted by 6 like-minded promoters, all of whom have achieved success in their own private fields, and they have demonstrated the role of leadership in their success. I am so happy that today all of us 6 promoters are here. May I take this opportunity to introduce them? First of all, Shri Sudhir Mehta, the Chairman Emeritus of Torrent Group. He's here with us. He's the one who had taken the first move of acquiring the land for this institution way back in 2012. Then we have other promoters with equal partnership. Mr. Uday Kotak, founder director of Kotak Bank, he is also here. Mr. Sajjan Jindal from the Jindal Group, he is also here. Mr. Pankaj Patel from Zydus, I think he is still about to arrive. He is stuck in the VIP movement, but he'll be here soon. And we have got Mr. Dilip Sanghvi from Sun Pharma Group. He's also here with us. Our sixth promoter at that time was Mr. Deepak Parekh, the ex-chairman of HDFC Bank. But he's not here today, but he's represented by HDFC Bank, the current chairman, Mr. Atanu Chakravarti. So I also want to introduce Mr. Atanu Chakravarti. In addition to these six promoters, main promoters, and Sudhir Bhai just told me that probably Mr. Sunil Mittal will also join the group of promoters very soon. And we look forward to having you also in the board. So Mr. Sunil Bharti Mittal, he is also here. We also have some other donors who have contributed to SOUL. I noticed that Mr. Hemendra Kothari is one of them. He is here today. So Hemendra Bhai, welcome. We are indeed grateful to all of you, our promoters and donors, for your commitment to SOUL. The campus of SOUL is being constructed on a sprawling 22-acre campus on the periphery of GIFT City in Gandhinagar. It's a fitting location for an institution that aspires to be a hub of thought leadership, collaboration, and excellence. We plan to make the campus ready by June 2027. Once the campus is ready, we plan to take batches of young political aspirants for medium-term training of 6 months to 1 year for political leadership training. Our programs will not carry any diploma or degree, but leaders don't need to show certificates to anyone. Also, I don't think that our pass-outs are meant to look for a job, since they would be trained to become leader entrepreneurs. So there'll be no placement. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we have started some short-term policy workshops for social sector and public policy personnel who are mainly working in the government. We now plan to start very soon short-term training programs for training elected representatives of district panchayats and urban local bodies. But today is not just about launching SOUL. It is also the occasion of launch of the first edition of SOUL Leadership Conclave, which will be our flagship event to be organized every year. This conclave will set the stage for much needed conversation on leadership. Over the next 2 days, we will hear from some of the most visionary leaders, change makers, and trailblazers who have led from the front, often in times of uncertainty and challenge. This conclave is built on the belief that leadership is a journey, one that is shaped by failures as much as by successes. The stories, the insights, and the experiences that will be shared here are not just the lessons, they are a roadmap for the leaders of tomorrow. And so, as we embark on this journey, we invite each one of you, policymakers, entrepreneurs, academicians, and young aspirants, to become a part of this vision. As we open our doors, our mission is very clear: to empower individuals who will lead with excellence, integrity, and selfless service. Leaders who will not wait for the change, but they will drive the change. With that, I once again extend my heartfelt gratitude to the founders and visionaries who have made SOUL a reality. We welcome all of you to the beginning of something truly transformative. Let us begin the journey of leadership. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adia, for setting the stage for this transformational journey. Indeed, SOUL is not just an initiative, it is a movement toward empowering leaders for tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, those who have joined late, one more time a humble request to kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode or vibrating mode. Thank you. Also, when both of our Honorable Prime Minister, Sir, of India and Bhutan, they'll enter the hall, we shall rise from our seats and welcome them with grace, dignity, and lot of enthusiasm. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have all been waiting for has arrived. Please help me welcome our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. And the guest of honor, Honorable Prime Minister of Bhutan, His Excellency Dasho Shering Tobgay. Thank you. We welcome you, sir, to this significant occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, now to formally welcome our esteemed guests and to set the tone for this grand event, I invite the Chairman of SOUL and Chairman Emeritus of Torrent Group of Companies, Mr. Sudhir Mehta, to deliver his welcome address. Welcome, sir.
Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Bhai Modi ji, Honorable Prime Minister of Bhutan, His Excellency Shering Tobgay,
His welcome
esteemed
address.
dignitaries,
Welcome, sir.
respected board members, distinguished speaker, my Bharat youth delegates, and dear friends. It is an honor to welcome you all to the SOUL Leadership Conclave. This is truly a landmark gathering. It is the beginning of
Prime Minister Sri Narendra
transformational
Bhai
journey
Modi
to
ji,
leadership development
Honorable Prime
for
Minister
India
of Bhutan,
and beyond.
His Excellency
At SOUL, the
Shering
School
Tobgay,
of Ultimate
esteemed
Leadership,
dignitaries,
we aim to broaden
respected
the
board
landscape
members,
of political leadership
distinguished
with
speaker,
formal training.
my Bharat youth
It will
delegates,
empower
and
authentic
dear
leaders
friends.
to advance public good.
It is an honor to welcome you all to the SOUL Leadership Conclave. This is truly a landmark gathering. It is the beginning of transformational journey to leadership development for India and beyond. At SOUL, the School of Ultimate Leadership, we aim to broaden the landscape of political leadership with formal training. It will empower authentic leaders to advance public good. This is an alignment with Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Bhai Modi ji's vision of developing a learning ecosystem for the future leaders. Dear friends, during the past decade, India has demonstrated extraordinary qualities of governance and agile, resolute, effective, empathetic leadership. These qualities have helped us withstand the challenging times of COVID pandemic and the ongoing wars in different parts of the world. As we move forward, we may face many different new challenges. In the situation, we would require to have effective leadership that is on through merits, commitment, and passion for public service, and not just for political lineage. Today, we are honored to have Honorable Prime Minister among us to inspire us with his futuristic insight on leadership. Friends, it is my privilege to welcome His Excellency Shering Tobgay, Honorable Prime Minister of Bhutan. He has been champion of sustainability, happiness, and well-being of the people of Bhutan. His governance model is an outstanding example of how leadership can become a force for collective well-being. We deeply appreciate His Excellency's presence here today. It will strengthen the bond, knowledge exchange between our nations. I am delighted to also welcome my Bharat youth delegates. You are the representative of next gen of leaders. You will shape the future of governance, public policy, and social transformation. Your presence here reflects the renewed energy, purpose, and innovation that will define India's leadership in the years to come. Friends, this conclave is not just a forum of discussion. It is a call to action. Over the next 2 days, we shall get valuable insight from some of the most visionary leaders of our time. They will be policymakers of business stalwart, spiritual mentors to the social change maker. Their stories will ignite conversation, inspire bold action, and challenge us to redefine leadership. I take this moment to express my deepest gratitude to Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Bhai Modi ji. Sir, your belief that leadership must be about service before self will drive this institution. Finally, my fellow board members, faculty, partners, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your dedication in making SOUL a center for leadership excellence. I am especially grateful to Sri Hasmukh Bhai Adia for his commitment to leadership to convert the dream of SOUL into reality. He has worked arduously to put together programs, initiate infrastructure development, and bring together a team of professionals under the leadership of Saurabh Johri to steer the ship of SOUL. And as we begin this conclave, let it become a space where we commit to shaping impactful leadership of tomorrow. With that, I welcome you all again to the landmark gathering. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mehta, for your warm welcome words. Your words truly reflect the mission of SOUL, fostering leadership that drives change and innovation. Respected Honorable Prime Minister Sir, inspired by your vision, the School of Ultimate Leadership, SOUL, is a pioneering institution dedicated to cultivating authentic leaders for the public good, beyond political lineage, driven by values, excellence, and integrity. SOUL fosters leadership through the timeless wisdom of ancient India, seamlessly blending ethical leadership with modern governance. Rooted in principles that have guided great civilizations, SOUL will shape visionaries who lead with purpose, responsibility, and an unwavering commitment to the greater good. We humbly request you, sir, to launch the film on SOUL through the remote, marking the beginning of this transformative journey.
Praja sukhe sukham ragya prajanam cha hite hitam. In the happiness of the subjects lies the happiness of the leader. In their welfare, his welfare. This is the Indian wisdom of ages, a guiding light for leaders who choose the path of seva. Leadership begins not with a crown, but with a question: how can I serve? It is a journey of action, humility, and purpose. Leadership is not about dominion, but about duty. It is not about authority, but about service. This is the foundation of the School of Ultimate Leadership. Driven by our Prime Minister's vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, SOUL will help forge a new generation of authentic leaders, shaping India's journey into a developed nation. Set within India's innovation corridor in Gandhinagar, SOUL is where tradition meets the future. Inspired by the timeless circle of Indic knowledge, this campus is designed as an ecosystem where architecture itself becomes an enabler of dialogue, discourse, and deep thought. At its core is a central assembly hub, a forum for policy, ethics, and governance. Around it, the academic and administrative wings, forming the foundation of leadership education. Here, the leaders of tomorrow will draw from India's timeless teachings, excellence, integrity, and altruism. These teachings will shape them for the greater good of the country. In this campus, the heart of leadership lies in listening, collaborating, and reflecting. Every detail of SOUL is intentional. Green roofs, shaded courtyards, and intelligent design create an environment that nurtures both intellect and well-being. At SOUL, mentorship is not confined to lectures. It is in the corridors, in shared meals, in the very spaces designed to cultivate dialogue and exchange ideas. SOUL is not just an institution. It is India's commitment to shaping leaders for a future that demands wisdom, resilience, and vision.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, sir, for unveiling the vision of SOUL. Your support and leadership inspire us to build a future driven by excellence, integrity, and service to the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now honored to have with us today our guest of honor, a global leader whose emphasis on sustainability and governance has made Bhutan an example of balanced growth. The Prime Minister of Bhutan, His Excellency Dasho Tshering Tobgay. Sir, we humbly request you to kindly share your thoughts with us on this momentous occasion. Welcome, sir.
Your Excellency, Prime Minister, my elder brother, every time I have the opportunity of meeting you, I'm overcome with joy. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, my mentor, every time I meet you, I'm inspired to work even harder as a public servant. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, friends, I bring to you warm greetings of His Majesty the King of Bhutan. Today is an important day in Bhutan, as it is the birth anniversary of His Majesty the King. I am delighted that I am celebrating this auspicious occasion in India among friends, led by the Honorable Prime Minister and including all the distinguished guests here. I invite all of you to join me in offering our prayers and birthday greetings to our beloved monarch, King Jigme. To the leadership, management, faculty of the School of Ultimate Leadership, I congratulate you on your combined vision and dedication in bringing this important institution to life. The School of Ultimate Leadership is the brainchild of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, and it is yet another testament to the Prime Minister's unwavering commitment to nurturing authentic leaders and empowering them to serve the great Republic of India. I extend my gratitude to SOUL for inviting me here today. It is an honor to be part of the inaugural Leadership Conclave, a momentous occasion that will pave the way for many generations of capable public servants and leaders. However, I feel compelled to clarify right from the start that I do not have lessons to offer on leadership. I'm hardly qualified for that. Instead, I'm here as a student to learn. मैं आज यहाँ अपने आप को एक छात्र के रूप में ही पाता हूँ। और इस छात्र को आज नेतृत्व की इस गुण को सीखने का अवसर मिला है। यह आदर्शवान मौका है, वह इसलिए कि विश्व की महान नेता आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी से ही नेतृत्व का पाठ पढ़ूंगा। नेतृत्व के इसी पाठ को सीखने के लिए मैं बहुत उत्साहित हूँ। निसंदेह श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, आप में एक बड़े भाई के छवि देखता हूँ जो सदैव मेरा मार्गदर्शन करते हैं और मुझे सहायता देते हैं। Leadership is not about titles, it's not about position. It is about vision. It is about courage. It is about the ability to inspire change. Leadership is about transformation. It is about taking society from where it stands today and guiding it towards a future that is more prosperous, more peaceful, and happier for all. A leader sees what others do not yet see, believes in what others may doubt, and takes action where others hesitate. The greatest leaders in history have not merely led organizations or nations, they have led revolutions of thought, process, and development. आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, मेरे बड़े भाई, आपने अपनी बुद्धिमानी, साहस और करुणा से भरे नेतृत्व से भारत को केवल 10 ही वर्षों में प्रगति की पथ पर अग्रसर किया है। Your Excellency, your leadership has been a beacon of transformation and unprecedented progress. Initiatives like Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Digital India, Skilled India, Startup India, Swachh Bharat, Jal Shakti Abhiyan, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Gati Shakti, Kisan Saman Nidhi. I should stop because if I were to continue enumerating all these initiatives, we are going to be here for a long, long time. These are some of your many initiatives, your gifts to the nation that have rescued almost 30 crore people from the scourge of poverty and propelled India's economy to new heights. Under your leadership, India is poised to become Viksit Bharat. And Viksit Bharat, a powerful and prosperous Bharat, will be your legacy, sir. What's more, the School of Ultimate Leadership will ensure that many more leaders would be readily available to carry forward the mantle of your legacy. Now, in my own country, His Majesty the King has repeatedly called for reform of the public service. In fact, barely 2 months ago, during our National Day celebrations, King Jigme commanded that our public service must transform into an enlightened, entrepreneurial bureaucracy. Your Excellency, I seek your personal guidance to help me contribute to transforming our public service, to make it enlightened, to make it entrepreneurial, to make it useful. Furthermore, Excellency, I seek your support to train our public servants, and that includes me as a public servant, in the art of leadership under your personal tutelage and that of the School of Ultimate Leadership. Bhutan and India share deep spiritual ties and common beliefs. One of them is the profound reverence we have for bodhisattvas. Bodhisattvas are enlightened beings who have attained enlightenment and have escaped from samsara, the cycle of birth and rebirth. However, bodhisattvas forego nirvana on purpose, choosing to be born in samsara instead, so that they can continue to serve all sentient beings. Among the many bodhisattvas we worship, we revere a trinity known as the Riksum Gembo. This sacred trinity consists of Manjushri, the manifestation of wisdom, Vajrapani, the embodiment of courage, and Avalokiteshvara, the personification of compassion. These three virtuous attributes, wisdom, courage, and compassion, along with the commitment of selfless service, are, in my view, the hallmarks of enlightened leadership, sir. Your Excellency, in you I see the manifestation of these three bodhisattvas, Manjushri, Vajrapani, Avalokiteshvara. In you I see the expression of their attributes, wisdom, courage, and compassion. You lead with a profound wisdom to envision the full potential of India. You lead with the courage to make bold decisions and stand firm in the face of challenges. And above all, you lead with compassion, always placing the well-being of your people at the heart of your governance. Now, leading a country as big as India, the most populous country in the world, has to be one of the most difficult jobs. But Excellency, through your leadership and selfless service to 140 crore people, you have earned the love, affection, and respect of not only of the people of India, but also of Bhutan and the entire world. Esteemed guests, Bhutan too has been blessed with enlightened leaders. It is because of the enlightened leadership of our monarchs that we in Bhutan enjoy unprecedented peace, stability, and harmony, a unique culture, a pristine natural environment, and a vibrant democracy. Through their wisdom, courage, and compassion, our beloved monarchs have guided Bhutan from a medieval society to a modern progressive nation in just one generation, in my generation. And in this journey, we have been fortunate to receive the unwavering support, generosity, and friendship of the government and the people of India. Today, our enlightened leader, King Jigme, is leading us on another important journey, the establishment of GMC, the Gelifu Mindfulness City. GMC has the distinction of being the world's first and only carbon negative city, and it is built on the timeless values of mindfulness, sustainability, harmony, and gross national happiness. As a special administrative region, GMC has its own government structure, independent laws, and an autonomous judicial system. all designed to cultivate a hub for education and knowledge, health and well-being, mindfulness and spirituality, sustainability and biodiversity, technology and finance. It is a bold step toward a future where development and sustainability go hand in hand, where economic prosperity coexists with spiritual well-being, and where Bhutan and India, two great nations, deepen their bonds of friendship through shared progress. Esteemed guests, GMC will be the legacy of not one enlightened leader, but two enlightened leaders. On the one hand, King Jigme is the inspiration and the driving force of this special city. On the other hand, my elder brother, Sri Narendra Modi, has given his blessings and provides valuable guidance and unconditional support for the realization of this royal vision. This legacy, established by our two enlightened leaders, will open a world of opportunities for Bhutan, shaping a promising future for our nation. It will also extend its influence beyond our borders, fostering beneficial opportunities for India and even reaching other parts of Asia and indeed the world. I would like to conclude with a message to my dear friends in India, all over India, and especially the captains of industry present here today. I invite you to visit the Gelifu Mindfulness City. Come, join us on this journey, a journey towards building a future where development is not only about wealth, but about well-being. Not just only about progress, but about purpose. Come, join us on this journey, a journey to an exciting future. Thank you, Jai Hind, and Pelden Dupagelo.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for sharing your invaluable insights, your thoughts, and wisdom with us. We are also thankful for your valuable presence. हम आपके अत्यंत आभारी हैं। भारत, जहां नेतृत्व केवल एक पद नहीं, बल्कि राष्ट्र सेवा का संकल्प है, और इसी संकल्प को साकार करने वाले हमारे यशस्वी नेता माननीय मोदी जी हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं, जिनकी दृष्टि केवल आज तक सीमित नहीं, बल्कि भविष्य का मार्ग प्रशस्त करने वाली है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जिनकी दूरदृष्टि, दृढ़ संकल्प और अटूट निष्ठा ने भारत को आत्मनिर्भरता, डिजिटल क्रांति और वैश्विक नेतृत्व के नए शिखरों तक पहुंचाया है। हम सभी आपकी प्रेरणादायी विचारधारा और मार्गदर्शन की प्रतीक्षा कर रहे हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, सादर अनुरोध है कि कृपया अपने प्रेरक शब्दों और आपके ज्ञान से हम सभी को मार्गदर्शित करें। वेलकम सर।
His Excellency भूटान के प्रधानमंत्री, मेरे ब्रदर दासो शेरिंगी तोपगे जी, सोल बोर्ड के चेयरमैन सुधीर मेहता, वाइस चेयरमैन हसमुख अढ़िया, उद्योग जगत के दिग्गज जो अपने जीवन में अपने अपने क्षेत्र में लीडरशिप देने में सफल रहे हैं, ऐसे अनेक महानुभावों को मैं यहां देख रहा हूं। और भविष्य जिनका इंतजार कर रहा है, ऐसे मेरे युवा साथियों को भी मैं यहां देख रहा हूं। साथियों, कुछ आयोजन ऐसे होते हैं जो हृदय के बहुत करीब होते हैं, और आज का ये कार्यक्रम भी ऐसा ही है। नेशन बिल्डिंग के लिए, बेहतर सिटीजन्स का डेवलपमेंट जरूरी है। व्यक्ति निर्माण से राष्ट्र निर्माण, जन से जगत, जन से जग, ये किसी भी ऊंचाई को प्राप्त करना है, विशालता को पाना है, तो आरंभ जन से ही शुरू होता है। हर क्षेत्र में बेहतरीन लीडर्स का डेवलपमेंट बहुत जरूरी है और समय की मांग है। और इसलिए द स्कूल ऑफ अल्टीमेट लीडरशिप की स्थापना विकसित भारत की विकास यात्रा में एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण और बहुत बड़ा कदम है। इस संस्थान के नाम में ही सौल है ऐसा नहीं है। ये भारत की सोशल लाइफ की सौल बनने वाला है, और हम लोग जिससे भली भांति परिचित है, बार बार सुनने को मिलता है, आत्मा। अगर इस सौल को उस भाव से देखें तो ये आत्मा की अनुभूति कराता है। मैं इस मिशन से जुड़े सभी साथियों का, इस संस्थान से जुड़े सभी महानुभावों का हृदय से बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। बहुत जल्द ही गिफ्ट सिटी के पास द स्कूल ऑफ अल्टीमेट लीडरशिप का एक विशाल कैंपस भी बनकर तैयार होने वाला है। और अभी जब मैं आपके बीच आ रहा था तो चेयरमैन श्री ने मुझे उसका पूरा मॉडल दिखाया, प्लान दिखाया। वाकई मुझे लगता है कि आर्किटेक्चर की दृष्टि से भी ये लीडरशिप लेगा। साथियों, आज जब द स्कूल ऑफ अल्टीमेट लीडरशिप सोल अपने सफर का पहला बड़ा कदम उठा रहा है, तब आपको ये याद रखना है कि आपकी दिशा क्या है, आपका लक्ष्य क्या है। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने कहा था, गिव मी 100 एनर्जेटिक young men and women and I shall transform India। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी भारत को गुलामी से बाहर निकालकर भारत को ट्रांसफॉर्म करना चाहते थे, और उनका विश्वास था कि अगर 100 लीडर्स उनके पास हो तो वो भारत को आजादी नहीं बल्कि दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश बना सकते हैं। इसी इच्छा शक्ति के साथ, इसी मंत्र को लेकर हम सबको और विशेषकर आपको आगे बढ़ना है। आज हर भारतीय 21वीं सदी के विकसित भारत के लिए दिन रात काम कर रहा है। ऐसे में 140 करोड़ के देश में भी हर सेक्टर में, हर वर्टिकल में, जीवन के हर पहलू में हमें उत्तम से उत्तम लीडरशिप की जरूरत है। सिर्फ पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप नहीं, जीवन के हर क्षेत्र में स्कूल ऑफ अल्टीमेट लीडरशिप के पास भी 21st सेंचुरी की लीडरशिप तैयार करने का बहुत बड़ा स्कोप है। मुझे विश्वास है स्कूल ऑफ अल्टीमेट लीडरशिप से ऐसे लीडर निकलेंगे जो देश ही नहीं बल्कि दुनिया की संस्थाओं में हर क्षेत्र में अपना परचम लहराएंगे। और हो सकता है यहां से ट्रेनिंग लेकर निकला कोई युवा शायद पॉलिटिक्स में नया मुकाम हासिल करे। साथियों, कोई भी देश जब तरक्की करता है तो नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज की अपनी भूमिका होती ही है, लेकिन उससे भी ज्यादा ह्यूमन रिसोर्स की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। मुझे याद है जब महाराष्ट्र और गुजरात के अलग होने का आंदोलन चल रहा था, तब तो हम बहुत बच्चे थे, लेकिन उस समय एक चर्चा ये भी होती थी कि गुजरात अलग होकर के क्या करेगा। उसके पास कोई प्राकृतिक संसाधन नहीं है, खदान नहीं है, न कोयला है, कुछ नहीं है, ये करेगा क्या? पानी भी नहीं है, रेगिस्तान है, और उधर पाकिस्तान है, ये करेगा क्या? और ज्यादा से ज्यादा इन गुजरात वालों के पास नमक है, और है क्या? लेकिन लीडरशिप की ताकत देखिए, आज वही गुजरात सब कुछ है। वहां के जन सामान्य में ये जो सामर्थ्य था, रोते नहीं बैठे कि ये नहीं है, वो नहीं है, दिखना नहीं, फलाना, अरे जो है सो वो। गुजरात में डायमंड की एक भी खदान नहीं है, लेकिन दुनिया में 10 में से 9 डायमंड वो हैं जो किसी न किसी के गुजराती का हाथ लगा हुआ होता है। मेरा कहने का तात्पर्य यह है कि सिर्फ संसाधन ही नहीं, सबसे बड़ा सामर्थ्य होता है ह्यूमन रिसोर्स में, मानवीय सामर्थ्य में, जनशक्ति में, और जिसको आज की भाषा में लीडरशिप कहा जाता है। 21st सेंचुरी में तो ऐसे रिसोर्स की जरूरत है जो इनोवेशन को लीड कर सके, जो स्किल को चैनलाइज कर सके। आज हम देखते हैं कि हर क्षेत्र में स्किल का कितना बड़ा महत्व है। इसलिए जो लीडरशिप डेवलपमेंट का क्षेत्र है, उसे भी नई स्किल्स चाहिए। हमें बहुत साइंटिफिक तरीके से लीडरशिप डेवलपमेंट के इस काम को तेज गति से आगे बढ़ाना है। इस दिशा में सोल की, आपके संस्थान की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। मुझे जानकर अच्छा लगा कि आपने इसके लिए काम भी शुरू कर दिया है। विधिवत भले आज आपका ये पहला कार्यक्रम दिखता हो, मुझे बताया गया कि नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के इफेक्टिव इंप्लीमेंटेशन के लिए स्टेट एजुकेशन सेक्रेटरीज, स्टेट प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टर्स और अन्य अधिकारियों के लिए वर्कशॉप हुई है। गुजरात के चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफिस के स्टाफ में लीडरशिप डेवलपमेंट के लिए चिंतन शिविर लगाया गया है। और मैं कह सकता हूं, ये तो अभी शुरुआत है। अभी तो सोल को दुनिया का सबसे बेहतरीन लीडरशिप डेवलपमेंट संस्थान बनते देखना है। और इसके लिए परिश्रम करके दिखाना भी है। साथियों, आज भारत एक ग्लोबल पावर हाउस के रूप में इमर्ज हो रहा है। ये मोमेंटम, ये स्पीड और तेज हो, हर क्षेत्र में हो, इसके लिए हमें वर्ल्ड क्लास लीडर्स की, इंटरनेशनल लीडरशिप की जरूरत है। सॉल जैसे लीडरशिप इंस्टीट्यूशंस इसमें गेम चेंजर साबित हो सकते हैं। ऐसे इंटरनेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस हमारी चॉइस ही नहीं, हमारी नेसेसिटी है। आज भारत को हर सेक्टर में एनर्जेटिक लीडर्स की भी जरूरत है, जो ग्लोबल कॉम्प्लेक्सिटीज का, ग्लोबल नीड्स का सॉल्यूशन ढूंढ पाए, जो प्रॉब्लम्स को सॉल्व करते समय देश के इंटरेस्ट को ग्लोबल स्टेज पर सबसे आगे रखें, जिनकी अप्रोच ग्लोबल हो, लेकिन सोच का एक महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा लोकल भी हो। हम ऐसे इंडिविजुअल्स तैयार करने होंगे जो इंडियन माइंड के साथ इंटरनेशनल माइंडसेट को समझते हुए आगे बढ़े, जो स्ट्रेटेजिक डिसीजन मेकिंग, क्राइसिस मैनेजमेंट और फ्यूचरिस्टिक थिंकिंग के लिए हर पल तैयार हो। अगर हमें इंटरनेशनल मार्केट्स में, ग्लोबल इंस्टीट्यूशंस में कॉम्पीट करना है, तो हमें ऐसे लीडर्स चाहिए जो इंटरनेशनल बिजनेस डायनेमिक्स की समझ रखते हो। सॉल्व का काम यही है। आपकी स्केल बड़ी है, स्कोप बड़ा है, और आपसे उम्मीद भी उतनी ही ज्यादा है। साथियों, आप सभी को एक बात हमेशा हमेशा उपयोगी होगी। आने वाले समय में लीडरशिप सिर्फ पावर तक सीमित नहीं होगी। लीडरशिप के रोल्स में वही होगा जो इनोवेशन और इम्पैक्ट की कैपेबिलिटीज हो। देश के इंडिविजुअल्स को इस नीड के हिसाब से इमर्ज होना पड़ेगा। सॉल्व इन इंडिविजुअल्स में क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग, रिस्क टेकिंग और सॉल्यूशन ड्रिवन माइंडसेट डेवलप करने वाला इंस्टीट्यूशन होगा। आने वाले समय में इस संस्थान से ऐसे लीडर्स निकलेंगे जो डिसरप्टिव चेंजेस के बीच काम करने को तैयार होंगे। साथियों, हमें ऐसे लीडर्स बनाने होंगे जो ट्रेंड बनाने में ही नहीं, ट्रेंड सेट करने के लिए काम करने वाले हो। आने वाले समय में जब हम डिप्लोमेसी से टेक इनोवेशन तक एक नई लीडरशिप को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, तो इन सारे सेक्टर्स में भारत का इन्फ्लुएंस और इम्पैक्ट दोनों कई गुना बढ़ेंगे। यानी एक तरह से भारत का पूरा विजन, पूरा फ्यूचर एक स्ट्रांग लीडरशिप जनरेशन पर निर्भर होगा। इसलिए हमें ग्लोबल थिंकिंग और लोकल अपब्रिंगिंग के साथ आगे बढ़ना है। हमारे गवर्नेंस को, हमारी पॉलिसी मेकिंग को हमने वर्ल्ड क्लास बनाना होगा। ये तभी हो पाएगा जब हमारे पॉलिसी मेकर्स, ब्यूरोक्रेट्स, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स अपनी पॉलिसीज को ग्लोबल बेस्ड प्रैक्टिस के साथ जोड़कर फ्रेम कर पाएंगे। और इसमें सोल जैसे संस्थान की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका होगी। साथियों, मैंने पहले भी कहा कि अगर हमें विकसित भारत बनाना है तो हमें हर क्षेत्र में तेज गति से आगे बढ़ना होगा। हमारे यहां शास्त्रों में कहा गया है, यत यत आचरति श्रेष्ठः तत् तत् एव इतरः जनः। यानी श्रेष्ठ मनुष्य जैसा आचरण करता है, सामान्य लोग उसे ही फॉलो करते हैं। इसलिए ऐसी लीडरशिप जरूरी है जो हर एस्पेक्ट में वैसी हो जो भारत के नेशनल विजन को रिफ्लेक्ट करे, उसके हिसाब से कंडक्ट करे। फ्यूचर लीडरशिप में विकसित भारत के निर्माण के लिए जरूरी स्टील और जरूरी स्पिरिट दोनों पैदा करना है। सॉल का उद्देश्य वही होना चाहिए। उसके बाद जरूरी चेंज और रिफॉर्म अपने आप आते रहेंगे। साथियों, ये स्टील और स्पिरिट हमें पब्लिक पॉलिसी और सोशल सेक्टर्स में भी पैदा करनी है। हमें डीप टेक, स्पेस, बायोटेक, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी जैसे अनेक इमर्जिंग सेक्टर्स के लिए लीडरशिप तैयार करनी है। स्पोर्ट्स, एग्रीकल्चर, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और सोशल सर्विस जैसे कन्वेंशनल सेक्टर्स के लिए भी नेतृत्व बनाना है। हमें हर सेक्टर्स में एक्सेलेंस को एस्पायर ही नहीं, अचीव भी करना है। इसलिए भारत को ऐसे लीडर्स की जरूरत होगी जो ग्लोबल एक्सेलेंस के नए इंस्टीट्यूशंस डेवलप करें। हमारा इतिहास तो ऐसे इंस्टीट्यूशंस की ग्लोरियस स्टोरी से भरा पड़ा है। हमें उस स्पिरिट को रिवाइव करना है और ये मुश्किल भी नहीं है। दुनिया में से अनेक देशों के उदाहरण हैं जिन्होंने ये करके दिखाया है। मैं समझता हूं यहां इस हॉल में बैठे साथी और बाहर जो हमें सुन रहे हैं, देख रहे हैं, ऐसे लाखों लाख साथी हैं, सबके सब सामर्थ्यवान है। ये इंस्टीट्यूट आपके सपनों, आपके विजन की भी प्रयोगशाला होनी चाहिए, ताकि आज से 25-50 साल बाद की पीढ़ी आपको गर्व के साथ याद करे। आप आज जो ये नींव रख रहे हैं, उसका गौरवगान कर सके। साथियों, एक इंस्टीट्यूट के रूप में आपके सामने करोड़ों भारतीयों का संकल्प और सपना दोनों एकदम स्पष्ट होना चाहिए। आपके सामने वो सेक्टर्स और फैक्टर्स भी स्पष्ट होने चाहिए जो हमारे लिए चैलेंज भी है और अपॉर्चुनिटी भी है। जब हम एक लक्ष्य के साथ आगे बढ़ते हैं, मिलकर प्रयास करते हैं, तो नतीजे भी अद्भुत मिलते हैं। The bond forged by a shared purpose is stronger than blood. ये माइंडसेट को यूनाइट करता है, ये पैशन को फ्यूल करता है और ये समय की कसौटी पर खरा उतरता है। जब कॉमन गोल बड़ा होता है, जब आपका पर्पस बड़ा होता है, ऐसे में लीडरशिप भी विकसित होती है, टीम स्पिरिट भी विकसित होती है। लोग खुद को अपने गोल्स के लिए डेडिकेट कर देते हैं। जब कॉमन गोल होता है, एक शेयर्ड पर्पस होता है, तो हर इंडिविजुअल की बेस कैपेसिटी भी बाहर आती है। और इतना ही नहीं, वो बड़े संकल्प के अनुसार अपनी कैपेबिलिटी बढ़ाता भी है और इस प्रोसेस में एक लीडर डेवलप होता है। उसमें जो क्षमता नहीं है, उसे वो एक्वायर करने की कोशिश करता है ताकि और ऊपर पहुंच सके। साथियों, जब शेयर्ड पर्पस होता है, तो टीम स्पिरिट की अभूतपूर्व भावना हमें गाइड करती है। जब सारे लोग एक शेयर्ड पर्पस के को ट्रैवलर के तौर पर एक साथ चलते हैं, तो एक बॉन्डिंग विकसित होती है। ये टीम बिल्डिंग का प्रोसेस भी लीडरशिप को जन्म देता है। हमारी आजादी की लड़ाई से बेहतर शेयर्ड पर्पस का क्या उदाहरण हो सकता है। हमारे फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल से सिर्फ पॉलिटिक्स से नहीं, दूसरे सेक्टर्स में भी लीडर्स बने। आज हमें आजादी के आंदोलन के उसी भाव को वापस जीना है, उसी से प्रेरणा लेते हुए आगे बढ़ना है। साथियों, संस्कृत में एक बहुत ही सुंदर सुभाषित है, अमंत्रम अक्षरम नास्ति, नास्ति मूलम अनौषधम, अयोग्य पुरुषो नास्ति, योजकाः तत्र दुर्लभ। यानी ऐसा कोई शब्द नहीं जिसमें मंत्र न बन सके, ऐसी कोई जड़ी बूटी नहीं जिससे औषधि न बन सके, कोई भी ऐसा व्यक्ति नहीं जो अयोग्य हो। लेकिन सभी को जरूरत सिर्फ ऐसे योजनाकार की है जो उनका सही जगह इस्तेमाल करे। उन्हें सही दिशा दे। सॉल का रोल भी उस योजनाकार का ही है। आपको भी शब्दों को मंत्र में बदलना है, जड़ी बूटी को औषधि में बदलना है। यहां भी कई लीडर्स बैठे हैं। आपने लीडरशिप के ये गुर सीखे हैं, तराशे हैं। मैंने कहीं पढ़ा था, इफ यू डेवलप योरसेल्फ you can experience personal success. If you develop a team, or your organization can experience growth. If you develop leaders, your organization can achieve explosive growth. इन 3 वाक्यों से हमें हमेशा याद रहेगा कि हमें क्या करना है, हमें कंट्रीब्यूट करना है। साथियों, आज देश में एक नई सामाजिक व्यवस्था बन रही है, जिसको वो युवा पीढ़ी गढ़ रही है, जो 21वीं सदी में पैदा हुई है, जो बीते दशक में पैदा हुई है। ये सही मायने में विकसित भारत की पहली पीढ़ी होने जा रही है, अमृत पीढ़ी होने जा रही है। मुझे विश्वास है कि नया संस्थान ऐसी इस अमृत पीढ़ी की लीडरशिप तैयार करने में एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाएगा। एक बार फिर से आप सभी को मैं बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। भूटान के राजा का जन्मदिन होना और हमारे यहाँ ये अवसर होना, ये अपने आप में बहुत ही सुभग संयोग है। और भूटान के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इतने महत्वपूर्ण दिवस में यहां आना और भूटान के राजा का उनको यहां भेजने में बहुत बड़ा रोल रहा है, तो मैं उनका भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। साथियों, ये 2 दिन अगर मेरे पास समय होता तो मैं 2 दिन यहीं रह जाता। क्योंकि मैं कुछ समय पहले विकसित भारत का एक कार्यक्रम था, आप में से कई नौजवान थे उसमें, तो लगभग पूरा दिन यहाँ रहा था, सबसे मिला, गप्पे मार रहा था। मुझे बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला, बहुत कुछ जानने को मिला। और आज तो मेरा सौभाग्य, मैं देख रहा हूं कि फर्स्ट रो में सारे लीडर्स वो बैठे हैं जो अपने जीवन में सफलता की नई नई ऊंचाइयां प्राप्त कर चुके हैं। ये आपके लिए बड़ा अवसर है इन सबके साथ मिलना, बैठना, बातें करना। मुझे सौभाग्य नहीं मिलता है, क्योंकि मुझे जब ये मिलते हैं तब वो कुछ न कुछ काम लेके आते हैं। लेकिन आपको उनके अनुभव से बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलेगा, जानने को मिलेगा। वे स्वयं में अपने अपने क्षेत्र में बड़े अचीवर्स हैं और उन्होंने इतना समय आप लोगों के दिया है। इसी में मन लगता है कि सॉल नाम की इंस्टीट्यूशन का मैं बहुत उज्जवल भविष्य देख रहा हूं। जब ऐसे सफल लोग बीज बोते हैं तो वो वटवृक्ष भी सफलता की नई ऊंचाइयों को प्राप्त करने वाले लीडर्स को पैदा करके रहेगा। ये पूरे विश्वास के साथ मैं फिर एक बार इस समय देने वाले, सामर्थ्य बढ़ाने वाले, शक्ति देने वाले हर किसी का आभार व्यक्त करते हुए, मेरे नौजवानों के लिए मेरे बहुत सपने हैं, मेरी बहुत उम्मीदें हैं और मैं हर पल मैं मेरे देश के नौजवानों के लिए कुछ न कुछ करता रहूं, ये भाव मेरे भीतर हमेशा पड़ा रहता है। मौका ढूंढता रहता हूं और आज फिर एक बार वो अवसर मिला है। मेरी तरफ से नौजवानों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, we express our deepest gratitude for your valuable time and insights, sir. As you depart, we extend our heartfelt thanks and best wishes for your continued you can kindly call them back as we're about to begin the session with our foremost speaker, Shri Ashwini Vaishnavji. He'll be over here in a moment and we shall begin. Also, kindly put your mobile phones again on silent mode or vibrating mode in order to maintain the decorum of the speaker and the hall. Thank you. Those who can hear my voice outside, a humble request to each one of you to kindly take up your seats again. We have a power-packed day, day 1 and also day 2. So we wish to save on time as much as we can so that we can hear from our speakers, the leaders, the stalwarts. Ladies and gentlemen, we can network during the lunchtime. So a humble request to each one of you to kindly take up your seats again. Those who are outside and can hear my voice, please. Also those present in the adjacent hall, we humbly request you to kindly take up your seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen who are outside can kindly take up their seats inside the hall. Our Honorable Union Minister, sir, is arriving. He's already here in the premises. Just in order to maintain the decorum, we request you to kindly come up and take up your seats, please. Welcome back, and I humbly request each one of you to kindly take up your seats, please. Also put your mobile phones on silent mode or vibrating mode. Those who are still outside, I request Everyone to kindly come and take up your seats, please. Also put your mobile phones in silent mode or vibrating mode. Our Honorable Union Minister, Sir, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav will be here in just a moment. It's right there. You want right away?
Check, check.
क्या नहीं मिला? वो शायद यूज करना चाहे. I know I'm not privileged. I know. Don't lie. I have that list. In order to maintain the decorum, we request to be kindly seated all the while. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the Honorable Union Minister for Railways, Information and Broadcasting and Electronics and IT. We welcome you, sir. It is indeed our pleasure to have you over here. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, our foremost speaker after the inaugural session is a leader at the forefront of India's digital and infrastructure revolution. A former IAS officer, an alumnus of IIT Kanpur and Wharton, and the driving force behind transformative railway and technology reforms is Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, the Honorable Union Minister for Railways, Information and Broadcasting and Electronics and IT. Sir, we humbly request you to kindly guide us with the stories, insights, and talks of yours. Welcome, sir. Sir, it's right.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be with you, friends. पहले बताओ किस में बोलना है, हिंदी में बोलना है, इंग्लिश में बोलना है? हिंदी वाले हाथ खड़े कर लो यार. कितने? अब इंग्लिश वाले हाथ खड़े कर दो. अच्छा चलो मिक्स वाले हाथ खड़े कर दो. सभी का मिक्स है. Mix is like 95%. I'll wait for him. Chalo, when he comes, I will. So, I was told by one of my mentors, Dr. Hasmukh Bhai Adiya ji, कि अपनी जिंदगी के बारे में बोलना है. Now that's the most difficult topic ever in life. है तो difficult है. अपने बारे में बोलना, पब्लिक में बोलना, या तो आप प्रेज करोगे या तो भी गलत है, और अगर बुराई करोगे तो भी गलत है. Most difficult thing. I thought let me start with something which has made a very big difference in my life. Something which has been a game changer, thought changer, एक total life में जो change लाने वाला point रहा, वो मैं आपके साथ में share करूँगा. Is that fine? आप में से कितने लोग 25 से कम के हैं? 25 से कम, right? तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें होगी जो आपने कभी बुक्स में ही पढ़ी होगी या नेट पे पढ़ी होगी, देखी हुई नहीं होगी, राइट? पर जो विल स्टार्ट विद समथिंग दैट यू हैव सीन. देखी हुई चीज में से वंदे भारत देखी हुई है? कितने लोगों ने देखी है? कितने लोग बैठे हैं? बैठे वाले भी काफी हैं, राइट? कैसा एक्सपीरियंस है? अच्छा है? कैसा है? अच्छा है? क्या अच्छा लगा? कोई एक जना खड़ा हो जाए. हाँ बेटा आप खड़े हो जाओ. हाँ राइट, टाइम बचाता है. और किसी का? हाँ अरे वाह. हमें पता भी नहीं चला कब पहुंच गए. वेरी गुड. ये हुई ना बात. और ये मेरे जैसा है बिल्कुल. वेरी गुड. मैं इसी पॉइंट पे आना चाहता था. थैंक्स यार. क्या नाम है? अभी के लिए जोर से ताली बजा लो सबके साथ. शाउट आउट. ताली से क्या होता है? Come sir, come. I welcome His Excellency Honorable Prime Minister of Bhutan, a good friend and a wonderful person. So Avi, now how did that happen? I want to share that story because that has been a very big learning thing for me that changed the way I think. That's why I want to share that story with you. When the design had to be done, you know, it's like Vande Bharat train mane, practically it's a power plant running at a speed of 160 kmph. सुधीर भाई बैठे हैं, पावर प्लांट कितना कॉम्प्लेक्स होता है, राइट? कितना पावर प्लांट कितना कॉम्प्लेक्स होता है, राइट? यहाँ पे पावर जनरेट करना है, उस पावर को यूज भी करना है और 100 kmph से ज़्यादा की स्पीड पे उसको चलाना है. यानी क्या वाइब्रेशंस का ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा, किस तरह से सारे सिस्टम्स एक से दूसरे से इंटीग्रेट होने पड़ेंगे, वो सब का सब हमको ध्यान रखने की जरूरत पड़ती है, राइट? अब जब चैलेंज सामने था कि हमको वर्ल्ड क्लास बनानी है, ऐसा हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, पीएम साहब ने चैलेंज सबके सामने रखा कि वर्ल्ड क्लास बनानी है. तो वर्ल्ड क्लास बनानी है, तो वर्ल्ड क्लास के लिए जितने भी पैरामीटर्स हैं उन सबको वी हैव टू डू अ बेंचमार्किंग. ओके, वर्ल्ड क्लास सीट्स, वर्ल्ड क्लास टॉयलेट्स, वर्ल्ड क्लास इलेक्ट्रिकल्स, वर्ल्ड क्लास. उसमें जो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज आया, जो अभी ने बोला, टेक्नोलॉजी का इंटीग्रेशन. बोगी क्या होती है? बोगी क्या होती है? जिसमें बैठते हो, राइट? नहीं, वो बोगी नहीं होती. वो बोगी नहीं होती. आप कहते हो ना कि बोगी नंबर S6, बोगी नंबर B2, नहीं, वो बोगी नहीं होती है. दैट्स, किसने बोला? इनके लिए ताली बजाओ. सॉलिड. क्या नाम आपका?
ध्वनि.
ध्वनि जी के लिए ताली, राइट? दैट्स कोच. जिसमें बैठते वो क्या है? कोच है. अरे यार, क्लास में तो थोड़ा तेज बोलने का मजा आता है ना. क्या है वो? हाँ. और बोगी होती है उसके नीचे का चेसी फ्रेम, जिसके ऊपर व्हील्स लगे हुए हैं, मोटर लगती है, ब्रेक लगता है, बुल गियर लगता है, जितने भी नीचे के मैकेनिज्म में एयर स्प्रिंग लगती है, उसको कहते हैं बोगी. जैसे ट्रक के नीचे चेसी होता है ना, बस के नीचे एक चेसी होता है, उसके ऊपर बॉडी बिल्ड होती है, राइट? तो उसमें हमने टीम को चैलेंज दिया. नॉर्मली अगर 4 मिलीमीटर का डिजाइन का मार्जिन है, तो इसमें 1 मिलीमीटर का डिजाइन का मार्जिन लेना है. वैसा क्यों दिया चैलेंज? वैसा इसलिए दिया कि जब कोई चीज भारत से बनेगी, उसके ऊपर पीपल विल पुट मेनी क्वेश्चन मार्क्स. सो नाउ वी हैव टू प्रूव समथिंग. व्हेन वी वांट टू प्रूव समथिंग, देन वी हैव टू बी बेटर देन मेनी अदर्स. करेक्ट? हम ये भी सोच सकते थे कि अगर दुनिया में 4 का मार्जिन है, तो आप उसको 6 का बना लो, चलेगा, राइट? एक जो एटीट्यूड 50-60 साल तक था देश में, चलेगा, चलता है, जैसा भी है, राइट? उससे बाहर निकलना है. उससे बाहर निकलना तो क्या करना पड़ेगा? हमें एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी, अपने बेंचमार्क को और कहीं पे ले जाना पड़ेगा. करेक्ट? तो वो बेंचमार्क वंदे भारत में लिया, बहुत ही फाइन उसका डिजाइन किया. अब उसमें सामने, अपने सामने टारगेट है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 15 अगस्त में लाल किले से बोला है कि हम 1 साल के अंदर अंदर इतनी 24 महीने के अंदर अंदर इतना काम करके दिखा देंगे, राइट? अब आपके सामने डिजाइन भी बेटर लानी है और टाइम भी मेंटेन करना है, राइट? ऐसे में जो डिसीजन मेकिंग होती है, दैट इज व्हेन योर थॉट प्रोसेस कम्स इनटू बिग टेस्ट. It's very easy to achieve something when the constraints are not there. It's very difficult to achieve things when constraints are there. And when constraints are very, very difficult, they are public, they are open. So then what do you do? And all of you will face those things. All of you are the brightest minds in the country today, right? All of you have achieved so much, that's why you are here. So you will be facing those things in whichever field you want to go. You want to go in the field of arts, want to go in the field of academics, want to go into industry, want to go in, become entrepreneurs, want to be in the field of technology. You will always face those challenges. I have faced multiple times. I am sharing one experiment with you, one experience with you. because that's very, very relevant. That is the time when you have to really, really put your head down, make sure that you are listing out everything which is needed to be done. You are also listing out everything that is going to make your project fail. This is what I thought I must share with you. Make a list of everything that will make the project fail. So I used to ask my team के 2 members यहाँ पे बैठे भी हैं, कि इससे ये कैसे फेल होगा, ये बताओ. फेल क्यों होगा साहब? नहीं, कैसे फेल होगा वो बताओ. क्या चीज है जो नहीं होने से प्रोजेक्ट फेल हो जाएगा? What else will make this project fail? What else will make this project fail? What else can cause this project to fail? What else can lead us to a scenario which we don't desire, right? This thinking makes your entire decision making very robust. Then you realize कि यहाँ पर ये दिक्कत है, यहाँ पर ये दिक्कत है, यहाँ पर ये दिक्कत है. Now this is what I should do for this. This is what I should do for this. This is what I should do for this. That makes you a very robust execution person, a robust design person. I thought I'll share this learning with you so that it can help you when you are handling some challenging task. कोई भी आएगा लाइफ में, चैलेंज तो आएगा ही आएगा, राइट? उस वक्त ये चीज आपके शायद काम आ जाए, याद रहेगी तो. भूल तो जाते हैं ना. लेकिन अगर याद रहेगी तो दिस विल बी अ वेरी बिग थिंग दैट विल हेल्प यू. That was first thing I wanted to share with you. The second thing which I wanted to share with you is focus. Life का English dictionary का most beautiful word is focus. If there is one word which really, really makes a big difference in any person's life, that is focus. If you can focus, if we can focus, we can achieve so much. How many of you have interest in working of the brain? बुक्स पढ़ी है, यूट्यूब पे वीडियो देखा होगा, इंस्टा पे वीडियो देखा होगा, राइट? देखा होगा. कई सारे अच्छे पॉडकास्ट हैं विच बेसिकली टेड टॉक भी है कुछ जो विच एक्सप्लेन हाउ द ब्रेन फंक्शंस. द ब्रेन व्हेन इट लुक्स एट वन थिंग, व्हेन इट्स वर्किंग ऑन वन सिंगल आइटम, देन इट इज लाइक द ब्रेन ऑफ अ PhD scholar. If it is working on 2 items, then it is like a master's. If it is working simultaneously on 3 things, then it is like a bachelor's. If it is simultaneously working on more than 5 items, then it is like a we know. Correct? It becomes very less performance. It becomes really, really inefficient. So how do you achieve that? How do you achieve that? To achieve that, we have to train ourselves to focus on one thing which is the most important to achieve today, achieve now, achieve in the present. एक गौतम बुद्धा का, भगवान बुद्ध का एक बहुत अच्छा स्टोरी आता है, मैंने कई साल पहले पढ़ा था. भगवान बुद्ध के पास में एक आदमी गया, बोला कि मुझे आप बताओ उस पहाड़ के ऊपर चढ़ना है, कैसे चढ़ूं? तो भगवान बुद्ध ने उनको बोला, उस पहाड़ की चिंता मत करो, तुम जस्ट चिंता करो कि तुम्हारा नेक्स्ट स्टेप क्या होगा. व्हाट इज योर नेक्स्ट स्टेप? थिंक ऑफ दैट. एक स्टेप आप उस पर फोकस करो, कैसे ढंग से वो स्टेप लोगे, नेक्स्ट लेवल पे पहुंचोगे, वहां पे स्टेबल होना, उसके बाद में अगला स्टेप सोचो. That brings the focus. If you are thinking of 20 different things simultaneously, then your focus will not come. मेरा जो WhatsApp का स्टेटस है, that is feed your focus and starve your distractions. जो भी distractions हैं उनको starve करो. कैसे starve करोगे? If you come to my room, you'll find that there is no TV which is on. TV distracts. If you come to my room and I'm talking to you, you'll find that the phone will probably not be at the place where I'm sitting discussing with you, because phone distracts. That's an urgent thing, but then that takes away the focus. If I'm working with a team in a room, Chitrakoot room, where we do most of the brainstorming work, then 99.9% there won't be any phone in that room. So there is no distraction. So we have to starve our distractions and feed our focus so that we can achieve the maximum potential of the biggest gift God has given us, which is our brain, right? These are the two things I thought I'll share with you. And how are we doing on time, sir? Now we can take the questions. Open for questions. And how do we moderate the questions? Dhaniji, will you moderate the questions? I don't want to be that. Everybody else will be happy. Okay, we start from whichever. हाँ, young man. ऐसे बोल रहे यार. वो तेरी आवाज तो ऐसे बोल. एक इधर के लिए रख लो.
Hello. So good afternoon, sir. I'm Mithilesh Khandwala. I'm 15 years of age. So, sir, my question is, as you know, you're such a good leader. There are two tactics of leadership. One is leading from the front, and the other is leading from behind. So, sir, in both cases, it has its pros and it has its cons. And so, what do you prefer, and what do you expect the generation of today to prefer, leading from front or leading from
Superb
behind?
question, man. At your age, I don't think I would have ever been able to ask a question like this. What a bright person you are. Great, Bato. Leading from the front, leading from the back. ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं होता है. You always have to lead from the front. There is no other way to lead. There is no other way to lead. You have to lead from the front. I don't know. I'll give you a slightly different example than the two that I gave. Baleshwar mein, there was a major accident in June 2023. I'm sure all of you are aware of it. When trains collided and things happened. I was there on the site for almost 4 days. And clinically thinking कि कैसे areas को divide करना है, कैसे roles and responsibilities distribute करनी है, to make sure that people don't get tired, make sure that everything is done the way it is to be done. Right? You have to lead from the front. Have to. There is no other way to lead. वो जमाने गए जब एम्परर बैठेगा पैलेस में और आर्मी जाएगी सामने. Those days are like history. हिस्ट्री बुक में से भी निकलने लग गया अब तो वो बहुत पुराना हो गया, राइट? तो अभी तो you have to lead from the front, right? That's my experience in life. This side?
Yeah.
On this side.
Namaste, sir. My name is Nikita Pradeep Talnekar. I'm from Pune, Maharashtra.
कशा आहेत?
मजेत. तुम्ही कसे आहात?
खूप छान.
तुम्हाला बघून खूप छान वाटलं.
चितले बंधू मिष्ठान भंडार से लेने के.
सर, माझा हा प्रश्न होता. आता थोड्या वेळापूर्वी मोदीजी म्हणाले,
समझ में आने के लिए हिंदी में बोल.
Okay, just a while ago, Modi ji said he spoke about leading with compassion. Right now, you spoke about the 2023, the problem which happened. Now, that's a high-pressure environment. Few minutes ago, you said you have to focus. How do you handle leading with compassion, focus, and everything that is there that it means to be, means to do as in a position that you are in? So how do you handle that? I feel that it's like a
very
difficult
important point. Very, very difficult thing. Very important also. But it's possible. It's possible. See, I came from a very small village. Very ordinary family. Our Prime Minister also, you have known what kind of background with which, how much struggle he has done. If we think that we have to achieve this, and if we put a heart, soul, body, mind, everything in it, there's nothing in this world that you cannot achieve. Everything you can achieve. And under the toughest of the situations, if you can keep your mind cool, think of what needs to be done. Buddha, what is your next step? Correct? Focus. Starve your distractions. Right? compassion comes from the heart. If you can just make your mind focused on these items, you will do that only. You will do that only. I had a choice today. I could have taken a speech and read it out to you, right? I decided not to do that because I wanted to be connected with you today, correct? देखा वन ऑन वन जाके बात करेंगे. तो वंस यू डिसाइड दैट, देन रात में मुझे मेरी टीम मेंबर मेरे बोल रहे थे कि रात में 10 बजे बोला कि तैयारी करनी है सर्कल की स्पीच की. मैंने कहा इस बार मैं बिना तैयारी के जाऊंगा, तैयारी नहीं करके जाऊंगा, सो दैट इट्स डायरेक्ट कनेक्ट. ऐसा है ना, तो जो सोचोगे वो हो जाएगा.
धन्यवाद सर. नंतर चान्स मिळाला तर माहीत नाही, पण इथूनच चरण स्पर्श.
अरे थैंक यू. ऐसा नहीं करना.
जय हिंद सर. जय हिंद सर. आप बहुत स्मार्ट लग रहे हैं, बहुत ही स्मार्ट लग रहे हैं आप यूथ कनेक्टिविटी में. मैं रोहित कुमार जोगी, फाउंडर ऑफ युवा सोच आर्मी. मैं एक सोशल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन चलाता हूँ. आप जो अभी एक हादसा हुआ रेलवे का, आप मैनेजमेंट को लीडरशिप से कैसे व्याख्यान करते हैं? मेरा ये बड़ा क्वेश्चन था, क्योंकि एक ऐसी घटना जो हम सभी को रूबरू करती गई और ये कहीं ना कहीं यूथ को एक मोटिव करती जा रही है. तो मैं बस ये जानना चाहता हूँ, आप ऐसे मैनेजमेंट को कैसे लीडरशिप से नेतृत्व करते हैं सर?
मैनेजमेंट और लीडरशिप के बीच में जो डिफरेंस है वो प्लानिंग और इंस्पिरेशन वाला डिफरेंस है. इंस्पायर कब होता है व्यक्ति? कोई व्यक्ति इंस्पायर आपके साथ कैसे होता है? इंस्पिरेशन तब आता है जब सामने वाला लगता है कि ये मेरे साथ है, लीडर मेरे साथ है, हम अलग नहीं है, ये टीम अलग नहीं है, साथ जिएंगे, साथ मरेंगे, एक साथ काम करेंगे, जो प्रॉब्लम आएगी वो एक साथ सॉल्व करेंगे. प्रॉब्लम्स बहुत आएंगी. ये डिफरेंस अगर हम अपने आप में ले आए तो बहुत कुछ अचीव कर सकते हैं. तो फिर हम मैनेजमेंट से निकल के लीडरशिप में आ जाएंगे. मैनेजमेंट तो कोई भी पढ़ के भी कर सकता है, राइट? मैनेजमेंट की टेक्निक्स होती है, टूल्स होते हैं, वो पढ़ के भी कोई भी कर सकता है. लीडरशिप में यू हैव टू बी देयर ऑन द स्पॉट, फ्रॉम द फ्रंट, एंड बी विद द टीम. टीम को लगना चाहिए कि ये मेरा है, मैं इनके साथ हूँ, ये मेरे लिए है, राइट? देन इट हैपन्स. इस तरह के लाइफ में बहुत इंस्टेंसेस आएंगे जब ये डिफरेंस आप खुद फील करोगे. जब खुद फील करोगे तब एक्चुअल में लगेगा कि ये आज असली आंसर मिला.
थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू सो मच.
हेलो. हाँ, नमस्ते सर. मैं मध्य प्रदेश से आता हूँ. मेरा नाम अभिषेक सुमन है. सर मेरा आपसे क्वेश्चन है, आप इससे पहले एक आईएएस ऑफिसर रहे और सर आज आप एक पॉलिटिशियन हैं और साथ ही साथ एक रेलवे विभाग को आप संभाल रहे हैं, माननीय मंत्री जी हैं. तो सर एक आईएएस से एक रेलवे मंत्री की जर्नी में आप क्या अंतर पाते हैं?
सबसे बड़ा जो पॉलिटिकल लाइफ में एडवांटेज है वो ये है कि आपका कैनवस बहुत ब्रॉड है. ब्यूरोक्रेसी, जो रूल्स बने हैं उन रूल के फ्रेमवर्क में चलना होता है. जब आप पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप में आते हो तो आपको वो फ्रीडम भी है कि आप रूल्स को भी चेंज कर सकते हो, बना सकते हो, कानून नए बना सकते हो. टेलीकॉम के सुनील मित्तल साहब यहाँ पे बैठे हैं, राइट? टेलीकॉम सेक्टर पूरा का पूरा बहुत सारे लिटिगेशंस में फंसा हुआ था. लगातार ये केस, वो केस, यहाँ पे सुप्रीम कोर्ट, हाई कोर्ट, लगातार. अगर एक ब्यूरोक्रेट सोचेगा उसमें तो वो जो एग्जिस्टिंग रूल्स है, एग्जिस्टिंग लॉज के हिसाब से सोचेगा. और जब पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप का दायित्व आता है तो आदमी सोचेगा कि ये कानून मैं क्यों ना बदल दूं. तो हम लोगों ने काम किया, 2 साल काम किया. और अच्छा, ये अच्छा क्विज है, ये क्विज मैं लेता हूँ. टेलीकॉम सेक्टर वन ऑफ द मोस्ट हाईटेक सेक्टर्स, राइट? टेलीकॉम सेक्टर का जो कानून होगा वो मॉडर्न होना चाहिए. बताओ अपने देश का कानून कौन से साल का था? 18, राइट? 1885 का कानून था. कैन यू बिलीव दैट? दैट इज व्हाट वी कैन चेंज, एंड वी चेंज्ड इट. वी गॉट अ ब्रांड न्यू फॉर योर जनरेशन, फॉर योर एस्पिरेशंस. वी गॉट अ ब्रांड न्यू लॉ, टेलीकॉम एक्ट. दैट्स द डिफरेंस बिटवीन अ bureaucratic journey and a political journey.
Hi, sir. I am.
So I've been told to wind up.
Okay.
So thanks a lot. Thank you, friends. अच्छा लगा.
So we request you to kindly come on the stage. We want to present a, yeah, I'm so sorry for that. In order to present a token of gesture to our Honorable Union Minister, sir, I request Mr. Manan Goel, he's a literature graduate from Delhi University, to kindly present the memento to sir. Yeah. बहुत बहुत तालियां हो जाए पहला session, and he was able to connect to you all in a very, very great manner. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, thank you, sir, for your invaluable perspectives. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So we are moving towards the next session. You're not going anywhere, guys. Settle down. Yes, thank you so much. A Padma Bhushan awardee, a pioneer of the telecom revolution and the first Indian citizen honored as an honorary knight by King Charles III. Please welcome the visionary behind Airtel's global success, Mr. Sunil Bharti Mittal, the founder and chairman of Bharti Enterprises. Welcome, sir. You want this, sir?
A very good morning to all of you. I think I'll also stay with a mixed Hindi and English, given that was the popular outcome of the previous vote by our minister. At the outset, let me first of all say a very warm welcome to Honorable Prime Minister here. And your words this morning were truly inspirational. And I'm here at the invitation of Hasmukh Ji, who asked me to come and share some of my experiences of building Airtel, Bharti Airtel, in this country and beyond the shores of India. When I looked at the background of what soul is, it deeply touched my heart. कुछ ऐसा सोल में लगा जो सोल को छू गया. School of Ultimate Leadership, जिसमें the three pillars are excellence, integrity, and altruism. These are really, truly very powerful initiatives by any school anywhere in the world. And this is just not an initiative, it's a soch, it's a thought. And when I was told this is the brainchild of our Honorable Prime Minister, and we all experienced that this morning, how deeply he was attached, dil se bole, बहुत खुल के बोले, अपनी स्पीच ख़त्म करने के बाद उन्होंने कुछ और भी बातें बोली. अब सबसे उन्होंने कनेक्ट किया, अब सबसे आकांक्षाएं बनाई कि आप एक दिन बड़े लीडर बनेंगे. What our Prime Minister recognizes it, that you have to multiply leadership. एक लीडर और कितने लीडर बनाएगा और वो अपनी टर्न में कितने और लीडर बनाएंगे, उसी से कंपनीज बनती हैं, उसी से देश बनते हैं, उसी से दुनिया चलती है. So I am very pleased that I have this opportunity and privilege to be one of the panelists and speakers here today, to talk to this young crowd. And all of you are truly young. When I walked into this room, I was surprised, because normally you come into these sessions and you have a lot of familiar, known faces. And when I walked in, I said, "Oh, this is really a young crowd." And I earlier had the chance of meeting the youngest one here, of 15 years old, who asked a question just a little while ago. Here he is now. And I must say that you are the future of this country. And I'm glad that we have been assembled, some of us have been assembled here over the next 2 days to talk about our experiences. क्योंकि वक्त बहुत कम है, आपको क्वेश्चंस भी कुछ पूछने होंगे, कमेंट्स भी होंगे. मेरी ज़िंदगी आप ही की तरह बहुत बचपन में शुरू हुई. 18 साल की उम्र में मैं अपने बिज़नेस में आ गया, और बहुत छोटे से पैसे से, उस वक्त 20,000 रुपये, शायद आज 2, 3, 4 लाख के बराबर होगा, उससे मैंने शुरुआत की. जैसे अभी अश्विनी जी ने बोला कि जो कैनवस होती है, हर की एक डिफरेंट कैनवस होती है। मैं पढ़ाई में बहुत तेज़ नहीं था आपकी तरह, तो बड़ी मुश्किल से मैंने अपनी ग्रेजुएशन करके 18 साल की उम्र में मैंने अपना काम शुरू किया। मेरी कैनवस बिजनेस की कैनवस थी, उसी से मैंने अपनी शुरुआत की और वहीं से मैंने अपने धीरे धीरे बिजनेस बनाना शुरू किया। पर एक बड़ा क्लियर मेरे माइंड में एक विजन था कि बिजनेस तो करूँगा, पर बिजनेस ऐसे करूँगा कि सिर्फ वेल्थ क्रिएशन नहीं होनी चाहिए, सिर्फ पैसा नहीं बनना चाहिए। इट शुड नॉट बी merely a tool to make money, but it should be a tool to create an impact, a very deep impact in the society, and it must be a force for good. जब छोटे बिजनेस होते हैं तो ज़ाहिर तौर पे उसमें कोई इम्पैक्ट नहीं हो सकता ज़्यादा, और शुरू में आपको अपने लिए रिसोर्सेज भी इकट्ठे करने होते हैं। आपको, हमारे ज़माने में आज की तरह फंड रेज आसान नहीं था। आज तो आपके पास आइडिया है तो पैसे मिलेंगे। इफ़ यू हैव अ गुड आइडिया, देयर आर लॉट्स ऑफ पीपल बैंकिंग यू आउट देयर. It was not in our time. You needed land, you needed machinery. There is no money. How do you buy land? If there is no land, where do you get the money? Because there's nothing to mortgage with the banks. So it is a very difficult cycle in those days. But some of us kept on working hard and assiduously towards our goals. And finally, some small successes in the earlier years led to some more successes. It kept on building. As they say, 1% each time compounds into something very big. And that's what you have to keep in mind. और फिर सेटबैक भी होते हैं, पीछे भी आएंगे, उससे डरना नहीं है. Never get discouraged with that. So there's always a proposition where you will move forward and then you will go and surge forward. And occasionally you will get a gust of wind behind you and you will take a big jump forward. इसी तरह मेरी ज़िंदगी शुरू हुई. 18 से लेके करीब 22-23 साल तक बहुत स्ट्रगल रहा. ट्रक की छत पे, ट्रेन की ज़मीन पे, हर तरह का काम मैंने किया हुआ है. आज वंदे भारत की बात हो रही थी. हमारे वक्त तो बहुत उसी तरह की ट्रेन्स थी. आंखों में कोयला भी पड़ता था, ज़मीन पे भी बैठना पड़ता था, खाने के लिए भी कुछ खास नहीं होता था ट्रेन्स में. तो वो ज़िंदगी देखी है, पर वहाँ से निकाल के लाए आगे. और क्योंकि ट्रेनिंग इतनी ज़बरदस्त उस वक्त हुई, ग्राउंड से हुई, तो पक भी गए, ताकि जब आगे जाके बड़ी बड़ी battles लड़नी थी, when we had to go and fight some very big battles which were almost existential in our life, we could deal with it because we were very well prepared for it. So my life journey has been quite a tumultuous one. It's been quite a interesting one, a lot of ups and downs. Many of you would have read about the story of Bharti Airtel, personally my own life story. So I will not stay too much with that. I have a few messages for you today because I was inspired by our Honorable Prime Minister this morning. And when he spoke to some of us sitting here, he said, you must share your experiences with this group so that they can leave this two-day seminar with a much better perspective of how leaders have shaped their careers in their life. And I would like to do that today with you. So first and foremost, I think जो भी आप करिए, किसी भी फील्ड में जाइए, अश्विनी जी ने अभी बोला, आर्ट में जाइए, साइंस में जाइए, टेक्निकल एजुकेशन में जाइए, मेडिकल में जाइए, जहाँ भी जाना है, ये सोच के जाइए कि हमें अपनी ज़िंदगी में जो करना है वो ऐसे करें कि दैट शुड बी सो इम्पैक्टफुल दैट इट क्रिएट्स अ लॉट ऑफ इम्पैक्ट इन द सोसाइटी इन अ वेरी पॉजिटिव वे. वी मस्ट बी वट एवर वी डू बी अ फोर्स फॉर गुड. दैट हैज़ टू बी द फर्स्ट प्रिंसिपल. जो भी करो अच्छा करो. सेकेंड इज लीडरशिप स्टाइल. एक क्वेश्चन पूछा गया यहाँ कि शुड वी लीड फ्रॉम द फ्रंट और फ्रॉम बिहाइंड. एंड आई थिंक वी हर्ड आवर ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर दैट when you have to lead, and I think what he meant was when there's a crisis, when a leader has to lead, you need to be visible, you need to be out there, you need to be there to lead your teams. I have done that in my early years. I've climbed towers, I've gone into the trenches in the fiber, I've sat all night in the switch rooms when some network issues came up. We had some crisis a few times, with the engineers, rolling up my sleeves all night and ensuring that the services come back up before the people wake up in the morning. So you have to lead in the front. You can't sit at the back. But I had fortune of spending some time with General Mehta, who was my Secretary General when I was the President of CII. And I asked him, I said, tell me, how do you define leadership and how do you feel a leader should lead? And he said something which stayed with me. He said a leader has to lead from the front, but he should not go so far away from his team that everybody is left behind. Occasionally, he has to circle all the way back and come behind them to push them, to support them. And frequently in between, he has to go right into the center of his team to feel the joy and pain that they experience. So a good general leads from the front, occasionally goes behind, circles back, comes in the middle, and then goes right in front. I have done all those three things all my life. Because हर टाइम होता है हर चीज़ के लिए. कभी आप आगे हैं, कभी आप टीम को पीछे से पुश कर रहे हैं, कभी आप उनके बीच में हैं. ये तीनों चीज़ें करनी ज़रूरी है. सेकंड पॉइंट इज, बहुत लोग कहते हैं कि हर दिन ऐसे जियो कि आपका आखिरला दिन हो. Live your life as if it's your last day. I disagree with that. My philosophy has been very different. Because if you truly believe it's your last day, trust me, you will make some rash moves. You will do things that are not very good for you or society or the nation. I believe that every morning when you wake up, you must feel it's your first day of your life. Because that creates momentum. You look forward to tomorrow. Another day has started. You will learn new things. You will be curious to know what's going on. And you will do the right things because you're going to live long enough to reap the rewards of what you're doing every day. So please wake up every morning and trust it like a first day of your life and start your day like that. The next point is, assemble people around you who are illuminators. बहुत लोग आपको बोलेंगे ये हो ही नहीं सकता, ये कर ही नहीं सकते. All the time you have people who will be diminishers, who will try to bring you down. How can you do this? ये possible नहीं है. यहाँ तक कि आपके चाहने वाले भी कई बार बोल देते हैं, नहीं इतना मत ऊपर उड़ो, इतना मत आगे जाओ, बड़ा मुश्किल है ये. It's very difficult. Please surround yourself with illuminators, because that can-do attitude is so important कि हो सकता है, कर सकते हैं. हर रोज जब उठो तो बोलो ये हो सकता है, हम करेंगे. And whenever you face an obstacle, think of how you will create a staircase, a step to overcome that, because it can be done. So always be an illuminator yourself and surround yourself with illuminators so that you can achieve things that are generally not easily possible. The next point I will say is, for my business that is more relevant, make the people who work with you feel that they are also the co-owners with you. The entrepreneur culture doesn't necessarily need to be with an entrepreneur. It has to be with the entire team. Even if you're not an entrepreneur, you're a doctor, people who are with you in the operating theater must feel a part of your team, must feel equal ownership of that issue that is on the table, on the operating table at that point in time. That is how Bharti Airtel has lived. Every employee in our company feels he's an owner. They carry the pride on their chest to say, I am Airtel. Each one of them, 100,000 people will say, I am Airtel. They don't say, I work for Airtel. They are the Airtel. That is only possible if you truly believe from your heart and mind that they are co-owners with you. And that is so important. Whatever you do, your team members, whichever area you are, जो भी क्षेत्र में आप काम करें, जो भी आपके साथ काम कर रहे हैं, एकजुट होकर एक टीम होनी चाहिए. सबको उतना ही ओन करना है जितना आपको करना है. Only then you can be successful. If you feel I will take all the glory and I will take all the credits and they will do all the work, you will never get a first-rate outcome. Make them a part of the same mission that you are on. Last part is whoever you're serving. In public service, you will be serving the public at large. In certain professions, you'll be serving your customers, your clients. Be obsessed with that. How can you serve your customers, your constituents, in the most effective possible manner? That obsession has to be on your mind. And the expectations, the aspirations of people you're serving keep rising. You give people a gas connection which they never had. You give them a road that they never had. You give them electricity that they never had. It's not enough. Come the next elections, those are forgotten. They're done. That was the right. We have 5 more things pending. We have 10 more things pending. Aspirations will keep going up. You will have to be more creative. You will have to be more efficient in delivering services to your customers, to your constituents, to everybody out there. That is the 5th principle I would say you need to follow. Life will be hard. In conclusion, let me say there will be struggles as you go forward, but never, ever doubt your own abilities. You are today in a country which is aspiring to be one of the most leading nations in the world. We heard our Prime Minister this morning, by 2047, India truly will be Viksit Bharat. It will be truly the third largest economy in the world. It will truly be a 30 trillion economy. You are fortunate to be living in times when India is taking wings and will carry the dreams of all the young people, 1.4 billion people, of which nearly 58% are very young people like you. They will all be seeing a very different India than what we grew up in. We will have some joy of seeing the next 20 years, 30 years, hopefully, as sort of we depart into our end of life. But you will be entering that phase, the glorious phase of Viksit Bharat. So I'd like to end by saying, I wish all of you great future. I wish you great success in whatever you do. And I hope these 2 days, ये 2 दिन जो हैं, ये आपके लिए ऐसे हों, जो आपको लेके जाए, इसमें से आप ऐसे सीख और ऐसे experiences जो आपकी ज़िंदगी में काम आए. Thank you very much. Sure. Yeah, sure. Let's pass the mic around and we can start with one of the
Good afternoon, sir.
young girls. Okay,
sir,
go ahead.
I am Malika Singh Pathania from Himachal Pradesh. Sir, I wanted to know your perspective on the growing duopoly in the Indian telecom sector. I just wanted to know your take. Is it beneficial for the Indian telecom sector or not, considering less competition and less innovation? Thank you.
Well, I think it's a very good question, a very topical question. India had gone up to 12 operators. And that, I can tell you, was also extremely weak environment in the marketplace. Let me, in brief, sum and substance tell you, in our industry, what is important? There are 2 things that we live by. Massive capital investment and spectrum availability. These are the 2 important ingredients for telecom industry, especially the mobile industry. You should not fragment the spectrum to a point where it becomes inefficient. Indian spectrum was fragmented to a point where it has become completely inefficient. The services were poor, you could not serve the customers, it had become extremely expensive. So spectrum consolidation was very important. Second part is, how many highways are too many highways in parallel? How many roads you want to build from here to a particular city? 1, 2, or 10 highways running in parallel? How wasteful it will be to build 10 fiber lanes between here and the rest of the country, or running all across the country. How many are too many? So the infrastructure part is very important, that it's consolidated, so billions of dollars, lakhs of crores can go into very robust, high quality infrastructure. Therefore, consolidation of infrastructure is very important. Spectrum and consolidation is also important, yet competition is equally important, so that the customers keep on keeping every operator honest and get the best services at the best price. The good news is, despite we coming to almost now down to 3 private operators, Indian prices remain very low. Indian scale allows you to keep the prices low. At $2.50, India is the lowest price anywhere in the world. We should be extremely proud that we can use 30, 60 GB of data a month for $2.50, $3. I personally feel there will be 3 to 4 operators, including BSNL, to serve the country. World over, there's now a rallying cry. In Europe especially, where there's a lot of fragmentation, bring 4 to 3, 3 to 2. Africa is mostly 2, US is 3, China is 3. So I think the right size is 3 to 4, no more than that. Sorry for this long answer. Yes, let's take a question.
Hello, sir. Sir?
All right, go ahead.
Sir, you said that first Ashwini sir said that we are, if we working in a different areas, so first we have to focus on one. So sir, as I'm a student, as I'm NSS president at Central University of Rajasthan, as I'm going village to provide the services to every people as I can, as volunteering I can provide. But sir, when I'm providing services, I get obsessed with that. So sir, how can I focus on study if I obsessed with that? I need to balance. How you balance with that all?
I think Ashwani ji very nicely mentioned that the task at hand you need to focus on. He did not mean you only do one thing. What he meant was, whatever you're doing at that point in time, फोकस कंप्लीटली ऑन दैट, उस पर फोकस करके उसको अच्छी तरह निभाओ, बिकॉज दैन ओनली यू विल बी एबल टू डू थिंग्स जुडिशियसली एंड राइटली. बट इट डजंट मीन यू डू ओनली दैट. जब आप स्टडीज़ में जाएंगे अपना स्टडी करिए, जब सर्विस कर रहे हैं तो सर्विस करिए. इन आर सिचुएशन एक टाइम पे 20-20 मसले सामने होते हैं और सबको देखना है, एक ही दिन में देखना है, कुछ घंटों में देखना है. पर जब एक चीज़ पे देख रहे हैं आप, उस पर फोकस कर रहे हैं, तो उसी को देखना है. अगर आप 10 चीज़ों को एक टाइम पे देखेंगे तो जाहिर तौर पे बड़ा एवरेज पुअर आउटकम आएगा.
सर एक और क्वेश्चन था कि मैं बोलता हूँ यूनिवर्सिटी में कि मैं प्लास्टिक फ्री बना दूंगा यूनिवर्सिटी को, सर जब लोग कहते हैं ये तो नहीं हो पाएगा भाई, सो उसको क्या कैसे बैलेंस
तो अपने साथ एकत्रित करिए ऐसे लोग जो बोल सकते हैं हो सकता है. खुद भी मान के चलिए हो सकता है.
Sir, my name is Kunal Garg. I am from Punjab and I am doing business in animal nutrition. Sir, the question I wanted to ask you is, how were you able to scale to such heights that you have the best ARPU in the country in the telecom sector in India today? The question I ask now because the problem I am facing is that I have a good product, but I am not able to scale it to a large extent. I am able to, the product I have is competing with the MNCs, but I am not able to scale the competence they have. So please can you share some thoughts on how can
ये बड़ा अच्छा क्वेश्चन आपका है. मैं अपने पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस से बताता हूँ. When I was starting my business, I realized that all the bigger business houses in the country at that time had taken a pole position in most of the areas that I wanted to work on. So I went into making bicycle parts, eventually with the dream of going to bicycles, but they were already established. Atlas, Hero, A1 Cycles, all were there. Similarly in hosiery, there were lots of, I come from Ludhiana, also Punjab, there are a lot of established players. So I felt very constrained that all I can be is a small supplier to these people, and be very difficult to break away because everywhere, whatever you want to do, there is something already established. So आप जैसे बोल रहे हैं, there's an MNC which has got a dominance in this area. So what I did was I started to look at areas or openings where there were opportunities where these people were not present. And I started to really go into those areas. I imported India's first portable generators in the country when I was about 20 to 23 years old from Japan. There were no generators in India at that time. Nobody was in that business. Electricity shortages were rampant, including in Punjab, 16 hours power cut, 12-hour power cut. So I found a niche for myself in which I became very successful for about 3 or 4 years. Then Sri Ram Honda, Birla Yama, they set up factories in India, or they got licenses at that time, and my business was gone overnight. But I got this 4-year window to create enough capital for myself to move on to something new. And what was that new? I found push-button phones in Taiwan in one of my trips. And I brought India's first push-button phone into India. And then, of course, my romance with telecom started, and one thing led to another, to where we are today. So you have to find a niche for your product. Who are the customers? If you believe your product is superior, you will have to go and demonstrate to a niche and start to grow from there. Because I can tell you one thing. You have to remember to lie low below the radar of these large companies till you become strong. Once they get to know that you're becoming strong in that area, they'll come at you. They'll bring their prices down, they'll go and attack your customers. Stay below the radar for until a time when you have developed your muscles. Until that time, go to your customers, show them your products, create a niche market, and keep growing. There will be openings. You will be surprised. You'll find an opening, you'll surge forward. You'll find another opening, you'll surge forward. That's the only way to do this. Keep at it.
Hello, sir. So,
let's take some from the ladies as well. I think it's been quite men-heavy questions, so I'll come back to you. Lady here in the purple sari. You have a mic?
Hello, sir. I'm Astha from Himachal. I'll keep my question leadership-oriented. As you mentioned that a key aspect of leadership is to work with your team and keep your team united. But at times, for work efficiency, it's also important to let go of some people. How do you manage to do such tasks with empathy, fairness, and compassion?
Very good question. I think this is a fabulous question, and this is something, it does not come to me easily. I'm very weak in this area. For me, if I have somebody working with me, it's very hard for me to be hard on them or ask them to go. For me, their family, their children, because people are dependent on their jobs, people are attached to their jobs. So first and foremost is try to inspire them to work better. Because I think it was mentioned that everybody has the potential. Everybody has the potential, and sometimes you have a round peg in a square box. So maybe he's in the wrong place, maybe he's in the wrong department. Can you move him around? Can you do something else? And that is where our job is constantly to do that. And at times it doesn't work. And that's the time you have to be so good at the departure stage. मेरा एक test है with everybody who has worked with me ever, and people who have not even met me but has worked in my organization. If we were to meet sometime later, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years down the road, we should be able to look into each other's eyes and say, we were good for each other. He did well for me, and equally did I add enough to his CV to make him better. So he can get a better job, because people will, I'm stuck here, I don't have a choice, but everybody else has a choice. They can go to greener pastures abroad, they can go into another company. But whenever we meet, the test has to be that we are good for each other. And that test, I can tell you, I passed every time of my life. There's not been one single instance where somebody can say that we were not treated well, because they have to be your ambassadors wherever they go. And on a lighter note, I can tell you, we have not lost too many people. Occasionally, when we lose some people, I can almost with certainty say within 1 or 3 weeks, I'll get a message, I want to come back. We do something in our system or our culture, which I hope we can bottle it, that we respect people, we keep them well, we look after themselves. Ultimately, you have to make them feel as owners. And that's what we do very well. लोग हमारे से जाते नहीं है छोड़ के, कितने तूफान भी आ जाएं. एक दिन मेरे को याद है 2003, 85 of my top people were given an offer to move. 85. That was my entire leadership team. 2003. I wouldn't say who sent that offer. The offer was like, fill in your whatever amount you want and you have a job, you can move. Only 2 people moved. And I can tell you, I was not paying the top money in this country at that time. I couldn't afford it. My salaries would have been medium level. So that was the power of the mission and the attachment they had to the company. And that has stayed all throughout. Lady here.
Thank you so much, sir. My name is Sania, and I'm from Kashmir. So my question first starts with a statement that says that majority of the Indian population and the youth we all see today, it's an established fact that we are middle class, okay? So then the success stories, the leadership stories, everything we hear about people who are successful, everything we read about people who have become something, starts from a person who aspired something. So like us, like me, and like-minded people, we have aspirations as well, but we have families and we have their unfulfilled aspirations on our shoulders. My question is that while we are joining the rat race of fulfilling their aspirations and sacrificing our aspirations, how are we supposed to become leaders by the success stories that we hear from you people? If there is no success story presented to us by the people who represent us, how are we supposed to get motivated by it?
Well, I think it's a very, very good question and a hard one. And I think ये problem सबके लिए होती है. हम भी बच्चे थे किसी वक्त, हमारे भी parents की कुछ ख्वाहिशें थी.
Exactly, sir. That's why I'm asking the question.
But the point is right, and we have our aspirations for our children. ये तो चलती रहेगी प्रथा, you know. But the point is very valid what you are raising. मैं उसके लिए एक सिर्फ बोलना चाहूँगा एक message आप सबके लिए. If you have the luxury, and I'm using the word, if you have the luxury of doing what you like as opposed to liking what you do. There's a big difference in these two sentences. If you have the luxury in doing what you love, that makes all the difference in life. That is the difference between a super success and an ordinary success. Most of the time, parents will keep pushing people, doctor bano, lawyer bano, engineer bano, government service में जाओ. And अगर दिल नहीं है, आपको धक्का मार के वहाँ पहुँचा दिया, तो आप एक ordinary success करेंगे. पर अगर आपके दिल से वो बात बन गई, if you and your parents can match and saying मेरे को डॉक्टर बनना है, तो आप बेस्ट डॉक्टर बनोगे. अगर आपको ये हो जाए कि मेरे को ये पर्टिकुलर चीज़ करनी है, तो मेरा ये मैसेज होगा आप सबके लिए, थोड़ी सी लड़ाई करिए अपने पेरेंट्स के साथ. कोई हर्जा नहीं है, उनको बताइए कि आप क्या चाहते हैं. और बहुत पेरेंट्स की भी क्या होता है, आई वॉन्ट माई चाइल्ड टू बी सेफ, उसको एक जॉब मिल जाए, उसकी ज़िंदगी ठीक बन जाए, और उसका भविष्य ठीक हो जाए. दे आर नॉट कमिंग फ्रॉम द रॉन्ग प्लेस, दे आर केयरिंग फॉर यू. बट इट इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट एंड टुडेज जनरेशन कैन डू दैट. हमारी जनरेशन में इतनी दम नहीं था हमारे को बात करने का. आप कर सकते हो. Even the parents are more evolved. They see internet, they see everything going on. They see startup stories. They see huge successes being built. और आप जो नए लोग अब काम कर रहे हैं उनको you can even get capital easily. So I think डर कम हो गया पेरेंट्स के माइंड में भी. They are seeing these success stories. पर बात करिए उनसे, बताइए आप क्या चाहते हैं. और ज़रूरी नहीं, जैसे एक्चुअली अश्वनी जी ने बोला था, ज़रूरी नहीं कि आपको एक ही चीज़ करनी है. आप आर्ट्स में जाइए, आप साइंस में जाइए, आप टेक्नोलॉजी में जाइए, आप कुछ भी करिए, पर जो भी करिए अच्छा करिए, बढ़िया करिए.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think I've exhausted my time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing such wonderful and insightful presentation. Can you have a huge round of applause for him? Thank you. And in order to present the token of gesture, I would now call upon Mr. Shashank Kumar. He has 5 years of experience in political PR, journalism, and the social sector, working with union ministers. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, here we take a break for the lunch, and the speakers will be delegated by our volunteers, and so will be you. I request you to head on to the hall number, which is in the basement, and we'll come back within 55 minutes total time so that we can start the session exactly in 1 hour. Thank you. I need some answer. Good afternoon. Thank you. I just wanted to see what's the energy level after having carbs and proteins and everything. So welcome back, and a couple of announcements to be made. Again, put your mobile phones on silent mode or vibrating mode. Also, refrain from asking questions other than the leadership qualities of the speakers. Do not judge their domain knowledge. They are here because they are the stalwarts in whatever area and domain they are in. Plus, be on time. We have to set the standards high that we are on time because you are the generation that's going to lead the world. So, refrain from being late. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to introduce a visionary leader, a dynamic entrepreneur, and a true champion of social transformation, Mr. Ajay Piramal. As the chairman of the Piramal Group, he leads a huge enterprise spanning financial services, pharmaceuticals, and real estate. His philosophy of trusteeship goes beyond business, driving impactful change through the Piramal Foundation, touching countless lives. So, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Mr. Ajay Piramal. Welcome, sir. Sir, you would like to have a hand mic for this?
I'll put this off, down. Hello? You don't need this. Good afternoon. The Vice Chairman of a SOUL and the soul behind SOUL, Dr. Hasmukh Adia, all the promoters of SOUL, and people and young fellows of the My Bharat Initiative, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me congratulate you, sir, for bringing what was the Prime Minister's vision into reality. It is difficult to bring such a concept, but a most important concept that you are bringing to life. So congratulations. Let's give him a big hand for that. When I see you all at the My Bharat Initiative, sometimes I feel quite envious of you, because at the age that you're in, we did not have a Prime Minister spending so much time with us, whether it was on a whole day when he was talking to you or even today. So, but obviously you are the future, and it is a great honor to speak to you all. And I hope that I can make some difference in what we are saying. I want to begin with a story.
And I'm going to begin with a story of Panini. Panini, as you know, was a great grammarian. Today, the laws of the grammar of the modern day Sanskrit was laid by him several centuries ago. And Panini went to a palmist when he was a young boy. And the palmist, he showed his hand that, please see my hand, my lines on the hand. And what he found was, the palmist told him that you have no line which talks about learning, about education, so you better take up something which is menial, some other profession, than doing, studies and learning. Panini was a bit disappointed, but still determined. So he went home, he took a knife and drew a line on his hand and went and showed it to the palmist. Now do you see my learning line? So I think the lesson in this is important. That, many people say that our philosophy says that, okay, culture says कि जो भी लिखा है, जो भी होगा, वो होने वाला है. That is not true. I think we can change, and by action, change what the future is going to be. The other, I want to also begin now with another quotation which has inspired me, and I thought I will share it with you, because today I'm told to speak on personal journey. So let me speak on this. This is a quote from the Upanishad which has really deep meaning for me, and as I said, I'll share it with you. It says, "You are what your deep driving desire is. As is your desire, so is your will. As is your will, so is your deed. And as is your deed, so is your destiny." In other words, if you have a deep driving desire on one side, and you convert that to a strong will, and that with that will you do an action, then you can shape your own destiny. And believe me, when something like this is said in our scriptures, there's a lot of meaning and truth behind it. And at least I have found that in my own case, many times I've thought of it and it has come. What is important really is to see that the desire is not a selfish desire, but it's a desire which encompasses a lot of good. And therefore, to me, leadership, and you are all future leaders, leadership is setting up an inspiring vision for yourselves, inspiring vision for the people who you will lead or who you are leading. And that inspiring vision should be one which uplifts the people whom you are leading. So, and it is based on purpose and values. Purpose is what we also learned today in the morning when Dr. Adya was speaking about soul. So what is purpose? I'll just share with you the purpose that we have set for our group. Our purpose is doing well and doing good and making a positive difference in the world around us by serving others based on values. So it's really, why do you have to do good and do well? Whatever you do, I think you have to be business. If you're doing business, a business can be a force of good. And therefore, here I have Pankaj Bhai sitting in front of me. When he is in the pharmaceutical space, just like we are, I think we are doing good in meeting the unmet medical needs of people by lifting people, by reducing the burden of disease. But you have to also perform well, because remember, profit is important. Profit is oxygen for doing good. But that is not the only reason for doing good. So it is a necessary condition for doing good, but it's not the only condition. And similarly, I mean, we are in the space of, say, financial services. There is a doing well because you provide loans. We are the largest loan giver for affordable housing. You are giving loans which enable a person to buy a house. So similarly, so we have to do that. At the same time, when you are doing anything good, very often, one also has to measure the impact of what is happening of good, because just good without impact is of no good. And therefore, in our foundation, since this is all personal, I'm sharing this, we have more than 5,000 people who are working in all over the country in the most difficult districts, the aspirational districts, tribal districts, making an impact which is measurable. The other thing I have learned in business is that in my life is that you have seen many other people like that, is that you have to have the courage to take the path less traveled. It doesn't mean that you have to just follow what everybody does. I know that at the time when we were studying, and many times later, people would say, engineer ban jao, become a doctor, become this, that. I don't think that is essential. What is important is to do what you think, what is your swadharma, or whatever you think that you're best suited for. And you have to take, to be successful, you have to take risks. And sometimes go on that path which nobody else does. Does it mean that every time you will be successful? No. Let me tell you, all of us make many, many mistakes. So to make a mistake is not wrong. I think probably I must have made more mistakes than have been right. But at the end of the day, you still keep trying and you will be successful. So courage is the other thing that I want to talk about. Today, when the Honorable Prime Minister spoke, what was said is that soul, we need to give our values. We need to talk about our values and experience and live them and set an example to the world. There are lots of challenges that are happening in the environment today. I mean, who would have thought that you would have COVID and the whole world would have come to a stop in 2 years, for 2 years, and you couldn't get out of the house for 3-4 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. Who would have thought that there would be, before, as COVID was ending, you had the conflict, Ukraine and Russia. You had the Middle East. I mean, you can count thousands of such things. But some things remain constant. And we are talking, the Prime Minister said that we are talking of 21st century leadership. I'm going to talk to you about lessons which were probably 5,000 years ago. And you would wonder, why am I talking? I mean, here is the Prime Minister who obviously knows much more than I do, talking about 21st century leadership. And here I'm going to talk to you on 5,000, I don't know, even more years ago. And that's the lessons I want to share with you about the Gita, which is our unique gift to the world. And I think we should feel grateful that we are born in a country which has this. So the Gita is actually spoken by Lord Krishna in the midst of a battlefield. It's not spoken to the world's finest archer who is in his 20s. So it's not spoken, it's not somebody, an old person living on the banks of the Ganges or in the Himalayas, but it is in the midst of a battlefield. And the beauty is, it's as relevant today in the 21st century as it was when it was first spoken. And what are those lessons? The first, I would say, is a focus that we need to give on action and not on result. Take the example of a tree. If you start thinking that there's a tree, I want to get the fruit, I want to get the apple of the tree, what do you need to do? You need to first sow a seed. You need to water the plant, and then the fruit will come. You're not sure. It may come good, it may not be good. But what you have to do is to ensure that you've put in the right amount of soil, you put in the right seed, the right fertilizer, and then the result will come. Similarly, in work, in life, we have to worry about the action, not the result. The action or the fruits of the action is only a result of what you have put in action, and that is so important, and that is what is so often said in the Gita. The second lesson that I have learned is on that one has to have equanimity. There will be highs and lows in our lives. There is never anybody, the most successful person, the most powerful person is also going to have highs and is also going to have lows. And I can guarantee you one thing, that all of us, all of you, and all of us here have also gone through that. But what is it that will distinguish us one from the other? And that is, at that time, how do you remain equanimous? It is like a storm which goes in the sea. After some time, the ocean still becomes still. That is what we all have to do. And if we do that, let me tell you that actually during the most challenging times is where you will find opportunities. It's not that challenges, it will be difficult when you're facing challenges. There will be fear. I mean, I've had times of anxiety, of stress, of anger. So many negative things go on when you have challenges. But if you have the inner strength, at the end of the day, it will settle down, and that is the time when you see opportunities. I can give you our own example. We were in the financial services space, or we are still, and it was during COVID. In COVID, there was a lot of stress. People whom you have lent large amounts of money, were not in a position to repay you. But you had to repay your banks, and there was so much of pressure, and therefore it was a time of stress and anxiety. But as I said, the Lord opens another door. If He closes all the doors, He opens one more. And that is what happened. We had an option to look at acquire it was the largest actually acquisition done in the financial space of a company called DHFL. So why does it happen? Because even during that time of the challenges, we still had some inner strength, some stability to see at another option. And this will happen to all of us. So let's look at a challenge also as a good thing. Sometimes it's a blessing to see that as an opportunity to do something else. A third thing, and I see that even in the soul, when all the literature of soul talks about integrity, the importance of integrity. What is integrity? Integrity is alignment between what you think, what you do, and what you say. If you have that alignment, then people will trust you. That is when you become authentic. That is when people, as a leader, will respect you. And I have seen this in business. In so many occasions, I have seen that when you do exactly what you have said and you do the same, you will be successful. So that, to me, is another one which is important. I think the fourth value for me, which is eternal, is humility. Humility is really recognizing that there are so many people who know much more about so many subjects than what we do. This comes in even most important when we are successful. Whether you're successful when you're young, whether you're successful when you're old, if you are successful, there is a tendency to be arrogant. And that is the time we have to understand that anybody who is arrogant will not succeed. And I'll give you our own example. You know, again, in 2010, we had done a transaction. Part of our business in pharmaceuticals, we had sold to a multinational. That was the highest valuation anybody had got in the world for a pharmaceutical business. So after that, I think all of us, or at least I believe all of us, our teams also got a little arrogant. Okay, whatever we can do, we can walk on water virtually. And that's when you start making mistakes. And we did. And we had to suffer. There were so many people who were telling us, this is not right, don't do this. But I say, who knows? Do you know more than I do? No, you don't. So again, I think please remember humility. By the way, all these values I'm saying, there are specific shlokas in the Gita. If somebody writes to me, I can give you the Gita, but I don't want to talk about that now. But all this is not my learning. I'm just picking up from what the Gita teaches us, which is the concept that we have to be humble. Another thing I would say is that a leader must be vulnerable. Some of us feel that a leader has to be strong and cannot have any weakness. But please understand, in human life, all of us have some vulnerability, however strong I may be in public. And if you express that vulnerability, that just makes you more honest with people, and people can relate to you because they feel you're one of us. You're not different, you're not God, that you cannot have fear, you cannot have sadness, you cannot have joy. So vulnerability for a leader is important. I want to give another thing that I have learned, is that association with a good person. Whether that person is a guide, mentor, guru, whatever it is, somebody who is good. That person you have to find, you're fortunate to find, otherwise you have to seek that person. And why is that important? Because in life, all of us at times are going through a slippery slope. And at times you may slip. And that's the time when you need somebody to tell you. The key thing, I think, of a leader, of a guide, mentor, guru, is that person doesn't want you for your power, your money, or something else. Should be selfless. That person only wants your good. Please find that person and listen to that person. It is so important. At every stage of life, it comes to benefit. I want to end my values by talking about being grateful. Today, I think, first of all, why should we be grateful? We should be grateful because think of it. You have taken millions of rebirths to be born as a human being. We should be grateful because we are today where we are, the families we have been born in. We are grateful that you are here today, the education you have got, the opportunity you have to come here or to be in this My Bharat initiative. I mean, these are all things which most people, 8 billion people in the world, how many would have? Therefore, we have to be grateful. We have to be grateful, and we should learn from nature that because we are grateful, we'll be happy and we need to give back. Look at nature. Every day we are consuming things from nature, and nature is giving it to you selflessly. Whether it is water, whether it is food. And the most important example was during COVID. people, you may have had all the money in the world, but what were you really yearning and desperate for was oxygen. And we have oxygen all the time, free. And that time you're willing to pay millions. Why? Nature is giving it to us. So I think we owe it to nature to give back something so that you can make, at least you're not only a consumer of the resources of nature, but you are also giving back to nature. Finally, I have a view on what the name soul is. I think I was discussing with the Vice Chairman, Dr. Adia, and he was saying that how the Prime Minister gave the word soul. I believe, I don't know, I've not spoken to the Prime Minister on this, that the soul is actually mentioned in the school of ultimate leadership, is really mentioned in the Gita. There is a verse in chapter 3, 42nd verse, which I want to bring to your mind, to your attention. It says that a human being has senses, but senses are led by the mind. The mind is led by the intellect, and the intellect is led by the soul. So, this is why I think what the soul really stands for is that we have all the senses, the mind, the intellect are really under the soul. And we have to do, as human beings, as the ultimate leadership, we have to do what the soul is happy with. And what is the soul? What is the dharma of the soul? Just like the salinity of water is the soul. If you have salt, only salty water is only if there's salt in it. Or sweetness, anything sweet, the dharma of the sweetness is sugar or sweet. Similarly, the dharma of the soul is to be selfless service, to have compassion, and to have love. And that is what, when ultimate leadership, when the Prime Minister was talking about seva, I think the ultimate leadership is that person who works on the soul to see, and the dharma of the soul, as I said, is seva, it is karuna, and it is prem. Thank you. Yeah, say. Just give a brief background. Yeah.
My name is Nandini Singh and I'm 20 years old and I'm from Rajasthan. So we know that you are the chairman of the Beyond Foundation and we all know that you are one of the most successful businessmen of the country. But as a tricky question for you, in your view, what was the biggest failure of your life? What did you learn from it and what we all have to learn?
So as I said, I spoke about my failure, is that at the time when you are very successful, I was not humble. So humility, the lack of humility meant that you had to do many things, you did many wrong things. And when people were not where you were not listening to the wise people, to your well-wishers. So that humility is one example. But I have so many places where I made mistakes. So it's not, but if you ask me one, this is the most I can think of today. So please understand, you have to make mistakes. I've made many, many in my life at least.
Thank you. Sir.
Yeah.
So I want to ask, from our perspective.
What's your name? Give me your name.
So I'm Yash Jindal, I'm from Chhattisgarh. So your success is remarkable. And what I want to ask you is, being where you are right now, what really drives you and what challenges do you feel? Because from here, it's easy to see that now you have made it in life. You know, there's the fascination of the term billionaire. You have made it, you are a successful businessman. But what drives you more every morning? What do you look up to?
So every morning, I don't want to, okay, with all due modesty, I believe that today the world has given me much more than what I have given back. So therefore, how do you give back? And today, as I said, I'm grateful for all the privileges that I have. But there are most people, I must be the 0.01% of the population. How can you uplift people so that they have a better standard of living? I went to the Kumbh just a few days ago. I mean, I saw old people walking for 20 kilometers, carrying all their saman, vaman and all that. And, you know, we just whiz past by car. So we are so privileged so to improve their lives.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Saim Jain from Land of 100 Islands, Banswara, Rajasthan. Sir, you have often spoken about long-term value creation, but sir, my question to you is, how do you cultivate a long-term vision within your organization, especially in today's fast-paced, short-term focused business environment, and that will continue to inspire generations? How do you cultivate that long-term vision? Thank you, sir.
I believe that whatever be fast-paced today, if you have to create value, you have to look at the long term. That is what a leader does. And for that long-term, to have a long-term vision, first of all, it has to be a vision which is inspiring for people. And it cannot be a selfish vision. If I say I want to be the richest man in the world, or XYZ in the world, nobody cares. My people will say, you go fly a kite. It is that it has to be an inspiring vision. It has to be an all-encompassing vision. And it has to be based on values and purpose. If it is there, then let me tell you that in the long term, a value-based business will create more economic value than a short-term based business. And I can give you 100 examples of that.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, sir.
I think you direct the questions, otherwise yeah.
Okay. No, you continue.
Now you continue, so we're done with this side, then we'll go that side.
Okay. Namaskar, sir. My name is Divya Negi, and I had been a Gandhi Fellow. And as you have witnessed the growth of hundreds of Gandhi Fellows who are actually working as change leaders on ground, I have one very simple question, which is that in a world where collaboration is a key, how can young leaders like us can balance the cultivation of individual initiative with the power of collective action?
Actually, first of all, I'm glad that I met a few other Gandhi Fellows. Just for those who don't know, the Gandhi Fellowship is something we do for 2 years, young people, graduates, postgraduates. And we were inspired by the same sentence which today Prime Minister spoke, that give me 100 young leaders and it'll change the country. We are hoping, we've now got how many? About 4,000. So we are hoping that 100 of you will change this country. But yeah, so I think it's always better. It is collective which makes the difference. Individual cannot. You can see it's like in a tug of war, you have collectively on one side and individual on the other. Who will win? So there is nothing. And in collective, it also means giving up your self-ego and working for the larger good. If you work for the larger good, you'll have people collecting together. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Prakriti Singh from Gujarat. Sir, how do you deal with disappointments and disagreements in leadership even when the situation is not in our control? Also, we being a youth, what is the primary thing that we should consider while going on the path of the leadership?
So first of all, as I said, there will be disappointment, there will be difficulties. You know, when we talk about Ramayana and Mahabharata and Krishna stories, these are not stories, they're all lessons. Did Ram go through difficulties or not, though he was the Lord himself? Krishna, did he go through difficulties? He was born in a jail. Yes. And when he was like 3-4 months, he was going to be killed so many times. So what they're trying to, the lesson that we are learning is that all of us have to go through difficulties. There is not a single person who doesn't go through. But you have to be strong to bear it. And you know, this too will pass. That is the only thing. And when you look back, you'll see that it was not as difficult as you experienced while going through. So I think that's the only thing. You have to say that I will get through this. Look at examples of people who are successful. They've all gone through that. So that was your first part. Second was?
Second is, we being a youth, what is the primary thing we should consider while going on the path of leadership?
So first of all, leadership, the path will come. I think you have to strengthen some of the values I said to you. And do what you'll have to excel in whatever you are doing. And to excel in something, you have to do what your swadharma is, or what your passion for is, what you really want to do and like. Then you will be successful.
Thank you, sir.
Just last question, please.
Good afternoon, sir. So, myself, Suraj Sharma from Himachal Pradesh. So, sir, my question is very simple, sir. It is regarding the mindset that you have. So, mindset that you have, that you are standing there and we are sitting here. So, can you tell me what mindset you go through that makes you different from the masses? That is the biggest question from my side. And that makes you different from us, and we can also in the near future stand there and can
I don't
motivate
know
individuals.
I really, to say that I'm standing on a podium and therefore I have a better mindset than yours, that's not true at all. I think all of us have the potential to do what we want to do. And I think some of the values that, at least in my life, I found that they have worked for me. I share it with you. But it's each one has to decide on what is really relevant for them.
So, sir, when the challenges hits you hard in your life, so, sir, how do you deal it? And how can you inspire the youth? How can you inspire me and all of us regarding how to deal with the challenges?
Actually, the previous question was similar. There will be challenges in life. What you have to do is to remember that if you are tough, you will be able to survive that. And every challenge, there is some opportunity. It's like the last thing I want to say. Example, if you go on a flight, there is turbulence in the flight. You know, it goes up, down, up, down. Look at some people. There are some people who are very relaxed in spite of turbulence. There are others who are praying to all the gods. They are everything they are doing. Why is that? It's the same environment outside. They're all going through turbulence. Certain people are stable, equanimous in that. Others are stressed. You have to be the person who's enjoying a meal, listening, seeing a movie on the flight rather than fretting and fuming. Yeah? Okay.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your invaluable and visionary insights and also the contributions to the business and philanthropy. Can we give a big round of applause to him? Thank you. And I now request Mr. Dhaval Gorfad, he's an entrepreneur with 6 years of diverse experience in project management, to kindly present a token of gesture to sir. Dhaval has completed his BTech in Aerospace Engineering and an MBA in International Business. Please, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. We now move on to a session. And this is the first fireside chat. With us is a gentleman who tells us that every move in life is highly important. Agree? Okay. Presenting, ladies and gentlemen, a chess prodigy who has made history. Reigning world chess champion and youngest ever world champion at just 18, India's #1 by live ratings. And the youngest winner of the Candidates Tournament 2024. a two-time Olympiad gold medalist on the first board, leading India to victory in Budapest 2024 and Chennai 2022, plus a silver medalist at the 2022 Asian Games. Let's welcome the pride of Indian chess, Mr. Gukesh Domaraju. Welcome, sir. Welcome. And second, we have a trailblazer in Indian journalism, Mr. Rahul Kanwal. Welcome, sir. As news director at Aaj Tak and India Today and executive director at Business Today, he leads investigative journalism and digital innovation, reaching over 400 million consumers. His sharp insights and fearless storytelling continues to shape the media landscape. Please help me welcome Mr. Rahul Kanwal. Welcome, sir. You can take your seats, please. Thank you. And to moderate this session, we have a heartfulness practitioner and trainer, Jatin Khurana, who embodies mindful leadership and purposeful growth. As the founder of Polar AI, he is revolutionizing conversational AI for D2C and hospitality brands. He also leads Rever, a government-backed platform empowering over 5,000 Tier 2 and 3 startup founders with equal access to resources. Please help me welcome Jatin Khurana to moderate the session. Welcome, Jatin. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. You guys are tired? We just see such good esteemed guests here. Let's just welcome them once again with a huge round of applause. So, we have heard such great speakers since morning, and of course, our esteemed Prime Minister. But now it's a time where we explore the more human side, the more chatty side of these two esteemed guests that we have. So before we begin, I would just like to ask both of you a very simple question on the theme of soul. What is leadership to the two of you?
Hi everyone, first of all, it's very nice being here. And yeah, leadership for me, from a sporting perspective, I can say that, for example, I mean, chess is an individual sport, but we do have team sports like in the Olympiad. And I found leadership as, being, playing in the top board myself. It's not only about thinking about yourself, you do your best, but also you think about the others, you show the way for the other people to follow and just set a good example that others can look up, and that's what I think like what I have learned about leadership in sports is that one.
Thank you.
First and foremost, I wanted to say congratulations and thank you to Hasmukh Bhai, to Sudhir Bhai, and to the entire board of SOUL for the effort that they're putting in bringing this School of Leadership together. I remember in about 2007, then Chief Minister of Gujarat, Narendra Modi ji, said that मैंने सुना है आपका फाइनेंस में बिजनेस में इंटरेस्ट है, आप वापस जाते जाते देखो मैं वहाँ पे गिफ्ट सिटी बना रहा हूँ. So I was in a hurry, as journalists always are when they're covering elections. I said, हाँ अगली बार देखनी से नहीं मेरे को वापस मत जाना, आप जाके देखना इसको. So anyway, so we went to what was supposed to be Gift City, and it was completely barren and there was nothing there, absolutely barren. And the officer who was tasked to speak to me said, यहाँ से नदी आएगी, यहाँ पे ऐसे हो. I said, नदी आएगी, कहाँ से नदी? It's like all barren, marshy land. And over the years, he persevered, right? And now, as you go to Ahmedabad, I'm sure many of you have, you would see the magic that Hasmukh Bhai and the Prime Minister and everybody working on that project have created. I think that at some level, to come back to your question on leadership, is a reflection of setting an objective and then finding a path to be able to get there despite the odds. For many years, and so many people are sitting here, you would have heard the snide comments, the criticism कि पागल हो गए, न्यूयॉर्क छोड़ के, बॉम्बे छोड़ के कौन आएगा, यहाँ पे तो कुछ भी नहीं है, यहाँ तो अल्कोहल भी नहीं मिलती, कोई बैंकर नहीं आके काम करेगा. But he just persevered. Now, if you go there, you've got so many different real estate companies and banks from across the country. It's the one place where you've got an incredible amount of diversity of opinion altogether. I think that is, in some ways, and since we are here at Soul, and this is going to be at the Gift City, reflective of just leadership. And as you grow in life, all of us, teams become more complex, and it's just much tougher to get things done. So to me, leadership, a leader is really like a tree of life, where people come to you with their questions and their concerns, and you're able to show them the path and help them. You will never be so smart with all the innovations that are happening in artificial intelligence and everything else that's going on, to be able to answer every question yourself. How is it that you can just charge the people who come to you, direct them? And that's what Mr. Piramal and so many other people are so renowned for being able to do. Just show them the path, show them the objective, and help them get there. That too, it's much more than doing things yourself. It's about helping people and facilitating things so they can go out and get it done.
Lovely. So it's more about showing the people, the team, the way, and so that they get it done entirely. And as we talk about the leadership qualities, and we have seen so many people here, there's one very common thing with every leader, with every successful leader, is that they tend to stay calm during stressful situations, right? Because be it chess or journalism, if one move goes wrong, I mean, the entire story just ends there, right? So how do you both manage to stay calm in such situations, and does that affect your leadership?
Yeah, for sure. In chess, you need to be patient and calm. In any sport at a very high level, the margin of error is very, very small, and the same in chess. And I think like there have been many examples of great players who couldn't make it to the very top because they were not able to manage their emotions at the critical moments. And I think for me as well, when I was younger, I used to be very emotionally unstable, and like if I lose a game, I can't focus well on the next game. And if there's a very important game, I try to I was just very impatient. And then I just thought about it, and some of my trainers recommended that I start some mindfulness practices and some meditation, stuff like that. After I did that, now I'm able to, like when my heart races in those critical moments, I'm able to be aware of that, and I'm able to calm myself down before I make a critical decision. So yeah, it surely helps, and just being aware of what you're feeling and trying to just focus on the present moment is what has helped me.
Were you also calm when you won the championship? Please say no.
No, I think I was trying to be calm. Like it's hard in such a high level situation. You do get affected by all the noise and all the pressure that there is. But I think I was mostly aware of what I was feeling, and I was aware that this is normal and I just have to focus on the game. So yeah, just that awareness was, I think, quite high in that sense.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I have meditation music playing in my mind all the time. This is something I learned from Sachin Tendulkar. I asked him the same question, how do you stay calm? He just zones everything else out. So you zone out all distractions as you can. For example, when the Delhi election results were about to be counted, the couple of days before that, all the netas were going crazy, right? I don't want to name anybody, but whether it was BJP or Aam Aadmi Party, since so much was at stake, they were just screaming, shouting, getting angry. They were just very excited and charged up, and basically going crazy themselves and driving everybody else crazy. And I was just constantly just telling myself, हमारे लिए कुछ change नहीं होने वाला, ये आपस में लड़ रहे हैं, ये भी जीतेंगे, उन्होंने भी गाली देनी है, वो भी जीतेंगे, उन्होंने भी गाली. So how do you just stay calm regardless of what's happening around you? So you stay focused on your objective, which is to try and go out and do the best that you can. And all the distraction around you, just try and zone out of it. It takes some time. It doesn't happen immediately. Like in cricket, they say it's about being in the zone. So as long as you're in the zone, you're having fun, you're focused on what you need to know, and everything else is just noise. You just let the noise be, you're in your bubble, you're going out and having fun. And that, to my mind, is over the years what I've learned, the best way of dealing with stress. If you get agitated, ये जीत गया तो क्या होगा, वो जीत गया. आपका कुछ नहीं होगा, उन्हीं का होगा जो होगा. You just do your work and you do it as well as you can and let them fight amongst themselves, right?
Lovely. So, one is staying calm, right, during tough situations. The other thing is, so there's a very big difference between staying calm during tough situations, and the other thing would be dealing with something like a failure, right? And I'm sure all of us here, and like हमसे ज़्यादा तो आप लोग ही, you must have dealt with so many failures, and then you are still you've come to this pinnacle, right? And you've achieved this stage. So how do you deal with those? And what are the actual practical points that we can actually list down? And if someone would want to actually note it down, that tomorrow if they're facing a failure, how do they come back stronger?
Yeah, for me, failure has always been like a place where I can improve myself. I mean, there is a famous saying in chess that, like, in general, we think, when things are not going well, that we are not doing the right things. But it doesn't always mean that. I mean, even when we are doing all the right things, sometimes the result is not in our control. So sometimes we fail. But as long as we know that we are working hard, we are being disciplined, and we are being honest with our work, the results, they come and go. So what's important is to focus on the process, and that's what I've been trying to do myself. I've had, for example, when I was trying to qualify for the candidates, I had a very rough patch, and that phase really helped me to, I keep thinking to myself, if I didn't have that rough patch, I probably wouldn't have become the world champion. So I think the failures they teach you lessons which nothing else can. So,
But
yeah.
how do you deal with those failures? What are those things that you do at that time? What are those, you wake up early at 6 a.m., that's all our parents tell, subah jaldi uthe to dekho, right? So what do you do? What are the actionable points?
Like, for example, I mean, when you fail, you look back on that without any guilt or regret. You just look back at it from an objective point of view, and then you try to draw the lessons. Because if you lose a game, it's not because it just happened. You made some mistakes, and mistakes are not avoidable, but you can try to make them less. So, for example, when I was doing all this mistakes, I mean, in this rough patch, I realized I was not being objective. I was being overconfident because, I mean, I had a very good run before the final moments where I was about to qualify, and then I got overconfident. I was being careless. I was not taking objective decisions, and then it was a huge lesson which still stays with me, that, like, no matter what happened in the previous game, no matter how well you played in the previous game or how badly you played, what matters is that you go to the board and you make the best move from an objective point of view. So no matter who you are, only if you make good moves you can win. So that was something which, like, I tell myself to keep myself, like, grounded and not get ahead of myself. That is one lesson that I have drawn from failures. But obviously for each person the lesson will be different, and just to look at it from an objective point of view and try to draw from it is I think the best way to go about it.
You know, learning how to deal with failure, to my mind, is as important as dealing with success. All of you are here have obviously done something right, which is why you've been chosen to be here. So this can count as a successful milestone in your lives, right? But as you build businesses, as you create new projects, as you work on different things, there will inevitably be things that go wrong. And a lot of people like yourselves who are sitting here who are successful don't know how to deal with failure. So the first thing I say is just acknowledge the reality that as you grow in life and do different things, there will be things which don't go right, which don't happen the way that you want, and you will have failure. It could be a big failure, it could be a small failure, but you will have setbacks. Learning how to deal with those is very crucial. I think we should celebrate and acknowledge failure. The problem is, in India, typically, society is engineered and DNA'd in a way that somebody who fails, if a startup goes bust or you try something, it doesn't happen, people mock or laugh at what went wrong. The reverse should be true. If somebody's got something wrong, they try to build a business, it didn't happen. He's actually learned more in that process, which equips him for his next inning. Something going wrong teaches you so much, teaches you as much as something going right. Because if it goes right, it could just be being at the right place at the right time. It could be a fluke. Something going wrong has taught you a very real lesson. And here I just want to cite something that, the late Arun Jaitley ji told us. When things go wrong, or you're not having good patch in your career, in your business, people start speaking against the system, right? They get very bitter. If in a political context, if things are not going well, you start publicly speaking against the party or the system that you're a part of. And Jaitley ji said, and it stayed with me for a long time, that that's amongst the worst things you can do. Because the fact that something has gone wrong for you at this moment, something you want is not happening, is only known to you and to the few people who could give it to you, right? Nobody else knows about it. The more bitter you get, the more you start talking, the more you communicate to everybody else that something is wrong, ki iski wicket abhi kharab hai, iska nahi time acha chal raha, whatever. The more it comes into limelight, the more you just keep your head down and let the storm pass. The storm will pass and you can recover. I mean, take someone like a Parvesh Verma from the last couple of months. His Lok Sabha ticket got cancelled, right? That's at some level failure because he wasn't deemed good enough to get the ticket again. A few months later, he was told that he has to fight against Arvind Kejriwal. Now, if he at that time got bitter and started speaking against the system, he would not have had the opportunity. So like there is failure, if you just put your head down, start trying to improve yourself, success will come. You don't know why that ticket was taken away. You don't know why you were chosen to fight against Kejriwal, but it is part of the cycle of life. So don't get bitter. Don't start speaking against the people you work with, because then failure can be a self-fulfilling prophecy. You do something goes wrong, you make the wrong moves, you get bitter, and it kind of takes you down. If something goes wrong and you keep your head, from there you can recover and bounce back very quickly. So I think learning how to deal with failure is almost as important as not getting carried away when you succeed.
So learning and just, I think observing yourself during the time of failure also helps a lot. That's what tells you what not to do in the future, right? Coming to the aspect of leadership again, right? And especially when you're dealing with a team, right? And you're not alone. So in a team, and I think this question is pointed more to you, Raulji. In a team, you have people with very different mindsets and very different belief systems. How do you make sure as the leader that all of you work as a unit? That is one. And all of you work towards the same goal and achievement of that particular goal.
I want to quote to you what, there was this big fight going on between Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, and there was a lot of ego and showmanship. So I asked somebody, and I won't name him, but basically I asked somebody, "Inka to jhamela chal raha hai, how do you deal with it? Like, how do you keep this under control, this showmanship?" He said something very important. He was one of the most important coaches we've had. He said that they walk into the cricket field with different objectives, right? They're coming from different worldviews. Some corporates are backing this guy, some corporates are backing this guy, one IPL franchise. So there's a lot of money and there's a lot of vanity at stake. But the most important thing is that when the cricket ball goes up in the air and it's going towards long on and you're standing below and trying to catch it, do both those cricketers want the same thing, which is that that catch should be caught and that India should win the match. So the point that I'm trying to make is, don't look for people who look like yourself or act like yourself or think like yourself or talk like yourself when you're building teams. Having diversity is very crucial. The ability to work with different kinds of people. For example, when I was on campus at the Harvard Business School, it was a very big learning experience initially because our cohort, it's called a living group of 8 people, had people from Jordan, people from Saudi Arabia, people from Japan, people from Africa, people from Europe. And each country and each nationality has their own value system, their own style of working. Somebody can only work if he's drinking wine. Somebody wants to have a cigar. Somebody wants to stay till late. Somebody wants to start at 6 in the morning. Somebody says, nahi, raat mein khatam karo, sona hai, subah nahi utenge. Each country has a different style. Now, how do you bring all those people together and work with them. That is very crucial. So what happens is people, when they're building teams, typically make the mistake of finding people like themselves. Those teams are very incestuous and inward looking. The more diversity you have in your teams, the more different perspectives you have. And as leaders, having people who challenge you, getting on board people who are smarter than you, who can push you, because it's called the hippo phenomena, right? The highest paid person's opinion. And people like to think if they are the leader, if they are the boss, then everybody else should be subordinate to them. You don't want to hire smarter people. That's the worst thing you can do. The best thing you can do, and if you look at leadership across, the best thing you can do is find people smarter than you and make them a part of your team. If you think that they will stand up because you say stand up and sit down because you say sit down, they may not. Because they're smart people, they'll have a mind of their own. The ability to work with them. For example, in our newsroom, we have Sudhir Chaudhary, right, who's as right of center as right of center can be, and we have Rajdeep, who's kind of left of center. So how do you take everyone along? Because if you want to start fighting, you can fight every day. How do you traverse a cross-section of different kind? I gave the example of political opinion, but it's the same in business. Somebody can be very conservative, somebody can be a big risk taker. How do you take them along in terms of decision making? That is the ultimate litmus test of leadership. And I have this one instance which I saw with my own eyes, and since the PM was here and I saw the kind of commitment he had towards what he was doing, because this SOUL project is really one of his pet ideas, right? And he sat and he listened. Hasmukh Saab showed him the whole project. I saw him in New York. He was doing yoga, right? This is at 7 in the morning. This is the first International Yoga Day. And he was doing yoga so seriously. He was sweating. Now, this is basically International Yoga Day, so it's just like an exhibition, right? It's not your actual exercise which you would do in the morning when you take it seriously. And everybody around him, Richard Gere was there, others were there, and a lot of young kids in his team were there. They were all doing yoga upar se, thoda thoda aise. The PM was doing it so seriously. He was sweating. I was standing next to him, he had sweat coming out of his shirt, his face. He was doing it very seriously. There is a lesson there. Take everything that you do seriously and do the best that you can. A lot of people just kind of want to tick a box and get away, right? I came here, I did some session, I went away. That I think is the wrong approach. If you came here, I hope that of all the people that you hear, and if I say 10 things, there's something that stays with you, which you take back with you, right? That is important. I think you saw that from the Prime Minister when he came. Look at the amount of effort he made in bringing that speech together, right? There's a lot of effort that came across. That's the effort that they make. And if, despite how busy he is, he can make that effort, I think there's a lesson for a lot of young people. Even when you take an exam, sometimes you take an exam, you say, so let me just do the best I can. I don't have to ace it, right? The other approach is, I want to give this exam the best that I can. I want to give it as much. I mean, I may not get 100 marks, but I want to give it as much I can. I think that is a great lesson, that you try to do the best you can in every circumstance.
Thank you so much. So now moving on towards a bit of more lighter note, let's have a small rapid fire round. Would that be okay? I can't hear you. Yes. I still can't hear you. Yes. Oh, I heard you. Okay. Thank you. So Gukesh, we'll start with you. Okay. What is that one everyday thing you are surprisingly bad at?
Waking up on time.
Okay. What's scarier? A tough end game or a public speaking gig?
Probably public speaking.
Okay. If you could steal one skill from any chess legend or a grandmaster, who and what would it be?
Magnus's endgame skills.
Okay. Okay, what is your go-to hype song before any big game or a tournament?
Before games, I don't listen much, but in general, I like some Ed Sheeran songs.
Ed Sheeran? Okay.
Or Arjit Singh. Yeah, depends on my mood.
Okay, this is very diverse. I mean, nice. Okay. So, chess, is it an art, science, or is it pure mind games?
I think it's mostly a sport nowadays, because the playing field, I mean, everyone has the same materials, and the playing level is very level. So it's mostly a sport, I would say.
Okay. And finally, if not chess, or if you were not in chess, what would you have done? Which career path would you have chosen?
Probably some sport. I like some racket sports, but okay, I haven't thought about it seriously at all. So.
Oh, thank God. I thought you were going to say doctor or something like
No.
engineer.
Both my parents are doctors, so I don't think I would have.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So, yes, Rahulji, coming to you. So, you ask very hard questions to a lot of people for a living, right? You keep asking them these questions, and I see them sweat sometimes on television as well. What's the one question you hope no one ever asks you?
You know, can you sing a song or can you dance? So I was doing this interview with Kriti Sanon, right? The Bollywood star. So we had an interaction, everything's going well. And then there was this one occasion where she was going to dance. So she, said, you dance with me. I said, nahi, main nahi kar sakta. It is impossible. So it freaks me out. I mean, in any case, if the lights are dim and it's in the evening, I still have difficulty dancing. I have 3 left feet. 2 you can see and 1 you can't, right? But trips me over all the time. But that freaks me out. Koi bol de ki gana ga do, ya koi bol de ki dance kar lo, it spooks me like terribly, unfortunately.
Okay. If you could swap lives with one of your interviewee for a day, who would that be and why?
I think Amit Shah, and I'll tell you why. Because his mind works so fast and in so many different ways. नहीं, पर आपने सुना ही नहीं मैं क्यों बोल रहा हूँ. So we went to Karnataka in this one constituency where the BJP was going to lose. Okay, it was clear as day to a blind person also that they were going to lose. He spent so much time and energy in that seat. And I'm thinking, ये हार रहे इतना यहाँ पे इतना tight fight है इतना effort क्यों कर रहे हैं? I later asked him. He says no. 3 elections later, अगले election में ऐसे होगा. उसके बाद JDS यहाँ पे क्रम्बल कर जाएगी. उसके बाद ये आदमी जो तुमने देखा ना जो तीसरी रो में खड़ा था, उस आदमी को मैं टिकट दूंगा, वो लड़ेगा और फिर हम यहाँ पे तीसरे इलेक्शन में जीतेंगे. I think the only other people who think like that are the Chinese. If you read Chinese thought, they're thinking 15, 20, 25, 30 years ahead, right? In India, strategic thought is usually just from one quarter to quarter in business and one election to the next in politics. The fact that he's thinking 3 elections ahead when I don't even know what the hell I will be doing is just something I find remarkable. So I want to see what's actually going on inside that brain, yeah.
Well, speaking about Chinese, our own Gukesh just beat one of them at the at the strategic game with being moves ahead. So thank you so much. And yes, the next question to you would be, if you could cover any historical event, live, historical, which one would it be?
I don't know how anybody would feel about it. It's a very, it's a very evocative thing and provocative from different perspectives. But the demolition of the Babri Masjid. Now, the reason I say that is because so much changed on that day, and in good ways, in bad ways, in terrible ways. Just, I think, having a ringside account to those developments would have been quite remarkable. I'm not in any way justifying what happened. That's not the idea. I'm just saying, you said what would be just incredible to see happen in front of you as a reporter, as a storyteller, and since it shaped Indian politics and society for decades after that, that would have been quite the moment to just see unfold in terms of what actually happened at that time.
And finally, the last question, what is your favorite song, and please sing it for us.
ये moderator अच्छा है, हाँ? लगता थोड़ा सा मासूम type का. There's no way I can sing. When I was in class 5,
Sir, public's demand, sir.
It's impossible. I can leave, I can apologize, I can say, Hasmukhji, I'm really sorry, I need to run. I was in a choir, and I was such a bad singer that they asked me, "Ab aise aise muh hilao, gana nahi." So they basically told me, don't sing. So since then I've been scarred. I would never do this. But I have something which I hope to leave you with before we end, right? And this is based on years of going to places like the Davos World Economic Forum, or going to the India Today Conclave, and all of you being here at the SOUL Leadership event, which is how do you maximize your presence here, right? Now there's so many people who've come here. What is the one lesson or tip that you can keep about ensuring that you've used your time here best, right? And I think that is to do with cultivating a good network. And a lot of people learn finance, they learn leadership, they learn accounting in college. They don't learn about how to build networks and connections. And that, I think, is the most important thing which really should be taught in business school. And I hope that at some point in time at an institute like SOUL, because see, a lot of people are taking selfies, coming in. Those are very superficial and inconsequential. How can you build real connections with three kinds of people, right? People who are at your level, so all the youth delegates who are sitting here, how many people can you make lifelong connections with? One is ki, okay, saath mein photo खींच लिया, खाना खा लिया, खाना, and then that's the end of it. How many people can build a connection with somebody sitting in this room right now, a connection which lasts them forever? If you're, for example, from Ahmedabad, you go to Kolkata, can you find somebody here who you've bonded with and connected with in a very deep way, who becomes your contact in Kolkata forever? And I think the mistake that people make there is they start thinking of networking as a way of going up the career ladder, or networking as a bad thing which lobbyists do. It's not. How do you make real, genuine connections? So one is with peers like yourself, the other is with people above you. For example, those like Sudhir Bhai and the others sitting in the front row. How can you connect with him in a way that he says, okay, when you come to Ahmedabad, come see my facility, or come have a cup of tea, or see what we're doing. Do you have the ability to build that connection? What does it take? And the only way to do that is by being genuine. If you try and be somebody you are not, it's never going to work. If you are your genuine self and you're able to connect, like some people you'll see in a superficial way getting invited to all the big parties, right? And some people don't, and the ones who don't wonder, usko kaise bulaya mujhe? That's just one way. The other is that if somebody is looking to fund or finance somebody's business, some people are being able to make it happen, and some people may have the idea but not find the funding. What is it that they're doing right, and what is it that it is the power of developing a healthy network. And I think reading about that, working on that constantly is the biggest investment that you can make in yourself. Learning about finance, accountancy, etc. is all important. Learning about how to build a genuine network that can come to your aid and can help you move faster in life is a very important life skill that all of you will see as you go in life. Some people from here will grow really fast and make a very big name for themselves, and some people may appear bright to you right now but may not grow as much. And as you evaluate why one person got ahead and the other didn't, oftentimes you'll find it's the network that they were able to build for themselves which separates those who are good and get ahead and those who are very good but don't get ahead. Because you don't win in life, you don't succeed in life because you are good. You win or you succeed in life because there are people around you who want to help you win and succeed. Till you are able to build those connections, that genuine network where you have people's goodwill and they want you to win and succeed, you won't be. So as you work on yourself in terms of financial skills or economic skills or whatever skills you're developing, work also on the softer aspect of building genuine connections and networks amongst the delegates and amongst people who are both below you and above you. Make the effort of trying to teach what you've learned to people below you. You will earn their goodwill and their respect, which will be the most invaluable thing that you can take, because you got people who are cheering for you, they've got goodwill in their heart. When you go out and do well, they want you to succeed. That doesn't seem like money, but to my mind, it's more valuable than money.
So, one last question. Which is your favorite song?
I am actually blind to all songs. I was a bit of a geek growing up, so I used to read a lot of books. And my father's an author. He used to write books on national defense strategy, security, nuclear architecture and stuff. So growing up, I was reading that kind of stuff. When it comes to movies, and there's some movie people are referencing, I'm blank. I have no idea because I honestly haven't seen. But they're like, but how could you not have seen this movie? I said, nahi dekhi, main kya kar, So when it's music or songs or movies, unfortunately, I'm really, really bad. The worst thing I can do is to pretend that I know because I don't. And I think if you don't know, you should say nahi aata. Har cheez ko dance bhi karna hai, gana bhi gana nahi aata. Jo nahi aata, bolna chahiye ki nahi aata.
So thank you so much for answering these questions very honestly and teaching us a lot through this panel. And I think we've come to the end of it. And I would like to thank all the audience as well for being really, really good.
Jatin, we can allow 2 questions from the audience to Gukesh, because Sir is always on the screen answering the best of the best questions. So to Gukesh, though public speaking is Not a good move for him.
We're
Yes.
putting Gukesh on a
Just two questions, one from this side, one from here. Okay, lady, we go with you first. Yes. No, you had a opportunity in the morning, so can we pass?
Hi, my name is Anshul Thakur and I am from Devbhumi, Himachal. My question is for D. Gukesh. So my question is, do you have any specific routines or habits that help you stay focused? How do you overcome moments of self-doubt or frustration?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question because routines is something that like any sports person pays a lot of attention to. I mean, I can talk about sports person. I don't know about other fields, but like I do have some routines before a game or before a tournament that I try to follow no matter how I'm playing or how I'm feeling, because when you have less things to think about, like when you do something in the morning, evening, night, you don't think about those things. You have more space in your mind to think about chess. I mean, in my case, chess. So I think routines are very important, and I just follow some basic routines before going to sleep, some relaxation activities, when I wake up, some meditation, stuff like that. And I feel even before the game, once I go and sit on the board, I follow some routines so that my mind, that is the best way I found to get into the zone. And I try to be as specific with my routines as possible.
Thank you.
Okay, just one from here. Yes, gentlemen. You got a chance in the morning? No? Are you sure? Okay. Go ahead with the...
Hello, all, sir. So,
hello.
Listening to you has been so delightful. Communication is an intrinsic part of leadership. Can you tell me something how I can work on my communication? Because like I was trying to break down what I can learn from you, and there's just so much, whether it's anecdotes, being quick. I was really loving every part of what you said. So how can we build our communication? And Rahul, sir.
I said ask Gukesh, please.
Oh, yes, to sir, Gukesh, sir. And how do you deal with this?
Can we ask him? Yeah, please.
सो गुड आफ्टरनून सर, मेरा नाम अद्वित्य रंजन है और मैं बिहार से हूँ. सो सर मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है, मैंने सर आपका वीडियो देखा है कि आपने बहुत ही कम एज में ये कमिटमेंट कर दिया था कि मुझे यंगेस्ट वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप बनना है, और आप बन के दिखाया सर. तो वो मोटिवेशन आपने वहाँ से लेकर यहाँ तक उस मोटिवेशन को मेंटेन कैसे किया सर? ये मेरा क्वेश्चन है सर.
Yeah, that has become a very famous video. I mean, I just said it as a innocent kid, but yeah, like from the time I started playing chess, like I watched Vishy sir versus Magnus match in Chennai in 2013, and I saw Vishy sir losing the title, and I just thought to myself, like I want to bring the trophy home, and the youngest world champion. I don't know how the idea came or where it came from, but yeah, since I started playing, it was just something very special to my heart, and I was putting a lot of effort into it, and I think that was the objective from my childhood, and that was what I was working for. That was what I thought about before going to sleep when I woke up. So yeah, I could say my whole life was filled, I mean, to become the youngest world champion. And now, like in the last couple of years, becoming the world champion doesn't really mean that I'm the best player in the world, because Magnus decided to quit the cycle and stuff like that. So it's also positive in a way that I have kind of achieved my childhood dream, but also there's a lot more to look forward to, a lot more to wake up to. So, yeah.
This is exactly what our Honorable Union Minister Sir said, that focus on one thing, and that what he had done in the young age. Hope you got the answer. Okay? Can we have a huge round of applause for all the chat that happened over here and the knowledge they shared with you all. Thank you. And I now request Mr. Jatin to hand over the token of gesture, the mementos to both the gentlemen here. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, sir, for igniting the fire amongst the youth through your fireside chat. Thank you, sir. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Gukesh. Thanks, Remain seated, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we now go forward with one more speaker. It is an honor to welcome Mr. Pankaj Patel, a visionary leader shaping the global healthcare landscape. As chairman of Zydus Life Sciences Limited, he has steered the company's presence across 85 countries. A distinguished researcher with numerous patents and publications. He also plays a pivotal role in India's growth, serving on the central board of RBI and chairing IIM Ahmedabad. Earlier, IIM Udaipur and Invest India. His commitment to healthcare and philanthropy is evident through his leadership at the Gujarat Cancer Society and Zydus Foundation. Recognized for his immense contributions, he has been recently conferred with the Padma Bhushan 2025. It is indeed a beautiful accolade that he has earned, and I take sheer pride and pleasure in welcoming Sir Mr. Pankaj Patel. Welcome, sir. Can we give a huge round of applause? Thank you.
Rahul is still around, so let everybody enjoy talking. Anyhow, very good afternoon. Don't waste your time and energy on something which is not important for you. Thank you very much to be here to listen to me. And I'm almost like a post-lunch session where people are tired of listening. Even in college, that happens to us, isn't it? So I must thank both Hasmukh Bhai and Sudhir Bhai for inviting me to speak here. I think soul, everybody has spoken a lot about it, but it's about leadership, isn't it? Now, leadership, if you see, has undergone a change over the last 2 decades. Originally, people were talking leaders are born, isn't it? That's what we heard very, very early times. It's no longer the case. Leaders are made, and now leaders are evolving. So things have changed over decades that no longer the leaders are born, leaders are actually made through several things happen. Also important to understand that leadership and management are different words. And I think in the morning it was explained to you, but I think please understand, getting into an MBA program does not become you leader. A leader is much different. You don't require an MBA to become a leader. But you become, because you are MBA, you will be leader. I don't think that is the truth. And I think that's where, if you see the over a period of time, as leadership has evolved, I think what has today happened is leader has become a planner, and he has become a kind of a person who is a coach, who creates teams to make that happen. When we look at that and look at the current environment around the world, you know, there is one side climate crisis, the other side we are talking about automation and digitization, the new advent of AI, the healthcare challenges which we are talking about, the geopolitical disturbance, and I love tariff. You all heard that? Correct? I love tariff, the beautiful word. So I think the point is, things are changing in this era, and the leadership also is evolving and changing in this newer era. Let me go back now to share with you some of my experiences in life, and that might be some learning for you as well. And I will start with something which is very important for all of you to understand. Why was Prime Minister was here in the morning and spending time with you? He's the Prime Minister of India. He's third term Prime Minister of India. He'll be even fourth term also. The question is, why should he come here and talk to you? But he is a person who thinks that I have to create leaders. I have to help people to become leader, because this country has a great future, but without leaders it cannot happen. And how he is conscious about this, I'll give you an example. All of us suffer because of COVID. Before COVID happened, somewhere in November, December time frame, he invited all pharma leaders to come and meet him. And we were surprised why was this call. And the call was saying that there is something happening in China. People are talking that it might become a worldwide crisis, and we should be as a country prepared to face it. Imagine the visionary aspect of this leader, thinking ahead of time. When actually lockdown happened, one day I was like at home, about to go to bed, my phone rang. And the phone rang, I lifted the phone, it was from a Delhi number, and the other side was Prime Minister. And the point he said is, भैया, कोविड का प्रॉब्लम हुआ है, अभी एक ही दवाई की बात चल रही है, तो इसको कैसे हम सप्लाई करेंगे? बोला, सर, नो प्रॉब्लम, वी हैव इनफ कैपेसिटी, आवर इंडस्ट्री इज कैपेबल, वी विल सप्लाई टू इंडिया. इसलिए मैंने जो फोन नहीं किया. आई कॉल्ड यू बिकॉज आई हैव टू सर्व द वर्ल्ड. आई हैव टू सप्लाई दिस मेडिसिन टू द वर्ल्ड. द पॉइंट टू बी अंडरस्टूड इज दैट इज द क्वालिटी ऑफ लीडर. So if you don't have this kind of humility, thinking about masses and classes across your population, your country, and even the world as a large, you cannot become a leader. So the point would be, and I think a lot of people have said since morning about this, that you need to have that humility, you need to have that vision, the magnanimity, to think about not only you, not only but your family, not about your city or society or state, but whole world as a university. The other is that example I will take from my own learning is that at that time, as an organization, we had a meeting to discuss what can we do to help. Supplying some medicine was a normal job which we are doing. And that time we said, yes, we should do something for vaccine and we should do something for treatment. And the reason was that when swine flu hit India, fortunately not that bad, we were the only company who developed immediately vaccine in 8 months and put in the market. And of course, fortunately, we were all saved. And we said, we must do vaccine, but a different approach. We created a technology today. That technology is going to be available for any pandemic in future. But not only that, we said it is not enough. Treatment, people won't have income. People won't have it. How do you think about our society? And my team told me, sir, this is the time to give back. And we said, when everybody is selling remdesivir injection at 5,000 rupees, we launched at below 900 rupees. The point was simple. That time, it was not a priority to make profit, but priority was how do you help the society at large. The other thing which came up is that India was pharmacy of the world. Yeah? But that is good. Question is, can India is going to benefit from the drug discovery in the West and do making drug in India, make it at lower cost and in the process offer the drug? Or India can also contribute to the knowledge and wealth of new drugs in the world. We decided as an organization that we have to create this capability. We focused on capability building. We focused on creating teams which are committed, and we said we will make a long-term commitment to make this happen. Today, we are the only company in India who has the full capability of a drug discovery, be it an animal testing or be it in. And the success is not in one day. Everybody in the world told me at that time, including big consulting firms, say that it requires $1 billion to discover a drug. So what happens? Everybody you will say, where do I have $1 billion? My company's turnover is less than $1 billion. How do I think about doing a research expenditure of $1 billion? But that's a myth. If this is the myth which the West has spreaded. Everything is very expensive, very difficult, they use jargons to make it more difficult. You cannot do it. The Chinese proved them wrong, isn't it? With AI, correct? What I'm trying to say is, that's the reality. Don't accept if people say something that this is so difficult to do it or you cannot do it because you require so much resources and that. Everything is possible. Not that everybody will be able to do it, but at appropriate time in your journey life, you will be able to do whatever is your desire is there. And that's what we focused on. We created capability. We said, we are not going to do it in West. We are going to do it in India. We will take the advantage in India and make things happen. And today, we have 2 NCEs approved in India. 1 is now getting approval in US and in the rest of the world. 1, in fact, in China, and so on and so forth. The point I'm trying to raise here is that if you want to do it, then you can do it. But don't get influenced by people, so-called gurus, who come and tell you, you cannot do this, or you need so much to do this. You require 10,000 people to make a project. Why? That question should come to your mind and not think that, no, I am going to do that. Other thing is which we always think about is that I want to get into a particular business line. Then what the next thing I think? What is my next door neighbor is doing? Or what is the most successful company in India is doing? It's a 100% formula to fail. Because you're copying somebody. You cannot be better than the copy, no? Correct? So the point I want to understand, that copying something is not going to help you. But it's going to help you if you think out of the box. Let me give you one example, or 2 examples. A challenge was thrown to me that you have to create a hospital and a medical school in a tribal district of Gujarat. And everybody said it's very difficult to do a hospital there. There is people who not educated. They will come with bone and arrow at the hospital. You will have a lot of issues and problems. So easy is to say very difficult, I don't want to do it. We said, no, we will do it. And we realized that if we want to become successful here, we have to show them the value, what we bring in. We created that. Fortunately, we had enough resources to do that, make that happen. But we treated every patient till today free of charge. And what happened is that in the process, now with the PMJY coming in, the hospital almost runs on its own. But the point I'm trying to say is that you need to think about changing the environment. Typically, if you set up a medical hospital, you will say, I will charge. But had I done it, I would not have been successful. Then I realized that a middle class, all of you sitting here, has a pain when you go to hospital and pay the bill, isn't it? Correct? Everybody crips about it. And why are you cripping about it? Because he said, "I मैं गया था, मुझे 1 लाख रुपए में काम हो जाना था, मेरा भी 1.5 लाख का बिल आ गया." 1 लाख का प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, 50,000 प्रॉब्लम कर रहा है. इवन 1,10,000 होगा तो 10,000 प्रॉब्लम कर रहा है आपको, बिकॉज आप 1 लाख की तैयारी करके गए थे. So when I thought that there is a problem, how do you solve the problem? And we said, we are going to create hospitals which is made for people who can afford to pay, but do not want to feel not getting service or get cheated. And we created a different model which everybody else not doing it. A said, we will not promote. B, we will not go to anybody to say, send your patient to my hospital. And I will not do any sales promotion activity, which is a huge cost. Second, I said, I would only have patient as my customer, as my guru, and nobody else is my guru. And I will do anything for the patient, but nothing else. And we created a system where if there is a surgery, there is a cost attached to it, it is fixed, and nothing else is paid. And the hospital people said, but sir, sometimes they stay longer and this. I said, that's your mistake. You didn't do thing right. That's why it happened. And then everybody says, no, it's not possible, sir. I said, wait, do it. And they realized that hardly in 1 or 2% case, you exceed that number. But for 2%, why do you punish? But you create, so the kind of thing you do, I'm just giving example, that where you try to do even a business which is already existing, a new, you think about something different. Moment you do something different, there is better reception, better acceptance, and in the result, the hospitals which we created became the best hospital for last 6 years. And it will continue to happen in going forward as well. The other thing is, and I think a lot of people have talked about value. So I think we all know that value is very important. But another important part is culture. When you create a team, the culture of the team is the most important part, because that becomes your DNA. That culture makes you sustainable as a team and going forward. Now, how do you build culture? So in an industry which I am representing, pharmaceuticals, and you might have read in newspaper all the time, no, FDA came and punished this company and FDA has this problem, quality problems. You have read this enough in newspaper, isn't it? Correct? The point what we did is, how do you build culture? We decided to think about it. Created almost 300 teams. These teams have job to meet every day morning to discuss quality for first 10 minutes. They talk about what went right and what did not go right. What can be done better? And that became continuously DNA of the organization. And that's the way you build culture, where people think that yes, quality is very important. But if you tell people and preach them, oh, you have to be quality conscious. Somebody said in the morning, no, चाल से नहीं चलेगा. Correct? जुगाड़ नहीं चलेगा. These are the words we have invented in India. But we have to get out of these words, isn't it? If we want to become global, if we want to become successful, then we need to do this. If you don't do this, then it's very difficult for us to actually create world leaders out of you. The other is, of course, the values. And the values becomes a very important part of any organization. And there, something which we very proudly say and do is that not only we do execute well, do everything, I think what we do is, how do you create your people? So we in an organization say, we build people to build our business. We believe that people is the only resource I have. Rest of them are available freely. You will say, "Arey, money kahan hai, sir?" But it is, if you have people, money will come. If you have idea, money will come. But if you don't have people, nothing can be done. So people is the most important resources. And we said, how do you create your place where people will love to work? So when we made our new office, the architect met me and said, sir, what is your brief? I said, I have one-liner. The place of my office should be better than my home. He said, why? All of you, when you go to work, you spend most of the time in the office or at the workplace. Then you come home, have dinner, so gaya. Kuch dekha nahi. Morning again, wake up, get ready, and go to work. Most of your time which you spend when you're awake is in the office. It should be better than the home so that you feel like going there. Otherwise, आज स्कूल नहीं जाना है. बच्चे करते हैं. Same thing happens. So create environment which is conducive to your people. I'm giving an example, but I can tell you so many other things about it. But try to understand, create environment which happen. The other is, nothing is constant. Things are changing very rapidly. And everybody said, what do we do that? I think change management becomes a very important part. What we followed as an organization, 4 things. A, any change decision should be collective decision. It should not be my decision. It should not be his decision. It should be our decision. So that's the first thing. But when you do the change discussion on change, when everybody is consciously convinced that, yes, this is the way to move forward, communicate it well to the team. And then, of course, execute through a phase-wise planning. Now, most of the time, people change things without explaining why you want to change. You don't take your team with you and do changes. Then things occur. But change has to happen because we live in a world where everything is changing so rapidly. And things are going to change even much faster now with what is happening around the world. And that's why it's going to be important. And as a result, my own organization has undergone every 5 year a change. But every 5 year change was also created through a kind of system which makes sure that everybody is in part of it and they go ahead with that successfully as we move forward. I can keep on going more, but I think I will just say finally a few words. At the core of anything you do in life is people. It's learning an experience which you get. How can it be useful to public good? And you said, you are a business, you have to make profit. But you can make money if you do public good. Don't think that doing public good, you cannot make money. You can. And that's why, to make our dream of Viksit Bharat 2047, we need honesty and integrity in our country. We all have to have a passion for welfare of everybody. We need to have capability to take bold decision, but in a consultative way. And should be capable to create changes at the grassroots level. Long time we have spoken, but I think young people like you, we look forward at you that we have failed, but you will be successful because you have the energy, you have the environment where you can change India and make Viksit Bharat. Thank you very much.
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, sir. So, my question to you was that as in your profession and as in your multi-billion-dollar business, there is very less margin of error and there are high chances of pressure. So, what I think is, as you are such a successful leader, what I think is that, there is always a room for some inspiration. So, sir, what is the inspiration for you? Is it the good for people? Is it some person? So, how do you find inspiration where you take bold calls or where you aim for success? And who is your inspiration?
So creating something new is my passion. And creating something which others have not done or challenging the status quo is my passion. And I like to do this.
Good evening, sir. My name is Masood Ahmed and I'm from Chhattisgarh. Sir, what is the biggest challenge you face in staying disciplined, sir?
No, I think there are a lot of short-term shortcuts available in life.
Yes, sir.
And you can get very attracted to that. If you avoid it, you can become successful. But if you not avoid it, then you can. So I have always said that we have avoided all those shortcuts and taken a long cut. So not looked at whether every quarter there is a better profit but we always looked at whether we have made progress, whether we have made the progress in the right way.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Nitin Kumar Chopra. I am also a pharmaceutical sciences student. I have two questions for you. My first question is, as research and development is a money-burning field and it leads to a lot of failures. So how do you, as the leader of such a big group, handle the failures of the research and development? And second question is, India is one of the largest manufacturing hub for pharmaceutical products, but it lacks in research and development field on a global scale. So how do you, as a leader, seize India as the top global manufacturing house? Thank you, sir.
So I got two questions. So first of all, let me address research first. I believe India can deliver 100 new chemical entities or new drugs in the world by 2047. Of course, it would require effort. Yes. Honorable Prime Minister in the morning talked about innovation. Innovation is possible. You, as a pharmaceutical scientist, is capable of doing it, provided you have an environment, ecosystem to make that happen. And I think that's what we all are trying to create now. And I'm very positive about it that it will happen. Question is, if we say it's so difficult, as somebody told me long back, that $1 billion is required, it's not so. The second question you said about failure. I think in our organization, any research project which is failed, we celebrate. I tell everybody who comes back and said, this project has failed, I said, thank you very much. We said, usko shabashi dete hain. Because I think, as they said, no, failure is the first step to success. In research, even is much more. And I think this is the real. And not only in India, one of the most successful country which has been very high in research is Israel. Yeah. You have heard about, right? In Israel, this is a common thing. The country as a whole celebrates failures. And that's why they are ahead in technology, far ahead with many, many other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, I have one more question, please.
The next session is waiting.
Ma'am, can I please ask?
You can meet him a little later.
Yeah, you can meet me later.
Yes, please, please. I'm so sorry for that. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing all the vision and the visionary leadership and invaluable contributions to healthcare and innovation. And I now call upon Mr. Pratham Singh. He's a researcher and policy analyst. And I request him to kindly present the memento to sir. He's done his policy analysis in political science and international relations. Can we extend a huge round of applause? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Haji, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we shall move to the second session, which will have the fireside chat. And it is my privilege to welcome Mr. Sridhar Venkat, CEO of the Akshay Patra Foundation. a leader dedicated to eradicating classroom hunger with over 30 years of experience at global giants like Philips, ABB, and Cisco. He made a transformative shift to the social sector. He has steered Akshay Patra into the world's largest NGO-run school meal program, feeding 2.25 million children daily. A Wharton alumnus, his leadership has earned global recognition, including the Gandhi Peace Prize and BBC Global Food Champion Award. Please help me welcome Mr. Sridhar Venkat, sir. Welcome, sir. Next, we will have with us a visionary leader in governance and social transformation, Dr. R. Balasubramaniam. Welcome, sir. As a member of the Capacity Building Commission and founder of SVYM and GRAM, he has driven impactful change at the grassroots. A Harvard-trained leadership expert and SEBI board member, his work bridges policy, leadership, and development. He has authored a book named The Power Within, The Leadership Legacy of Narendra Modi, which is highly recommended if you want to learn the leadership rules from the roots. Please welcome both of them. And to moderate the session, would like to invite Mr. Saurav Johari, Director in charge of SOUL and Director of Piramal School of Leadership. Welcome, sir. Sir has, along with various international investment banks and development banks, has worked with various non-profit organizations. Pleasure, sir, and I now request you to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the session just before the tea break, so please hold your energies for a very electric discussion with Sridhar and Balu. Both of them are stalwarts in whatever field they have been working in. One started with an NGO and now at the head of a leading organization of the government called the Capacity Building Commission, Dr. R. Balu. And he has very recently authored a book, Power Within, the leadership, on leadership and personal leadership behaviors. And Sridhar, of course, leads a very, very, I would say, one of the biggest organizations in the social sector. So, but I would not like to talk a lot about their organization, but I would like to talk to them about their journeys. What made Balu the Balu he is today, and what made Sridhar the Sridhar he is today. So I would like Balu and Sridhar to maybe reflect and go back into your younger days or early childhood days as to what inspired you, and both of you started in the business sector, you started in the social sector, you moved from social sector to the government sector, you moved from the corporate sector to the social sector. So what was these trigger points and what inspired you when you started your journey? So maybe with Balu.
I didn't want to be, my voice is bad, so pardon me for that. I'm just recovering from a bad infection. I didn't want to be where I am today. So I was just like any other young 17-year-old who wanted to do computer science and go where my siblings went. My siblings are all in the US. And I didn't get into IIT. So very disappointed. Didn't get into what was then called regional engineering colleges, RECs. Just took some college in Bangalore. I think fate has a way of dealing with all these things. And that college was beside the Ramakrishna Ashram. And the first day of college, I was so badly ragged that I never had the courage to go back to college the next day. There was no anti-ragging act those days. So after being ragged, coming from a typical middle-class family which always valued studies more than anything else, homemaker mother who was possibly doubly intelligent than what career women can be, and you can't lie to her. You have to say something to her. So I would tell her, college is half day, just started, and spend the half day at the Ramakrishna Mission. Couple of days of just walking around, wandering around. Bangalore Ashram has got a lovely orchard. The monks there thought I come to steal fruits. And just to tell them that I have not come here to steal fruits, to show off, I went and sat in their library. I think the next 2 months changed my life. I read pretty much everything Swami Vivekananda wrote in 2 months. I didn't understand much, but I read it. 8 volumes those days, now it's 10 volumes. But I think two books changed my life, and I still believe every young person in India should read these two books. One was called to the youth of India, and the other was called to the nation. So I think what Swamiji said, very simple statements, like I call every young man a traitor, who having been educated at people's expense can't pay the least heed to them. Or stuff like, I do not believe in a God or religion which cannot wipe the widow's tears or bring a piece of bread to the orphan's mouth. And that day, I still remember, it was September 30th, 1982, I was 17. I felt if I get a chance in life, I will do something different. I didn't want to be a doctor. I never even imagined I'll be a doctor. And the day I felt that very strongly, I come back home, I find a telegram saying, join Mysore Medical. I don't know if young people of today know what a telegram is. It is not an app. It is actually something with the Post and Telegraph Department is to send in an emergency. So I got a telegram which said, join Mysore Medical College immediately. I saw that as a sign of the divine. I still believe it was the way Vivekananda communicated and said, your life is for something else. And I joined medicine. At 19, third year of medicine, I started the Vivekananda Youth Movement. That's what SVYM actually represents. And 87, I graduated, I just went into the forest. So I think the next 30 years were the best years of my life, living in the forest with the tribals, like them, amidst them, with them. That chance getting ragged was a blessing.
Thank you. Sridhar.
First of all, I would like to thank Chairman Sudhir Bhai Mehta and Vice Chairman Hasmukh Bhai for inviting us. And Saurabh, thank you for this wonderful path-breaking initiative. In my case, I grew up in a middle class or a lower middle class family in Nagpur, patriotic. I had everything for my needs, but not for greed. I always wanted to become an army guy. Okay. So in engineering, I got selected in the Indian Navy. So I still remember the Commodore asking me this question, why you want to join the Indian Navy? So I told him, I remember I told him in Hindi, I told him, sir, marne ke pehle kuch karke marna hai. I don't want to die just like that. So it so happened I was the youngest at home and my mother didn't allow me to join the Indian Navy. But then many years later, Akshay Patra happened. And I feel so blessed that this is a platform for me to give back to this great nation. How Akshay Patra happened was, in a typical engineer MBA, you want to become a CEO by the age of 40. So I had a good opportunity to work overseas. And I was very, very inspired by the Krishna consciousness movement. And I used to volunteer with Akshay Patra. And the chairman of Akshay Patra, my boss, two bosses I have monks, both of them are monks. Okay, and it's blessed to be working with a monk actually. So he called me to his office. His name is Sri Madhu Pandit Das. He's from IIT Mumbai. And he said, Sridhar, what are you doing? So I told him, you see, I'm transitioning from one organization to another. So he asked me one calling kind of a question. He said, Sridhar, why are you building empires for others? Build for these children. Build for Krishna's children. That is the words I still remember he said. That was like a moment of calling for me. And I don't know what happened to me. I said yes to him. I didn't even check with my wife. So I called her and told that I'm making this move. She just asked me one question. "Apne khane pine ke liye to ho jayega na kuch na kuch." So, but she has been a great supporter for me and big sheet anchor. And I think sometimes in life, a moment of calling like this make a huge impact and you take a complete detour. And then after a few years, I happened to meet some of my friends. And one of them said, I'm working for IBM. Another said, I'm working for Samsung. Another said, I'm working for Philips. I'm doing this. I said, I'm working for Krishna. Okay, I work for God. I'm doing God's work. So many years later, some of them want to come and join me now. Okay, so I feel truly it has been a transformative journey for me. I could not have asked more from God. You know, feeding children, we believe, is not charity. Feeding children is our social responsibility. How can you make our children go hungry? And when you see what happened was, I'll just take a quick 1 minute to tell a story. we reached a milestone of feeding 1 million children. We started with 5 schools and 1,500 children. And today we feed 2.25 million children every day in over 23,000 schools. So I was very curious to know what is the impact of this program on a child, more than all these awards and accolades. So this boy came to my office, tall, 6 foot 3 inches, grown-up guy, and he carried an envelope in his hand. So I asked him, "Can you tell me about yourself?" So he said, I was son of a security guard, part-time security guard. Father was earning few thousand rupees per month, family of 6 people. So I asked him, how was your academic performance? He said, most of the days I used to faint in the class. This was many, many years back. And I asked him how much he used to get. He said about 40% marks. So I asked him, what happened after the Akshaya Patra program came to your school? So he said, my attention span went up. I was able to focus better. I was able to study well. 40 became 60 the next year. 60 became 80. And in 10th, I scored 92% marks. And he remembered, I had forgotten, he remembered that we had given a 5,000 rupees scholarship to him to study 11th and 12th. And he said, with that I studied BTech in computer science. And I stood first class with distinction. And he opened a white envelope. It was an offer letter from India's leading multinational company with a pay 30 times of his father. And he said, my father no more works. That day I decided that I'll never leave Akshaya Patra. This is my life's calling. This is, when you see, as a youngster I learned happiness moves in circles. When I make Balu happy, Balu makes Saurav happy, Saurav makes someone else happy. We get into the circle of happiness. So I said, this is the platform for me to be in. And it's immensely gratifying for me.
Wonderful. You want to add something?
No, I'm so touched.
No. Well, that's really inspiring. And I would now like to kind of fast forward their lives maybe 30 years later. In fact, मैं आज सुबह से सोच रहा था when I was listening to Modi ji and then many other speakers, is leadership is really a very complicated thing which we try and decode, or is it a very simple thing? And somehow it's kind of the way it is playing in my mind. It's really a very simple thing in terms of when we look at these leaders from Modi ji and industrial leaders like Piramal ji and many others. You are also leading 2 big organizations. You, the government, one of the big organizations in Government of India, you are leading a very large social sector organization. Is leadership as simple as a set of behaviors which we exhibit as leaders, be it a CEO or be it a member of Capacity Building Commission? And then what are those behaviors which we as leaders should exhibit, which bring us the whatever it is in the true ourselves? And Balu, you have actually studied Modi ji's life also. So maybe some examples from your life and his life, and then your own examples, Sridhar, as to when you execute as a CEO of Akshaya Patra. What are the leadership behaviors which you kind of exhibit, which makes you what you are? And
I actually want to go back to what I learned leadership from, whom I learned leadership from. From several different people actually, but I would like to specifically talk about one tribal leader. Funnily, I am now in government, but I'm known mostly for my suing the government a lot. And I was an activist. And I was very troubled by the way the tribals in the forest were treated by the government. So I had filed cases against the government of India, against the government of Karnataka, and it was a losing battle against the forest department. And the tribals are getting very disturbed. They were getting very angry. They were getting very violent. And all my convictions were in the teachings of Vivekananda and Gandhi. And I thought, I'm losing this battle now. And I was also tending to become a little violent in my thinking. Around that time when everything looked bleak, there was a traditional chieftain called Modli Madaya. I still remember, and I wasn't interacting with him a lot, but he came and met me one day and said, looks like you're losing this battle. I think now you need my support. Very proactively reached out to me. I am a 26, 27-year-old angry young man, angry at the system. And here was a 40, 45-year-old chieftain, who was the head of all the chieftains. And I thought, what will this man tell me now? And then he said, can you give me 10 days, the next 10 days of your life to me? I said, I'm now losing this battle. I don't mind giving the next 1 month to you if you can win it for me. The next 10 days were the best days of my life. We walked around tribal colony to colony to colony in the forest. There were no roads at that time, no buses, nothing. No food. For 10 days our food was puffed rice, what we used to call puri in Kannada, and black jaggery tea. If you got it twice a day, it was great meal. If you got it once a day, that's all you got. And we must have covered at least 200, 250 kilometers of walking in 10 days. Colony to colony. Slept on their floors, didn't have a bedsheet to cover, all the mosquitoes biting you. And I was wondering, how is this going to get me to win this battle against government? But Modli Madaya was a great strategist in my view. Traditional chieftains, they're not trained in Harvard like me. They're trained in the real university called life. And after 10 days I asked him, Modli Madaya, why did you make me do all this? He said, you were defeated even before you were defeated. And look at the leadership statement. All I taught you was, gave you inspiration. I said, how did you inspire me? Nothing, you never spoke to me. He said, you lived the life of a tribal for 10 days now. This is the life we live because of what government has done to us. We've been brought out of the forest. Mosquitoes feed on us. We have no house to live in. We sleep on the floors. It is puffed rice and tea is what we eat every day. If this is not going to inspire you to fight our battles, nothing else is going to. So he actually lived the inspiration message in an immersive way for me. And then I asked him, but why did you come and join this? You gain nothing from this. You got 2.5 acres of land. You have been rehabilitated. What do you gain? He said, that is what gives me the legitimacy to join you, because I gain nothing from this. Now Vivekananda says, the two national ideals of India should be Seva and Tyaga. Modli Madaya never knew any Vivekananda. He had never studied any Vedanta, but he was living Seva and Tyaga. Seva for his fellow tribals, and Tyaga because he wanted nothing. And even today he got nothing. We forcibly got him a Rajyotsava award, saying that he deserves it more than all the so-called pseudo-leaders who keep getting these awards. Right? And that day I learned leadership is not something it's not behaviors and traits. It's the actions you live. And I see that when I was looking at Prime Minister Modi's life, it was possibly the greatest 2 years that I could study his life in detail. It was not the behavior he exhibits, that comes naturally. It is the leadership he demonstrates all the time. From the crucible moment as a 6-year-old child that told him that my life is for the seva of others, to what he demonstrates today. And I've captured it very evidentially. It's not just a romanticized story I'm talking. Every single small step is always a life lived for others. And that's what makes it special. And Modli Madaya was telling me, it doesn't matter if we win this battle or not. The court case we might never win, we might lose. But what matters is you don't lose before you lose. And I think if you look at Prime Minister's life, he doesn't really celebrate victory, nor do he become despondent on losing something. The forest, in my case it was the forest earlier. Now if you look at Prime Minister, the farm laws, he genuinely believed he could double farmers' income. And we all, as a policy analyst, I can tell you that could have changed India's agrarian economy. But we felt bad, but he was going on life as usual the next day. And then when he withdrew and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done this, it was ahead of its time, he wasn't really feeling despondent and given up. He was genuinely communicating to citizens and farmers at that time, saying, this is what it is. That's Siddhapragnate that he demonstrates. And the same Siddhapragnate I saw in tribal chieftain Modli Madaya. Absolutely poor, but not blaming government for its poverty. That's just the acceptance that we all desperately want to achieve, that level of acceptance, which the Gita talks about. These people live it. And so to me, it's not the traits, it's not the behaviors. Those are what manifest. The power within that they accumulate, and the demonstration of that power is outside. So both of them, I feel, live that one powerful Vedic message, which Vivekananda popularized, Atmano Mokshartam Jagathitayacha. Constant self-evolution, manifesting as the good of society, Jagathita. Doing Jagathita and therefore evolving yourself internally. I saw these two extremes, one completely unnoticed Mudli Madhaya, one constantly under scrutiny Prime Minister Modi, but the principles are the same.
Thank you, thank you.
Saurabh, in my case, my inspiration has been my spiritual master, Swami Srila Prabhupada, who's the founder Acharya of International Institute of Krishna Consciousness, who also gave the visionary seed for Akshaya Patra, which became a secular trust in 2000. He built 108 temples across the world, and in just 10 years, everybody knows ISKCON, but nobody knows Prabhupada. I think to me that is leadership. You know, organization and principles above your own self. That's number one. Second is, you know, I learned this from my chairman, who's also an inspiration for me, that your ability to take risk is infinite when you are selfless. There's another learning. And you can do big things. And third learning, which I had, Saurabh, was generally when people talk of leadership, you talk of leading 500, 10,000, 10,000, 1 lakh people. But I think the most important leadership is leading your own self. So there is a hierarchy within your body. There is a mind-body system that is there. One needs to lead that. And then if you're able to lead that, you'll be far, far effective as a leader. And a couple of more things I learned from leadership, since you're talking about behavior. One needs to be consistent internally and externally, at home and in office. You can't have different value system in office, another one in home. Okay, so internally and externally being consistent and genuinely caring for your people. I'll tell you one example. There was one young girl we met post-COVID, family of 6. She said, my family wants to thank Akshaya Patra and the leadership. So I said, why? She said, I'm a family of 6 people. All of us were earning. All of them lost job during COVID time. And he said, with the 25,000 rupees salary Akshaya Patra gave, and you didn't stop it. Akshaya Patra did not stop her salary. I could run the family. So genuinely caring for your people and walking the talk when it comes to values and above all, culture. I define culture as our values in action. So if the leadership genuinely walks the talk, then the people rally behind you. These are some of my learnings, and they have left an indelible mark in my life. And since I work for God, I always feel the presence of God in any kind of situation, whether good, bad, ugly, and it's a force by itself.
Yeah. Thank you.
You can just add to this.
Yes, sure.
I wouldn't say behavior or traits, but what I have seen of these people who really have control of heart, body, mind, and soul, and this is also research, not just my research, a lot of people have researched. They manifest 8 different extraordinary qualities, and you can consistently see this. First is compassion, extraordinary karuna, and Ajay ji was talking about it in the morning too. Second, very strangely, is faith and hope. Now, Vivekananda says this, and for the young people of today, he says, you may have faith in the 33,000 crore gods you have invented, but if you don't have faith in yourself, that's the greatest atheist. Faith and hope. Faith that I can do whatever I set out to do, and hope that everything in the future will be great, which is something which is remarkable. The third is a sense of humor. I have found these people can laugh not at others, they can laugh with others, and that's a very big difference. The spirit of service. For them, seva is not transactional. It's not help. I help you, you'll say thank you. It's also transactional. But I just do it looking at the divinity in you. That, that Shivajnane Jiva Seva concept. I look at you and therefore I see God in you and I worship the God in you. Sense of humor is, I already said, a spirit of self-inquiry. For them, I see this. Spirituality is not something sitting in the Himalayas and meditating. It's a constant struggle to discover yourself. Who am I? Why am I here? Why am I sitting here today? I wanted to be here this morning. I just couldn't be. That is destiny. Accepting it. Right? So, these questions are very deep, if you can keep looking at it, but these people ask themselves all the time, why am I privileged to be doing this? And an extraordinary sense of, it's not self-doubt. Somebody spoke of self-doubt in the morning. I think self-doubt is a virtue. If it doesn't incapacitate you, if it drives you to be humble enough to learn. But if you become diffident and despondent, that's a different kind of self-doubt. So to me, these people have extraordinary spirit of self-inquiry. And more importantly, they're extremely mindful. You know, they are people who are all the time mindful. If they can just resonate with the simple question, who am I? And ask this deep answer. And these are people who do that. And therefore, whatever they manifest, what we see as behaviors and traits are actually expressions of that growing power within. Vivekananda says, the more you live for others, the more your inner dynamo gets charged up. And without knowing it, they start manifesting all this. And that's what I found in most of these people I've researched.
Yeah. No, and I think these are living examples of the tribal leader at Prime Minister Modi. I think this is the last part I want to kind of just touch upon. Maybe we can do a longish conversation over tea, etc., because we want to take some questions as well. But the last part I want to say, how relevant these lessons are for the Insta age. And because tomorrow one of them may become the CEO of Akshay Patra, one of them may become the CVC chairman in 20 years' time, etc. How these lessons are relevant for the future, for 2047, 2057? Do you feel they will be relevant, or there's more to come, or everything has been already found or discovered, or any thoughts on that?
In my opinion, these lessons are for eternity, number one. Because like knowledge of Gita is for eternity, right? Concept of soul, nobody can doubt. 1,000 years, 10,000 years down the line, you can't doubt it, right? Soul's willingness or wanting to seek service or pleasure. 1,000 years back it was same, 10,000 years later it will be same. So these cannot be changed. Purpose cannot be changed. Service cannot be changed. So I think these are very, very relevant. You may have different adaptations of it, but at the core, they remain the same. And I feel they should remain the same. Because see, there is nothing called American blood or Indian blood. Right? Blood is blood. Right? The skin, outer skin may be different than American skin or Indian skin. Sure. Right? So I think they are very, very relevant. And my request to all the youngsters here is to look at the timeless wisdom of Bhagavad Gita and the great scriptures which we have, Bhagavatam. India has tremendous amount of knowledge. And I think apart from learning modern things, our youngsters should look at the Indian value system, Indian ethos, and apply it in management. And of course, now the world is looking at it.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
I would sort of echo what Sridhar said. My view is, if you don't learn from your past, you'll never build a great future, first of all. And I'm not saying I've discovered a lot, but what I've written in the book Power Within took me 13 years of research to different scriptures. The funny part was mostly Hindu scriptures and a little bit of Buddhism and Jainism. But whether it's Atma Bodha or Viveka Chudamani, whether it is Bhagavad Gita or some of the Upanishads, the core leadership message, they may be articulated in different ways. And all of them have been spaced in different points of time. If you look at the historicity of these scriptures. But the message has remained universal. And that's what I personally believe what Swami Vivekananda said. He said the scriptures don't change, but our understanding, interpretation, we evolve from one level of truth to the next level of truth. Our instrumentation, our antennas are getting finer. So our way of interpreting the truth might be slightly different and better. And to me, leadership is always in context. The context of ChatGPT is different. The context of the future for these young people is going to be different. But the paradigms from which they can find solutions for the context, they are going to be the same. Now, if they are intelligent enough to draw lessons from those paradigms, I think the world is at their feet.
I just want to add to what Balu said. Since there's a lot of talk about AI can never replace leadership. Okay. So this is a very personal game and needs emotional intelligence, spiritual quotient. Okay. Whether people agree or don't agree, people who are high achievers, they have a very high level of spiritual quotient. Whether they know it or they don't know it.
This discussion can go on, but I think I'm getting signals of being in time. So, yes, we'll take some questions. Can we hand over the mics, please?
You can ask without the mic, I think.
No, there's a mic. Please hand over to her. Yeah.
Good evening, sir. My question is that we all work hard to achieve success in life. So, for some people, success can be earning financial stability. For some, it can be being happy in life. What do you think is true success for both of you? And for which success should we work hard?
In my view, first of all, it's a great question. In my view, if you can transform lives of people around you, transform lives of people who need, I think that's real success, number one, because all of us are looking for happiness. Whether he is a CEO, whether he is a clerk, whether he is a prime minister, president, whatever, any living person, including beasts, animals, they look for happiness, right? And happiness, true happiness comes from giving. So if we can really give and transform truly, if you can transform their heart, that is the highest level of success.
Okay, sir.
I have a slightly different take. I think each of us have a different definition of success, right? It all belongs, it's very generational. For some, success can be how many people I murder, right? And for some, it could be like Veerappan. I lived in his area, in the forest where he came. It was the number of elephants he killed or number of forest officers he killed. Each of us have a different rating for that. To me, my definition of success came from a very, very painful incident that I experienced. Until I discovered that I don't think I've succeeded. And that hunger is still there, that restlessness is still there. That's what keeps me going every day. In one of my books, Voices from the Grassroots, I write that voice that keeps me going. So I'm going to be, in 20 seconds or 30 seconds, I'll try to narrate it. I was a young physician who went into the forest thinking that I'm going to be the next Albert Schweitzer, the Nobel Prize is just around the corner. They have only discovered me to give it to me. And I didn't see a single tribal come and show themselves to me. Just imagine you're a young graduate gone to the forest giving up and I was a university ranker. In my mind, I thought I'd given up a lot, right? And I go there and nobody even cares a damn about your presence. I was desperately looking for somebody to fall sick and come to me. And somebody came and told me young Madhi was pregnant and she's about to deliver. For me, it was celebration time. I had to walk through the forest. It's India's largest elephant corridor where I lived. Tigers, Project Tiger, leopards, everything was there. I went to this house. I wanted to check on her. She was a chieftain's daughter. My ego flowered. If I can deliver the chieftain's daughter, all the people will now fall at my feet, right? I'll be God. And I checked her, she was 14 years old. And she was primary gravid, as first pregnancy. In tribals those days, they never had structured marriage. They would just live together, they get pregnant, that's all. And I thought, again, my mind tell me, high risk pregnancy. Now if I deliver her, I'll be great. I'll be real super God now. But then medicine also told me that it'll take 24 hours to deliver. Just labor had started. So I went back to my hut thinking that I don't want to be the dinner for some tiger. Next early morning, 6 o'clock, I rushed. I thought I should go deliver her now. On the way, one of the tribal women was taking water from a hand pump. She told me, where are you going? Elephants are just coming back from the river. I said, no, I have to go deliver Madhi. And she looked at me and said, don't have to rush. She's already delivered. I was disappointed. Why the hell can't that baby wait like the textbook told me, 24 hours? Why could it come out in 12 hours? But I still went there. I wanted to prove I'm a doctor. I'm not interested in serving her. I wanted to prove to myself that I'm a doctor. To her, I'm a doctor. It's a small hut. In tribal society, you don't enter the colony without the chieftain's permission. You don't enter the hut without the lady's permission. It's matriarchal, matrilineal society. I was standing at the hut, asking the child to come out and show me the baby. I knew I could hear her. I heard her noise inside. And she kept on saying, she didn't answer at all. After 10 minutes, I got really angry. 22-year-old young doctor thinking he's going to be God. And this girl is not coming out to the child to show to me. I shouted at her and said, if you don't come out and show me the baby, I'm going to come into your house and see it anyway. And that's when she screamed, and that scream is not gone from my head. It scarred me. It's inspired me too. She screamed saying, please don't come in. I have nothing to wear. That child only had one sari she was wearing. She delivered her own baby. While delivering the placenta, the sari got soiled.
She had washed it in the middle of the night, put it on her hut, and until the sun came out, she didn't have anything else to wear. And that day I told myself, as long as Bharat has got one Madhi like this, I can never say my life is a success. And so I'm still in search of that. And even in, people ask me, why are you then in government? I'm hoping, Prime Minister, when he said something very inspiring to me. He said, आपको किताब लिखने का और भाषण देने का समय खत्म हो गया, जो आई द सिटीज में लिखे हुए हैं करके दिखाओ मुझे. And so to me, if I can transform our civil services with that seva bhav that he wants them to have, with that spirit of Jan Bhagidari, that's serving 1 million Madhis indirectly. And so maybe then I might have partially succeeded. It's very difficult. Very, very senior mentor, Hasmukhji is here. We're inspired by his life itself. If there are more Hasmukhjis, there's no commission at all necessary. But it's because they are the exception, we need the capacity building commission. And if we can create more such people, then possibly I'll be closer to success, but I don't know whether I'll succeed at all.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
Just one more question, then we can break for tea.
Good evening, sir. This is Akash Kaushik. I am also a researcher and I hail from Chhattisgarh. My question is to Sridhar sir, but before, sir, Bala sir, you have mentioned a very good thing regarding the leadership behavior and at the same time trait. But action is more oriented, and that's what in management we call it as a transformational leadership. Now coming to question, Sridhar sir, how you manage transparency and accountability, particularly in a non-profit organization? This is my question, sir.
Hasmukh sir is here. Even before the note ban happened, in 2008, Akshay Patra banned cash donations within us. Okay? So why I'm mentioning this is, every leadership action should be towards transparency and making sure, because we are dealing with donors' money, government money, so every penny has to be traceable and, okay? And there will be many opportunities where people may say, can you do this shortcut? I'll give you 100, give me 30, okay? First time you cross the line, then you set a precedence. So what I'm trying to tell you is, be very, very careful to evaluate, am I crossing the line of integrity and transparency, okay? If you're careful on that front, and you stand by it, and you can build it, okay?
I just want to quickly add to this. The Paramacharya of Kanchi was a great guru for me. One day, and half the time he would never speak. You would just sit with him, you learn a lot. One day he told me, you started an organization, you have to keep begging all your life. But there will be opportunities when somebody will come and say, I'll give you ₹1,00,000. Be very wary of taking that 1 lakh. On the other hand, try to take 1 rupee from 1 lakh people. And I thought, what's happened to this old man? He must have really gone senile now. So easy to take 1 lakh from one person. Why can I go? I can't go to 100,000 people. Then he added quickly, he said, if one man gives you ₹1,00,000, there's only 4 eyes looking at you. You will be surprised, where is the 4 coming from? If 1 lakh people give you money, there is 2 lakh and 2 eyes looking at you. I said, what's happening? He said, if one who gave you is looking at you, and you are looking at yourself, it's better that 2 lakh, 2 eyes look at you. You're more safer that way. I think transparency is all, that's all. The sense of accountability that you give to society, to whom you owe your existence, you will automatically be transparent. The moment you measure integrity from convenience parameters and not from conviction parameters, you lost the battle.
Thank you so much. I think there's one more question you want to? Okay. Yeah, this is the last one.
Namaskar and good evening, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your insights and the stories. They were really motivating. And thank you so much for bringing in Bhagavad Gita and scriptures that teach us about leadership. So as you both said that, whatever you conveyed, I did understand that somewhere we, as a leader, we also work for the greater good, as you gave the example of Madhi and how you took this resolve. Even sir said that you work for the God. So it's basically working towards creating more impact. However, sir, besides this like-minded group of people that I'm sitting with, somewhere outside we still have educational institutes, we still have a society where the mindset is limited till personal pursuits, and it's not wrong. Even in colleges, placements and personal endeavors are still a restriction, and there's nothing wrong about it. But it's a restriction, it's a limitation. People don't don't push those mindsets. So I just wanted to ask, as a leader, how can I help my co-mates push beyond that mindset?
I remember a story Ramakrishna Paramahamsa said to one of his devotees. It's a Buddhist story, he also repeated it. He said, I'll take you to the river bank and push you into the water. Right? What will you think about?
Saving one's life.
Yes, right? You'll only want to come out and breathe. He said, even at that point of time, if you say, I want God, then you'll find God. So if you want to lead and serve society, don't give an excuse of outside world is like this, colleges are like this, my classmate is saying this, my father is saying good to take a job. If you believe inside that in service I'll dissolve myself till I find God, then you are safe.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think we're done. Okay. Thank you, Balu. Thank you, Sridhar, for this wonderful session. Lots of insights. Maybe some of you may go back into the YouTube channel and again listen to these lessons. I think these will be very useful. So yeah, thank you very so much. A big round of applause for Sridhar and Balu. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you, Sanjay Soro, sir, for moderating the session so well. And also to both the gentlemen about telling the core values that are needed to be a great leader. And I request Soro, sir, to kindly present the mementos to both the gentlemen. So ladies and gentlemen, here we take a short break. And I really mean it, it has to be short because it's a tea break, not a dinner break. So we see you back again in 20 minutes because we need to start 2 important sessions. And the friends, those who have moved out of the hall, we request them to also come back. Thank you.
रैंडम कुछ भी ऐसा ले लो.
ఫస్ట్ ఆడియో చెక్ చేసుకో. अभी तो है एक इंटरव्यू है.
सर मेरा ये कहने का मतलब ये है
इस साइड बैठेंगे.
चलो. It's working.
हाँ जी. मुझे एग्जैक्टली पता नहीं है, बट इसके बाद 6:15 को एक सेशन है, उसमें 2 लोग बैठे.
चल ले.
6:15. 15 मिनट. हाँ?
नहीं है?
सन्नी भाई चेक कराना माइक 4 नंबर.
ये लाइट का थोड़ा कम करना पड़ेगा. चेक 1 1 2. श्रीकर कैन यू चेक द ऑडियो वंस? इट्स क्लियर फॉर यू? ये जो लाइट्स है ना, इसको थोड़ा कम करना पड़ेगा. नाम क्या है? लाइट्स. ये जो लाइट है ना, इसको थोड़ा कम कर दीजिए. वो ओके, दिस इज बेटर. पोडियम माइक, वो पोडियम माइक एक बार ऑफ कर दीजिए ना भाई. पोडियम माइक ऑफ कर दीजिए. पोडियम माइक एक बार ऑफ करेंगे क्या? ओके. श्रीकर कैन यू जस्ट चेक इट वंस? एक बार आप कॉर्डलेस में भी बात कर लीजिए. सुचित can you just let me know
check
what is the next session so that
1
we
2
can
3 check testing.
Okay, yeah, all good. तो मैं ये माइक यहाँ साइड में रख दूंगा, जब चाहिए तब लेकर आके मैं लगा दूंगा. ठीक है ना? इसको ऑफ कर सकते हैं अभी. इस
Only one person saying yes. I love you, darling, but yes, I want more. Refreshing break? Yes. Thank you. Now, a couple of announcements to be made before we move on to the next session. Tomorrow, you're supposed to be on time over here. It's not that only for today you had to come on time because of the protocol of Honorable PM Sir, but tomorrow also, for our own protocol and discipline, you have to be on time, on dot. Also, please refrain from talking mutually when the speakers are here. They're just for you. They're all stalwarts in the industry, and we're supposed to respect them. They are here to guide us, teach us something, and which will be definitely valuable for the rest of your lives. Plus, if you're going out, do it once the session is over. Just 2-3 minutes of break जो होता है, उसमें जाके वापस आ जाइए. शाम को आप सबका डिनर आपको पता है कि कहाँ पे है? You know? Okay. It's at Royal Plaza, and the Ministry of Youth and Affairs, unme se Kritika Madam will have the interactive session with all of you. So we request you all to be there and have the fruitful interactive session with her. Okay. All said, done. We move to the next speakers and the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to introduce a stalwart of Indian industry, Mr. Ravi Kant. As the former MD and Vice Chairman of Tata Motors, he played a pivotal role in landmark global acquisitions like Jaguar Land Rover and Tata Deo. A visionary leader, corporate mentor, and author, he continues to shape leadership and innovation. Can we put our hands together to welcome him? Welcome, sir. Along with him, we have today Mr. GBS Raju. He's a visionary leader driving excellence in infrastructure, airports, and energy. Under his leadership, GMR Aerotechnique has become India's largest integrated third-party MRO. He also leads the GMR Varalakshmi Foundation, championing education, skill development, and healthcare initiative. Please help me welcome Mr. GBS Raju, sir. Welcome, sir. And to moderate this session today, we have with us Ms. Divya Negi, a development professional and policy consultant, working in rural governance policy and youth empowerment. Divya is a national level orator. She has represented Uttarakhand at the National Youth Parliament Festival and recently anchored the Viksit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2025. Let's welcome her as well. And I now request Divya to take over. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Dhwani. Good evening, everyone. A bit louder. Good evening, everyone. Okay. So I know you all must be feeling tired, and today the day has been long, but I'm guaranteedly sure you all must have enjoyed this series of wonderful conversations, right? It would definitely was not anything sort of, a lifetime of learnings on the topic of leadership and change, and all the leaders coming here, sharing their experiences and ideas with you. And, moving forward in the same line, we have our esteemed panelists with us, Mr. Ravi Kant sir and Mr. GBS Raju sir. Leaders who have not just excelled in their fields, but have also inspired, transformed, and led with purpose. And as it is said, and you all must have heard this, that great leaders are not born. They are made through experience, learning, and resilience. And at a time where change is constantly happening, how our young leaders, like all of us, can step up, adapt, and create meaningful impact. So without doing further ado, we will move forward in this line. So my first question to you, both of you, sir, is, आपके लिए leadership क्या है और आपको क्या लगता है कि आज की डेट में जो हमारा युवा है, वो इस leadership को कैसे redefine कर सकता है? Ravi sir, we'll go first with you. We can go with whatever language you're comfortable with. Okay, definitely I'll repeat it. What does leadership mean to you, and how do you think our youth can redefine leadership in today's world?
Hello? Yeah. You know, leadership is contextual. And many speakers preceding me talked about that also. So while you need to hold on to certain values and ethics in leadership, there certain things need to change. And for that, depending upon what the context is. So we are talking about ultimate leadership, we are talking about 21st century. So I'll pick 3 things in 21st century, last 20 years. What the context is, and therefore we can define what the kind of leadership we need for that context. So the first context is there is increasing amount of uncertainty, unpredictability, and complexity in the environment. And therefore a rigid hierarchical organization cannot handle that. And you need to therefore have a flexible, adaptable, proactive, and quickly reactive organization. Second is, there is a tsunami of data which is coming. And there's explosion of data which is coming, especially in last 20 years due to technology. So I'll just cite one person saying, he's a professor at MIT and also senior advisor to Google. He said some time ago that a century of progress is getting condensed in a month at today's rate of progress. So what does it mean? Century of progress is getting condensed in 1 month at today's rate of progress. That means that tomorrow, just before ChatGPT, tomorrow it can be a week, next it can be a day, it can be instantaneous. It is impossible for one person to be repository of all this knowledge, repository of all this thing, and to be able to decide on that, somebody at the top. That's days are gone now. And therefore, you need to have distributed leadership. You need to have many, many people who will get the information and need to have some kind of collective leadership. So one person making the choice, one person doing this is not possible in today's time. Third is the youth. The demography has changed a lot. In our time, it was a different thing, but today demography has changed. And this demography, with younger people, if you ask them whether they will like to work or tolerate leading from the front type of person who's command and control type, and the answer is no. And why I'm saying this is last 1 year, a little over a year, I've been to more than 75 interactions like this. And I've asked this question overseas and in India, what kind of leadership you would like to have? And the answer is very, very clear, that we want to be given freedom, we want to be given space, we want to be given responsibility. And I personally believe that it is absolutely correct, because they have 2 advantages. You people have 2 advantages. Number 1 is that you are born in this age, and therefore you are like fish to water, so you understand. As far as we are concerned, we need to unlearn many things, or we need to adapt to certain things. But you are born with it, and therefore you are very, very kind of with it. And number 2 is, I think your sensitivity to caring is far more developed than our generation is, I can tell you that. Whether it's sensitivity to your people, your colleagues, to human beings, or sensitive to planet, or sensitive to this thing, it's far more evolved than our thing. And therefore I feel that we need to have therefore this kind of leadership, which in font of better words, I call it leading from the back. Because you're not a leader, but you are a facilitator. You are making other people do their jobs in a much better fashion.
Thank you, Anshmukh Adyaji, and for SOUL Institute to call me to address the young, aspirant leaders here. For me, the definition of leader and what I learned in the last 28 years was that, my true leader and example is my father, is Mr. G.M. Rao. He is a true, I learned a lot from him. I joined business when at the age of 22. And I learned several things that I would like to share with you all, what I would like to share with my next generation and my children, is that leadership is all about, as Mr. Ravikantji has told, the world has become flat. Now, it has become one, and it's become much more volatile. It's a VUCA world. And I see the more and more I interact with the next generation, Gen Z. You guys are, I feel, most of the people whom I interact with are very well disciplined, hardworking, and value-based, and you guys are much more driven than our generation. And if you have a true great purpose, that is, and you work from your heart, and irrespective of what kind of a volatile environment that you come across, you will pass through that. That's what I learned from my father, because his true a leader is that, he works from a heart. The most important thing is that, you work from your soul, because it's so good that, you work from your heart. And as long as whatever you do, you learn, irrespective of the profession that you are in. You are a businessman, you are a lawyer, you are a doctor, but you work from your heart and you give your best, I think you cannot go wrong. And two, not to look short term, is that, life is a marathon, and look at anything that you do in a long term. That is second thing that I learned. Three is, apart from three things that I would like to say is, there's no substitute to self-discipline. That is, leading self is the key. If we can able to lead self effectively, we'll be able to lead a business effectively. Then we'll be able to lead and guide the society that we are around. And next point is that I heard Mr. Sunil Mittalji and also Mr. Ravikantji and various leaders. It's an amazing day for me from the learning perspective. What I feel is my true experience is that a leader has to be, based upon situation. Like, for example, if you are in a startup company, you have to treat like how a mother treats a young baby, just born baby. Like, it takes care of hourly, daily, weekly. That's how the startup has to be looked at after. And after it, if the child is going to be getting into a teenager, then he gives a little bit freedom to go explore the world. Then once he becomes an adult, then you are giving the parent gives him the wings to fly. So same way the business also is the same. It's an established business. It has a very direction. It's like a jet boat. It just, you put it in your compass and it just reaches your destination. Whereas a startup and a new businesses is something like a wind boat, where you know the destination, but you need to figure out the directions keep changing, but you know where to go to. So it's situational. Leadership is all about very situational, and you have to be there, and you have to. It can be in the middle, you can be from behind, or you can be in the front. But it's all about you and what you truly believe in yourself, and as a leader is what I learned from my experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now my next question to you, Ravi sir, is, can you, share one defining experience in your life which, shaped who you are today, and our, young mind sitting here can actually derive that learning out of that. Any one specific defining moment?
No, there are many, but I think I'll pick out one because it's about innovation. I've learned many things from many people during the course of my experience and from family. But to think big and bold is something which I learned from Mr. Tata. See, he not only thought big and bold, but he encouraged people to think big and bold. And then to give them the space or opportunity to execute it. And third thing is to, in case things go wrong, because many times things do go wrong, to have his support. Now you understand, if you have an environment where somebody gives you that, okay, go and think big, gives you the opportunity to execute it, and gives you the support, what you call is psychological safety of even failing, then you are able to do a fantastic thing. So I don't think I could have ever thought in terms of this, because, when I joined Tata Motors, it was $1.5 billion. When I left 15 years later, it was $39 billion. It wouldn't have been possible without his kind of thinking. So it is important. So let me just give one example. If he thought of nano, all of us have heard about nano. So he mentioned about this car 7 years prior to when it was launched in Geneva, and the price got fixed as 1 lakh rupees. Now in 1 lakh rupees you can't get a car. What do you do? And therefore we said no, because he has promised, because the concept of the car itself had undergone change in 7 years, and the raw material prices had shot through the roof. So what do you do? So we sat back, took a plain piece of paper, wrote down that, okay, 1 lakh rupees is the price of the car, so what should be the bill of materials, means what are the components prices. We wrote that down, and we said, now let's go and do it. And everybody thought it's impossible. Our own people, this thing. But everybody worked at it. We didn't give up. Everybody worked at it, 1 rupee, 50 paise kind of component, design changes, innovation changes. Our suppliers who were German suppliers, other suppliers, American suppliers, they all said, no, it's not possible. But when we worked at it, a lot of innovation came, a lot of out-of-box thinking came, a lot of other things, because you said, no, we don't have a choice to fail. So we have to make it happen. And many times we came to a situation where we could have dumped the project because it was not possible. But we went back again and went back again and went back again. And we had put somebody like you, a young person, in charge of the project. And we finally made it happen. And nano came out as the price of 1 lakh rupees. It was impossible, and something which was made possible. So what I'm trying to say is, what is true here is true everywhere else. So in your lives, don't project the past into future, because then you won't go much further. Think of the future itself. Think of the opportunities what you have. And that opportunity, and India is such a big, vast place, and so many things are there. You find a niche where you think you can go up there. Fix your target there, and then work backwards from that. Once you start backwards, you'll find you can't do it. And then that's the time when you need to be innovative. You talk to your colleagues, you go to net, you do whatever is possible. Be innovative and make it happen. And I can tell you that at least 9.5 times out of 10, once you set your sight on that, it will happen. It will happen. So don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. And many people preceding me have talked about, don't be afraid of failure. Failure is a learning process, and therefore keep doing it, but think big. Don't think incremental, but think big, because then only you can make changes. And a country like India, you need to think very big, whether it is to cover a lot of population or do something in excellence or things like that. You can make a huge difference. And I do believe our time has come, India's time has come to think big and make things happen. And as our Honorable Prime Minister has been always talking about this, encouraging this, I think 47 is not far off. Then we need to make the dream which he has given to us realize, and I do feel that it is possible to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Raju sir, as sir talked about failure, and that you need to have that spirit of never giving up. So what was one such moment in your life where you felt like giving up entirely, but there was one thing that kept you going on? It can be any specific code or any incident, or maybe a book or any fun thing that you would love to do, not just reading books and some routine that you had followed, but any fun thing that you usually do to keep yourself
Which one?
motivated.
The learning you want to tell from the failure?
or the fun
Yes,
thing?
like any moment where you were like feeling like on the verge of giving up.
Yeah, okay. So this was, when we won the concession concession for Delhi Airport, it was in 2006. So it was a brownfield airport, and it was, we have to build the new infrastructure of Terminal 3 and a new runway, making it ready for Commonwealth Games. Yeah, and we have to make sure that, we are ready for 2010. So what happened was like, what all the numbers that we have did at the time of the bidding, and actually the whole design of the terminal and everything, the project cost has shoot up by almost like 5 to 7, 8 times, because to bring it to the global standards, we went to the best airports all over the world, and we brought in best of the architects and the technical team to design it. So we were not a listed company. Ability to raise money was very limited, but the project cost was almost 12,000 crores. So it was really a struggle. That was the moment that, I was heading the finance. I was not heading the airports division. And so I was really struggling to see how I can really raise the money. And it's so, I was so lucky that, making sure that, persistently and keeping it persons, and also having out-of-box thinking. And today, if you see, the AeroCity is one of the out-of-box idea that has come up, like, so the whole idea, because we need to raise money of 12,000 crores and we have limited resources, so we thought like, how about building the entire hospitality district here? Because we will be handling close to around 40 million passengers, and we are middle of the city. That is, one side is where Gurgaon and other side is NCR region, and we are in the middle. So how about building the entire AeroCity? So that whole AeroCity concept that we could able to curate and develop, that was really a breakthrough for us, and we could able to raise finances, and we could able to partner with one of the best concessionaires. Today we have 5,000 rooms hotel in AeroCity, and it has become a city center now, and it's going to become a more attractive destination for all over the for the people around the country. And that was the most learning moment, that not to give up, and keep interacting with the best in minds in the industry, and they'll come out with some ideas. But having patience and perseverance made us to raise money, and we were able to complete the project on time for Commonwealth Games in 2010. So that's the one moment that I thought I will share with the people.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Moving to Ravi, sir. Sir, what is the difference that you see between your times and the times we are living in today among youth enjoying and living their life to the fullest?
No, I think there's a huge difference between so-called my time and your time. In our time, security was uppermost in our minds. That means, how can I have a stable job? And that was the key thing. And therefore, you went generally into service, you went into something. You never tried to move out and try to take risks. Risk-taking ability was very, very limited. That was one. In today's generation, if you see, because you are already provided for most of the things of life, and therefore you are able to take risks, your risk-taking ability is far more. That's one. Number two is information. The information and the productivity of this thing through, especially through technological revolution that we have seen, especially in 20 years. As I mentioned earlier, you have a capacity to understand this much faster than anybody else. And we did not have that advantage at that time. So as I said, you are born into this generation. There you take it, you're like a fish to the water. And therefore, you're able to do things in a much faster. So your productivity is enhanced 100 times, million times much more than our productivity. So what I would suggest is you should take opportunity of this thing that you have got, and therefore take risks, go forward, do things, and as I think number of speakers have talked about, that you'll face failure. It doesn't matter. Learn from failures. You see, failure is not bad. But if you don't learn from failures, then it is bad. So you must learn from failures and move ahead, and sky's the limit, I would say.
I think sir is focusing on the art of reflection and introspection. Once we are making the mistakes, and we have to make sure that we are learning something out of it and not just going around and making mistakes.
I'll just say one thing, the three things to face this kind of challenge. Number one is you should have an open mind. Means you should be able to receive things, don't be a close-minded person. Number two is take ownership. I think today also many people have talked about taking ownership. You take ownership of whatever job, whatever level you have. And number three is be detached. While you take ownership, be detached. Again, many people have talked about this in somewhat indirect manner. So have an open mind, take ownership, and be detached. And I think the rest is easy.
I think there was a question in the morning somewhere from the audience that they were saying when we are, working onto something, we become very much emotionally attached to that thing. And when we do not get the results, how to actually feel detached. So what do you have to say on that?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying you cannot be so close to it. So you need to have a distance. Then only you have equanimity. Somebody talked about equanimity. You will have a better perspective. You have a better balance of judgment if you are not too close. At the same time, you need to take ownership of the job or the task that you've got. So they are not kind of opposite to each other, but they are complementary to each other. And coming from this country, I think being detached somewhat comes naturally to us.
And so your opinions on this?
It's also like the spiritual saying, focus on your efforts. And I feel that, as long as we give our best, and we should not be focusing on, only the outcome. I think every point of time, giving our best onto the task or onto the project, and making sure that, we always have the best of the team, because the team and the talent is the key that we have. And unless we have a detachment, because otherwise we can't be a great leader. One of the key quality that a leader should have is he should be detached and not have any attachment, and that has been seen in our group, because my father set up 28 businesses. He started his career at 1974, and today we are into 4 businesses, because we continuously reinvented ourselves. We were in banking, we were in insurance. We were, in Bangalore. We moved our entire corporate office to in 2014 here. So we need to reinvent ourselves, and we need to have a completely detachment to businesses, to places, and we need to keep reinventing. I think then we'll start growing. That's what is my learning.
Okay, thank you, sir. And sir, I think even I face it on a daily basis. And I think this is a question on behalf of everyone, that the biggest hurdle that we come across in our life on a daily basis are these 3 words, that log kya kahenge. Log kya kahenge, what people will say whenever we are starting on to something new of our own. And what do you think, that how should our youth deal with that?
Well, your time is much easier than our times. Log kya kahenge? In our time was a very different thing. In your time, it is much greater freedom, much better this thing, you can break out on your own thing. One thing I would like to say is that, you see, you need to create a very powerful team, because alone you can't do anything. So my suggestion to all of you is to try to create a powerful team. And powerful team comes from, again, 3 things. Build trust, collaborate, and leverage strengths. But creating trust is in today's time is far more difficult, because you don't know what is right, what is wrong, fake news is there, this thing. So trust is becoming the most precious commodity. And therefore, if you are able to develop trust, then you will have a more sustained success in life. That much I can tell you. In times of uncertainties, in times of where too much of polarization happening, too much of fake news is happening, building trust is at premium. And if you are able to build trust And through that trust, if you are able to create powerful teams, I can tell you that powerful team can do anything. Can do anything. I'll just cite an example. I've been in 7 companies, and each in a different industry, of which I had no knowledge of. So I'm entering the industry where people are far more knowledgeable than I am, far more technically competent than I am. So what do? By some stroke of luck, I got into those companies. So the first thing was to build trust. But trust doesn't come automatically. You can trust people, but people will not trust you. It takes time, it takes patience, and your behavior, which I call consistent integrity. It is your behavior, your transparency, your honesty, your integrity, your fairness, your equity. All these things over a period of time, people are noticing you. So at any point in time, therefore, you become predictable. You become so this thing, people can tell you that if this problem goes to him, then this will be the answer. You become so predictable. That's when trust begins to happen. And then once trust happens, I can tell you those powerful teams can do anything. You can, as I said, you can achieve anything. I've seen this in LML Vespa, I've seen this in Titan watches, I've seen this in Philips, I've seen this in Tata Motors. That creating powerful team, and that powerful team is about trust, about collaboration, and about leveraging strengths, individual strengths.
The next question that I'm going to ask is from both of you. Is there anything that you really want to change in your life for the better, but till date you haven't been able to somehow? What would you like to share with our people here?
Well, in my case, because I've been in corporates, so I have seen one side of the world. But that's not real world. Because now, in last 7-8 years, I've been seeing the other side of the world. For example, I'm associated with an organization called Akhand Jyoti in rural Bihar. We are now the largest, but that's not important. Our mission is to eliminate blindness in poor parts of the country through women empowerment. And we have football to eyeball program for women. And we give 80% free of cost. And India holds the largest number of blinds. But the blind doesn't come to me, even though we are doing free of cost. Our organization has to go out to villages, identify those, although we have so many blinds here, I mean, I say blind in both eyes, find out those persons, tell them, okay, next 10 days, my vehicle will come, they come and stay there. Next day we do the operation, third day, again at our cost, we send them back to their villages. Now what I'm saying is, although we are giving free of cost, somebody who's blind in both eyes, he's not coming to me. I have to go to him. This is real India. And I think we must understand that most of us who live in corporate world don't understand what is real India. And I think through your people, if we can reach out to such people, I think that will be a fantastic thing. Because that's where I think the power to make the changes come. And most of us, those who have lived on the so-called other side of the social life, I think it is incumbent upon us to go and live the other side. As also somebody was mentioning here that he lived in the travel area and so many other people. These are fantastic stories. And I would encourage everybody to have experience of both sides, definitely, if not only one side.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes. So the question was that, is there anything that you really want to change in your life for the better and haven't been able to?
So for me, I think from the business perspective and also from the personal perspective, is I'd like to live by this saying that always triggers in my mind, is fast is slow and slow is fast. So in life what happens is like, we think that there is a project to bid, you need to submit a bid, it is an attractive project, there is something that great opportunity is coming to you and it is a time bound. But, you have an impulsive mindset and you go and you give, and that's where we do mistakes. So my biggest learning is that opportunities are plenty. It is that we need to choose what to take, and we should learn the art of saying no, because not to take everything that comes onto you, and we usually as business leaders we shy away in saying no. I think we should take my personal learning is to take our own time, and you'll actually think you are slowing down, but actually it is fast. So that is one thing that I feel is I have to live by is fast is slow and slow is fast.
And sir, last question of our conversation is, any one book that you would like to recommend our youth to read?
It's called Leading from the Back to Achieve the Impossible.
So one of the best books that I have come across is Mindset by Carl Dweck. This is one of the books that I like to suggest to all the young leaders here, is that it's all about growth mindset, and irrespective of the profession that you are in, it gives you a great insights about how great leaders have really been successful, and what kind of challenges that they have faced and how they come up in life. So that's an excellent book that I like to suggest to all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ravikant sir, and thank you so much, GBS Raju sir. So what an enriching session we all have had. And I would just like to wrap up with saying that our youth is not just the future, we are the present. So we have to take up steps right now, right here at present, to bring some changes at our local level. And we have had so many conversations since morning, and I think we have definitely taken a lot of invaluable sessions with us. So yeah, thank you so much. Over to you, Ms. Dhwani. Okay, there are 2 questions. Can we take them up? Cool. Yeah. Mike, can somebody?
Good evening, sir. My name is Grace, and I have a question for Ravi, sir. Sir, how can a leader create a culture where failure is not fear, but view as an opportunity for growth, and at the same time ensuring that the notion of failure does not lead to neglect? So how can a leader create such culture so that failure is not just feared, and ensuring that failure, the notion of not fearing failure does not lead to neglect?
I think the most important thing is to trust, create trust. If you're able to create trust in the team, then people feel greater freedom to do things and not fail. So when you create trust, you're also creating what I call is psychological safety. Means everybody knows that you're doing it for the good of the organization. There's no wrong intention. You're doing with proper intention. And you're doing it, and therefore fails. And there is a learning process in that. So to do that, most important thing, I'll keep repeating, is create environment of trust in the team. Once you have done that, the rest of the things you'll find are much easier.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we'll take one question from this side. Yes, you, madam.
Very good evening to the panel. My name is Shruti Tripathi and I hail from Nagpur, Maharashtra. So, as very strongly we've been emphasizing on the fact that leaders aren't born but made, my question is, because we've been discussing it left, right and center, and I kind of feel that, we're forging a new road that is inspired from our past. So the question is SOUL on the lines of Gurukul educational system that we used to have? And in the future, would we plan more such institutions for the younger children so that we can instill the leadership qualities sooner in our yuva, as not many children are lucky enough to meet leaders like yourself, and as meeting a leader can start a positive transformation in one's life?
So maybe somebody from SOUL can answer that question.
I'd really be grateful if I get an answer to that. Yes.
Well, I think it's too early for us to say anything about the future of the institution. As I mentioned in the morning, the beginning is made. Certain short-term training programs for policy, public policy personnel has been started. We will be starting some more programs for elected representatives from district panchayat and urban local bodies. So that's a small beginning we will make. The real start will happen only when the campus is ready. The construction has already started. It will take 2 years. By March of 2027, we should have the campus ready. It's going to be a residential campus. We would have very good quality, 100 suite rooms available, studio apartments for participants to come and stay. And as I mentioned, most of our programs would be ranging from 3 months to 6 months. And we will have some training programs for young, aspiring political aspirants also. For them also we'll have some training program. And most of the faculty would be coming from the field. There would be experienced people. The people in the field who will teach them what is it that they have to do. It's not exactly going to be a Gurukul, but yes, the word ultimate leadership means we are going to emphasize the importance of our own scriptural wisdom in the leadership. So that is what we are doing. Aiye. Welcome, Daji. Welcome. Welcome. Aiye. Please. Aiye. Please. Aiye. Aiye. So this is the thing. Now some other question, whether we are going to expand it to some other area, I'm not too sure. It is one institution which we have to nurture and make it world class. So that's the ambition. We want to create one institution which is world class. And so everything that we are trying to do is going to be world class. One thing is sure, there will be an annual event of Global Conclave, annual leadership conclave every year. This is a flagship program, will continue for next few years. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we all have a big round of applause for our esteemed panelists here?
Thank you. And
Thank you.
to the lady out there, so it is a Gurukul, but not only one guru, but lots of gurus from different industries would come and guide you, I'm sure. Yeah. Thank you very much, the esteemed speakers and madam. And I now request you to kindly present the mementos to both the gentlemen out here. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Divya. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been listening about how to develop values within ourselves. But if those values do not have positivity in them, then they are of no use. I am privileged to welcome a guiding force in positivity and inner transformation, Mr. Kamlesh Patel, fondly known as Daji. As the global guide of heartfulness and president of Sri Ramchandra Mission, he seamlessly blends science with spirituality. Welcome, sir. Through Kana Shanti Vanam, the world's largest meditation center, he continues to inspire millions on the path of inner peace and holistic well-being. He has been named Global Ambassador of Peace Building and Faith to the Commonwealth and has been conferred with Padma Bhushan also. Please put your hands together for a louder applause for Daji. In order to talk about his positive force and the inner transformation values, the session will be well conversed with our Dr. Hasmukh Adia sir. We welcome you to have a conversation with Daji so that people present here can get the maximum out of it. Welcome, sir. And over to you.
So, Namaskar Daji. What a pleasure to ask you a few questions and get your guidance and enlightenment for our young people today. So, for people who don't know about Ramchandra Mission, I may like to say that it is almost 100-year-old mission which was started in UP, Shahjahanpur. And Shri Kamlesh Patel ji is the 5th generation leader of this mission. So he's the 5th guru in the lineage of their thing. And basically, Mr. Patel is a pharmacist who was in a successful business from 1982 till 2015 in New York, in pharmacy business in USA. But I know for sure that you were a meditator right from your student days when you were a student of LM Pharmacy College in Ahmedabad.
Yes, sir.
And since that, he has been meditating, and then a time came when, because of his deep association with the Ramchandra Mission and with the meditation activity, he was requested to be the leader of the Ramakrishna Mission. It's a mission which is spread in 160 countries, and they have got about 6,000 centers, and there are 280 ashrams all over the world. 280 ashrams all over the world. And their followers, about 10 million, 1 crore people are following this mission. I had the pleasure of visiting their international headquarters, which is in Kana, Santivan in Hyderabad, 40 kilometers from Hyderabad. It's a beautiful campus made in 1,400 acres of land, very green, very sustainable. All the effort for water conservation is made, and a lot of research is being done on new agriculture crops there. So, and there is a meditation hall, which is a sight to see. It's a meditation hall in which at a time 100,000 people can sit and meditate. So that kind of a hall they've created. And as you know, recently, about 2 years ago, the government has also awarded him Padma Bhushan for all his activity. Now, meditation is an important subject, Daji. And first of all, I'll only ask few questions because I believe we have to spend some time for meditation, and you're going to make us do meditation. So that is the most important thing.
Yes, sir.
Can you just tell us in brief, not much, I don't think I should expect you to reveal your entire life story, but in brief, how did you think of full-time switching into meditation, and how did it happen?
Well, thank you, Hasmukh Bhai. Thank you for inviting Sri Ramchandra Mission to present the finest of methods that one can adopt in modern days and find it so soothing in this VUCA world, as you know what VUCA stands for. I was fortunate enough to start this practice in 1976. I used to meditate now and then in our hostel. And one of my friends, he would watch me meditate. And he says, Kamlesh, you are jittery, you don't know how to meditate. I said, please, what's the solution? He said, come, I'll take you to one lady. She was a trainer of the Sri Ramchandra Mission.
So gladly I went there. It was a fine Sunday morning. She explained to me how to meditate with pranahuti. She transmitted to me the essence of what transports us from the lower level of awareness, consciousness, to a state of superconsciousness. And that was my beginning, see. And in the very first session, I was zapped. You know, sometimes you are so lost, absorbed in meditation, but I was so absorbed that I did not even know that I was absorbed. I was completely gone. I was not present there. And slowly, as the awareness became more relevant, it slowly peeped in. And as it peeps in, and I became more aware, I could see the hands of Ramakrishna Paramahansa in utter joy, in blessing mode. So I felt, yes, I was really transported to a very ecstatic state after that. I felt very deeply that I did find my master, my guru, and I must follow. And since then, I have never looked back. And it has become part of my life. Morning, evening, people say, why meditate? But you see, unless you meditate, you cannot become meditative. Cool, as they say. You have to become cool, quiet, composed. So, as we train our mind to become meditative by 20 minutes of meditation in the morning, that meditative state of mind percolates throughout our daily activities. Also, when we meditate, many things come across our mind as a guiding force, like what to do, what not to do especially comes up. Today's program, for example, what should I be doing in the business world? What should I be doing today? Whom should I meet? Whom should I avoid? So you can avoid many unnecessary things during meditation. You can plan out your day after day. It continues. In the evening, we have a very special process of meditation that removes the emotional baggage, stress that we accumulate knowingly or unknowingly. Bedtime, we offer prayer and sleep as if you are sleeping in the lap of God. So your sleep also, I think the nature of sleep changes altogether. It becomes, people hanker after yoga nidra, and it just happens automatically, right from the first day of starting this practice. Religion, if I may extend, is all about dogmas and beliefs, and it's a whitewash. I believe in such and such a God, it's a whitewash. But if you experience it, then you don't have to say, I believe, I know so, I have seen him, I have experienced his presence. It's like you are seeing Sir Arya Sir, you're seeing the suns, you are seeing the moon, seeing the stars and the trees and the traffic of Delhi. You don't have to believe such a traffic. You know it is chaotic. Likewise, you don't have to believe in God because you know so He is there through your own experience. So religion is a very low level. It's a beginning. We have to let go of that dogma, belief system, and try to experience. That is the field of spirituality. And then journey further continues. You may ask, what is beyond experience? Much more awaits us. If I give you a small example, if your friend invites you to his home or her home and say, come stay with me for 3 months, and there's a great, very rich hospitality, you'll feel very happy and say, wow, what a friend I have. But deep down in your heart, what would you feel? I'm enjoying this rich hospitality, but I wish I was also as rich. So divine experiences can be great, but to become divine is altogether a different matter. So experiences are like carrots sown to a donkey. Otherwise, who would meditate if you did not have a good experience in meditation? No one would meditate. So it's a carrot, and we have to follow that carrot if you want to become that divine personality. And it is possible. There is further also. It's a state of being, and that too ends. How to describe that ultimate phenomena? Impossible. That's why, positively speaking, Vedas and Upanishads ends up being negative in the end. You know what their negative statements are? Neti, 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 meaning not this, not this, not this. They're trying to say the ultimate state is such that nothing in this world that exists can be comparable. So, there are no words to describe the ultimate state. If the raindrops fall in the ocean, there is no raindrop left behind to say, I have become the ocean. And if the raindrops keep speaking that I have become the ocean, is yet to become ocean. So a realized person will never say that I have realized. So this is one sign of identifying a right person to guide you.
Thank you very much. Another question is that you have so much to manage because now you're the head of a mission. There are so many ashrams, so many properties all around, and so many followers to guide. Do you feel the burden of it? And if you don't feel the burden, what is the reason for that?
I don't feel burdened by any responsibility because we share the responsibility, duties of day-to-day affairs. It starts with trust. What wrong can happen anyway? They'll buy some extra chairs for meditation, or they build 2-3 extra rooms for meditation. So we have to let go of such nonsense and just be on the focus, what matters the most. As they say, chalta rahega, it's only money. Stress comes because of money, and if you come out of that picture altogether and be freed from it, you are at peace. The anxiety of losing things makes one worry. And what are you going to lose anyway? Few coins.
So thank you for that. Daji, there is a advice which every young man and woman is listening to today. And that advice is that if you want success in life, meditation is a must. But I always find that many of them are still groping in dark, and they don't know what exactly is meditation and how to do it. So, two things. One is that everybody knows sitting in silence, but after that what happens, and how do you stick to it? And how do you maintain your routine?
That was me in 1976, sit in silence and still remain disturbed.
Yes. So how do you actually do meditation, and what's your advice to these young men and women about meditation? How many times in a day they should do, and how should they begin, and how should they persist?
Unfortunately, this word meditation is loosely or badly translated from English into English from a Sanskrit word dhyan. It doesn't really explain the true meaning of dhyan. Meditation, as defined by dictionaries, Oxford, is focusing your mind for a considerable period of time. When we meditate on divinity, it's an unknown entity. So how in the world are you going to focus on unknown? So it falls flat there. Dhyan, as per Sanskrit, if you split the sandhi, it is di plus yan. Di, you will find these two letters from Sanskrit many a times in many of our some slokas, and especially in Gayatri Mantra. You recall? Dhimahi diyo yonaha prachodayat. What is this di? Anyone?
Intellect.
Sir. Pragya, ultimate wisdom. And yan means a vehicle. So vehicle that transports our awareness, our consciousness to the ultimate wisdom is dhyan. Now we are using the vehicle of consciousness to transport us to that ultimate wisdom. What is it that's going to fuel that vehicle, that very process of meditation? It is pranahuti, transmission. Without external input, our limited and available consciousness cannot fly high in the sky of superconsciousness. As well, it cannot dive into the oceans of subconsciousness. In the morning, you have heard our Honorable Prime Minister speaking, quoting Swami Vivekananda. I like to also quote Swami Vivekananda. He used to say, the only purpose of our life is to allow this available consciousness that we all have and widen it, broaden it. Allow it to touch the sky of superconsciousness and let it dive into the oceans of subconscious. So this is how you widen, as we call today, broadband exchange, So with that consciousness we have to pursue. And that is possible through meditation. As we evolve, consciousness must evolve. And as consciousness evolves, things that supports consciousness also evolves. For example, what supports consciousness is manas, buddhi and ahankar. So as consciousness evolves, manas, buddhi and ahankar, as they evolve, their functions also change. Like manas, our mind, as it evolves, its function of thinking will also change into thinking, from thinking to feelings. At the pinnacle of evolution of our consciousness, mind becomes redundant. It simply sinks into the heart and heart takes over. Likewise, the other elements, buddhi and ahankar also, they change, they evolve from intellect to intelligence to wisdom to intuition. And ego, from me and mine to thee and thine, see. A total state of saranagati would arrive here. Now, for a younger mind to understand all this, you have to be serious about such things. Otherwise, you should keep enjoying your life, keep giggling and laughing, and don't waste other person's time also. If you are serious about meditation and spirituality, you have to go all out for it. Little thing will not do. I share with you one small anecdote I had with my Guruji in Shahjahanpur. It was winter like this. At Shahjahanpur, you get a bitter cold, worse than Delhi cold. We were only two of us there. He called me, "Bete, come here." So I approached him, sit near his chair. With his nail, he drew a line on his palm, on his upper palm, on his wrist. And he says, "Dekho, this is a water canal." I said, "Yes, Babuji." Then he drew another. I said, 50% power is reduced. Do you understand? I said, no, Babuji. Then he drew third line. Now power is reduced further. Do you understand now? I said, yes, sir. So creating multiple channels in our mind with our attention, all our efforts will dwindle, they will be diluted. It's like, your phone. You have multiple applications going on at the same time. Imagine the speed at which it will discharge. Our mind too has some limitations. We have to make use of it wisely. Mind is not our enemy. Mind can be our best friend as well. Once we begin to train, the cooperation starts. And we have to hand over the functions of the mind to the heart, to perceive things without dissecting things from mental level. See, on an evolutionary scale, please don't mind me if I say that women don't have brains. There is a reason, because they have a bigger heart. They don't need this. I can strongly say this because whenever I had problems in my family life, in the business world, you would keep worrying about it for months together, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. But the first person to recognize your face that is under stress is either your mother, your wife, or your sister. And the moment you begin to solve the problem, the issues that you have in the business world, they'll come up with a solution in less than a minute. And you keep wondering, how in the world they know this? So it is the heart that gives you the signals. A leader in the society, once the heart begins to get purified through meditation, it begins to give you right signals. If I may ask you, can you get up? Sister, my daughter, yeah. Okay. What is your name? So, suppose you say, my name is Mamta. What will happen to your heart? Oh, I am lying to Daji. No, your heart will beat faster. The day you reach home very, very late, let's say you go at 1 o'clock at night, and your papa asks, where were you, Shruti? You say, oh, Papa, I was doing some extra homework with my friend, and which you are not actually doing it. What will happen to your heart at that moment? It beats faster. So heart always gives the signal whenever unnatural things happens to us. When my eyes are seeing well and my ears are able to listen properly, my heart doesn't congratulate me. But the moment something goes wrong, it gives me the signal, time to go to a doctor. And I like to caution you also, whenever you are able to get engaged, follow your heart. Don't follow those, Mercedes lines and these diamond lines. That will really make you unhappy. Follow your heart. If your heart says, this is not the person for me, deny it. Similar, there are many situations, critical decisions that you make as leaders, where everything can go against you, but your heart says, I must stick to this. You need courage, you need guts, and heart will provide you. Because the heart was the one in the first place who gave you the signal to do what is right, that will also provide the courage. So, benefits of meditations are too many actually. I will end this particular question by quoting Lord Krishna. in one of the slokas, especially Adhyay number 2, he says, who doesn't want to be happy? Questions Arjun. And he answers, everyone. Then he questions again, can you be happy if you are restless? You can't be. He says you need harmony within. How are you going to have harmony within? Then he answers, by contemplative mind. How are you going to have a contemplative mind? He says, the focused mind. And how are you going to have a focused mind? He says, meditation. Now connect the dots. It's directly linked. And if you study many researches which are being done on the effect of meditation on certain neurotransmitters like dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, and also what happens when you are stressed and full of anxiety, what sort of neurotransmitters gets elevated in the blood? Cortisols, adrenaline, norepinephrine. Whenever you meditate, take it for granted, especially with heartfulness, you will enter the delta wave. You will enter, even if it is your first session, you will have a delta wave in the EEG graph, electroencephalograph. We have done a lot of comparative studies that puts a light on various practices, but no other system comes closer to a practicant in bringing their mind, their consciousness to a delta wave. Those of you who are not familiar with yoga and delta wave, this delta wave during meditation is called Turiya state of consciousness. Turiya state, nothing but a fourth level of consciousness. Those of you who are science students will know what is the first level of consciousness, what is the second level, and what's the third level. When we are interacting like this, we are aware and interacting. Just when you are about to go to sleep, dream state begins, that's another level. And when we actually dive deep into sleep, susupti, that's a third level. Fourth level is where you are so deep within yourself in sleep, yet you become aware. Very deep within yourself and you are unaware, that is deep sleep. But the amount of relaxation that you find within yourself, but akin to as if you are sleeping, yet aware, that is Turiya state. So scientifically also, if you look at this, it's all win-win situation for any meditator, whether you believe in God or you don't believe in God, whether you believe in Krishna or Allah or Jesus Christ. It really does not matter whom you believe. These are all entities passed on by our ancestors. Believe in this, and we begin to believe. Sir.
So, I think it's time for us to meditate now.
Sure.
We can do meditation. Guide us how to go about it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
May I request everyone to please not talk now. I see a lot of people sitting there talking to each other. Please don't do that. Can you all please focus now? No talking. Complete silence, please.
Gently keep your eyes closed. Please draw your attention towards the heart. And make a suggestion that my heart is filled with divine presence in the form of divine light. That is attracting my attention inward. Meanwhile, I'll be transmitting to you. Please remain receptive to this transmission. If other thoughts do arise, remind yourself that I am at the moment meditating on the presence of divine light in my heart. Once it's over, I will say that's all. So let's all meditate now. That's all. बस कीजिए.
I'm sure it must have been a very exhilarating experience for you. All the tiredness goes and your mind is fresh now. Thank you very much, Daji, for this meditation session. It has been very useful. Thank you very much. I'm sorry we couldn't take any question from the audience because we wanted to spend some time for meditation. So thank you very much. As a token of our appreciation, may I please give you a moment?
Hello. Yeah. Kindly remain seated for just 2 minutes for now. Thank you. Thank you, Hasmukh sir, and thank you once more, Daji, for that wonderful experience. Thank you. Namaskar. Women wrote everything. I was like, but then he said, ये बच्चे बोले सर पहले तो इनको क्या सुनाई दे हाँ जी As we come to the end of this remarkable day at the SOUL Leadership Conclave, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed speakers for sharing their invaluable insights and inspiring us with their wisdom. Each session has contributed immensely to our collective understanding of leadership in its truest essence. Tomorrow, we return for another day filled with thought-provoking sessions and discussions with some of the most distinguished leaders of our time. We have an exciting lineup featuring Dr. Kiran Bedi, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Mr. Shaktikanta Das, and many more. We encourage you to be present, engage, and continue this journey of learning with us. Wishing you all a pleasant evening. See you tomorrow, refreshed and ready for another inspiring day at the SOUL Leadership Conclave. And do join us for the dinner at Royal Plaza at 8. And we will have the, as I had said before, the interactive session with the Ministry of Youth and Affairs, Ms. Kritika. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. This is Dhwani signing off for today. See you. Mustafa, one extra.